All right. I also got to send out my notifications too. So after we go live, stand by. Pause, champ. Are we live? I think we're live, and we are live on YouTube and Twitch. What is up, gamers? We're going to be doing a bunch of lore reading today. And again, just a quick reminder, I go live on Twitch for the first 10-ish minutes to let people, to check my audio, check my video quality, check my internet speed, to make sure everything's good. So that way when we go live on YouTube, there's no issues. But this is going to be, I think, the first of 2 parts, because I don't think I'm going to read everything today. But this is day 1, or part 1, of my Nod-Krai Lore Reading VOD, where we're going to be reading through character lore, weapons, artifacts, books, flavor text. We're going to be checking out some content, some lore in the Imaginarium Theater with the Lunar Arcana cards, as well as the Miliastro Wonderland content for Octavia's lore. We have so much stuff to get through today. So between today and tomorrow, I will be streaming again tomorrow, and I'll be streaming much earlier than I started today. So if anyone joined late, or if you guys can't watch it this time, I do apologize. My sleep schedule's been a little hectic. Thanksgiving just passed too in the US, so I've been a little I've been a little behind on some of my streaming obligations. But yeah, we're gonna be going through like I said, character lore, weapons, artifacts. I think there's only one book to check out, Hymns of the Far North, which I heard was like pretty, like a lot of people are antsy for me to check out that book. And I have a whole list here, so we're gonna do everything in a specific order. I just have to send out notifications. I need to let people know that I am live, so that way people can tune in and nobody misses out on anything. Hello, YouTube. Thank you guys all for joining. I see you guys in the chat. I appreciate it. Let's see. Also, I don't think I changed my thumbnail. I'm kind of stupid for that. Hold on. Did I change it? I did not. God damn it. Hold on, let me change it now before I forget. Well, I already forgot, but let me fix it now. Yeah, I forgot to, I used the wrong thumbnail. It was the thumbnail from the last stream, so I don't know if that's gonna fix up now that I changed it, but it is what it is. I'm gonna try to fix it when the stream is done. Or rather, I'm gonna update it when the stream is over anyway. But, I just want to make sure that everything looks good, sounds good. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's everything. Let me just do one quick check on my phone. I just gotta double check the VOD channel because I messed up my thumbnail. So I just gotta make sure people don't think I'm doing some, like, random event. Okay, Murder of Birds VODs. Okay, alright, it's updated. Not badge. Alright, gamers. Hope you guys are all doing well. I hope you guys all had a happy or, you know, a festive Thanksgiving to those of you who celebrated. Especially any of you guys that are in the States. I was at my mom's house for Thanksgiving. Me, my mom, my sister, we all caught up. And it was really nice. I haven't seen my sister in a couple years, actually. So it was really nice to catch up with her and see how she was doing, and my nieces. Yeah, it was really, really pleasant. It was really good to just catch up and see how everybody was doing. And yesterday was Black Friday. I mean, whatever, I guess. But yesterday I just kind of relaxed and ate a bunch of leftover food. My mom did all of the my mom and my brother did the cooking at her house, so I just had to show up. I didn't really have to do much. And then she gave me like a bunch of food to bring home, so that was nice. And so I am refreshed. I am good to go. We're gonna be streaming today and tomorrow. and we're just going to be catching up on basically all of the lore that has been in Nod-Krai since Luna 1. At the time of recording right now, Luna 3 is going to be out in a few days. It's Saturday at the time of recording. Luna 3 comes out on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, technically. So, I'm a couple of patches behind when this content originally came out, but, you know, I've been kind of swamped with the Archon quests. They've been incredibly lengthy, and, you know, catching up on events and world quests are all done now. So I've just been kind of wrapping up everything in the game, and at this point, we're done with all in-game content. Everything, all of the Archon quests, world quests, events, limited events that have come out so far, I've done all of them. And so now we just have lore reading to do. And so after this, we'll be caught up with everything for Luna 3. And then we have 2 more Archon quests in Act 5, a first ever Act 6. And we have a story quest, which is great. So it seems like non-Nod-Krai characters are going to get a story quest. So I wonder if Varka... Like, that's... I don't know how they're going to plan that with, like, Nicole and Alice. But I wonder if Varka's also going to get a story quest. Because Durin's getting a story quest, even though he's in Nod-Krai right now. So I'm kind of wondering how it's gonna, like, how they're, like, I wonder how the timeline is gonna play out with it. Like, I wonder if his story quest is gonna take place after Paralogism. I mean, it has to, right? Because we officially, technically met him in Nod-Krai. So unless we leave Nod-Krai and then come back, like, maybe we do the farewell party with Columbina, and then in the downtime after Act 6, maybe his story quest takes place, and he's like, oh, you know, let's go back to Mondstadt for a little bit. You know, in the meantime, based on whatever happens, I'm not sure. But yeah. Yeah, people on YouTube that are asking, I'm not starting with the book first. So just, you know, we're gonna, like I said, I don't know what we're getting through today. I'm just going to go down the list, and between today and tomorrow, we're gonna read everything, but I almost never start with books first, because there's character lore, there's, like, the signature weapons, there's the artifact sets. So, yeah, just, I mean, I know we're gonna read Hymns of the Far North eventually, but it's not the first thing we're gonna do.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I checked absolutely everything. Turns out I was right all along.
All right. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I just gotta...
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. Have you thought of what character you're gonna con next? I'm not sure. I think everything in the Hymns of the Far North you already know. I have no idea what that book is about. Unless it's about, I mean, we got it at the Frostmoon Scions. So unless it just is a retelling of, like, the lore we already got there, I have no idea what that book entails. So I'm not entirely sure about that. But, I don't know what con I'm going for next, actually, because it's kind of annoying that they don't let me look at the character list until... Actually, can they? Yeah, they don't let you look after you finished it. So, I only went for Hu Tao because she was C5, so I was like, oh, I can wrap up a character right now. But I don't know actually. I have no idea. It's definitely, I don't have any other characters that are close to C6 like she was. So I mean, technically my child is C4, so I could maybe go for C5 child, but then again, I didn't even activate the C4 because I heard that, you know, there's like there's like too much Hydra application with his C4 that kind of messes up some of his comps. I'm not entirely sure how valid that is, but I've had him at C3 for a while, even though I've had his C4 con for years. I just haven't like activated it. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm obviously gonna choose somebody. I just don't know who yet. I have to double check the list when they make that available next patch. How do you find these lore books? They are hard to find. I mean, most of the stuff that I know where to find it and how to like track it down is from my community, like my mods and people in my Discord that kind of let me know where to find things. I mean, I just have I also have like naturally good like gamer sense to just know, let me check the bookstore, let me see if there's any books there. And or like Hymns of the Far North, I noticed that like you got 2 of them from doing, I think you get 1 from doing the Reputation. You found 1 like in the Frost Moon Scions area, and I forgot how you get the 3rd one. I think the 3rd one might be from the World Quest, I'm not sure. Or from like Lauma's like Reputation quest, I think. I'm not sure. All 3 from the Reputation? No, that's not true. The first one is just in the library that you grab. The other 2 might be from the Reputation. But like, yeah, one of them is just chilling there. I remember I grabbed it during the Archon quest. What lore are you reading today? So we're gonna start with Lauma. We're gonna start with Lauma's character lore. That's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna read her character lore as well as her voice lines. And we're gonna get into some Frost Moon Scion content as well. Is your Discord open to anyone? No, it is not. My Discord's private. It's available to my YouTube members, my YouTube channel members, my Patreon backers, and my Twitch subs. So basically, if you're already like a sub or something, or like if you're subbed on Twitch or you're a channel member, you get access to it. And that is just because I do not want like a publicly open Discord where people can come and go as they please. It would be insane. And my Discord's been private. I've had it for years, but my Discord's always been private. But yeah. It would also be kind of impossible for me to keep up with people if there were hundreds, I mean, if there were like thousands of people. It would be like literally, it would basically be like a glorified YouTube comment section or something. What's Arnold gonna read today? Lauma and Flint? I mean, I'm reading more than just them 2, but we're gonna be starting with Lauma. We're starting Lauma lore reading first. All right, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad, and I think we're gonna start now. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Sit tight.
Hello again. Hello again.
Darn it, I can't see the new emotes. Hold on. Oh my gosh, Katie, you're popping off right now. Alright, this is the last one I'm going to include right now. The other ones are going to have to wait until after stream.
I checked absolutely everything. Turns out I was right all along.
Read all about it.
Extra, extra. Extra, extra. Oh my gosh, I was like, why do I hear myself? Can you guys post the Beena bread? I didn't see that one. Okay, there we go. We're good now. Hold on, try Melloween. Let me just double check, make sure that I can see them both. Okay, now I can't see the Melloween one. Okay, hold on, let me delete this. And let me grab this. Okay. Alright. I'm doing a pop-out chat. Okay, for some reason it just won't let me see it, which is a little annoying, but whatever. As long as you guys can see, I guess that's all that matters. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna...
Hello again.
These newsies, man. They're insufferable, I swear to god. I'm like, man, they're the runner-ups, man. They're the NPC runner-ups for Nod-Krai. I'm like, man, I don't think there's any other NPC that I hear more than the newsies here. Are any of you guys skipping Durin on Wednesday? I assume Columbina has to be coming up soon. Hell no? Nah? Yeah, ... Yeah, you know what? He'll be back. Don't worry, he'll be back. I'm saving up for Varka. Might be. Yeah, I could... Bro, if they... Actually, we'll know on Friday. Drip marketing will be on Friday, actually. So, we'll know for sure who's getting drip marketed after Durin. The Friday following his release. And it's like, good lord. Yeah, I mean, I think next it's probably gonna be Columbina and probably Columbina and Varka, but also I think Lanternite. There's got to be a Lanternite character, like a 4-star or a 5-star or both, because that should be the Lanternite patch. So. If we get, I mean, they did it last year, right? They gave us the Archon, they gave us Mawika, Sitlali, and Lanyan. So they'll probably do that again. They'll probably give us a Varka, Bina, and then a Leo character. But I'm not sure who it's gonna be. Because we always get a 4-star, so the fact that is like, do we get? Are we just gonna get another? Are we gonna get another 4-star? Or are we gonna get a 5-star? Is it gonna be Mad Ping? Is it going to be the Celadon Mare? Is it going to be somebody else? One of the old fossils? I have no idea. Or like a completely new character. Like I wasn't expecting Lanyan when they revealed her, so... I also wasn't expecting Gaming at the time either. So, I'm not sure what they have cooking for... I wonder what the theme for Lantern Right's gonna be this year too, actually, now that I think about it. Like, last year it was like the rattan weaving. And so, like, the little dolls. So I wonder what this year is gonna be. How far ahead did we know about Yunjin? I don't know, actually. We might have known about Yunjin, but I probably wasn't locked in. I wasn't really locked in like that to know or to have the foresight for her at the time. But yeah. I am curious. Yeah, oh my gosh, Xingqiu's brother, that would be cinema. I've been talking about that for a couple of years too. I mean, ever since Chen Yu Veil came out and we got the Guhua disciple, like the Guhua, like clan, like the location of like the Guhua clan. I was like, man, they could do this. It would be so peak. Give him the life ender technique. Just like how Xingqiu has the rain cutter, give him the life ender, which is it's like the polar opposite. Cinema.
I better get me some alpacas. Once they hold everything over, isn't it nice?
Did you get Yanfei's anecdote? Actually, it's funny you say that. We actually have, yeah, we're gonna do the, actually, I completely forgot to mention that. We're gonna do the anecdotes first, but yeah, we do have Lanyan. I'm sorry, Lanyan. What the fuck am I saying? We have Yanfei and the Goda once again. Yehoda, man, stealing everyone's thunder, bro. But yeah, I got these two anecdotes today, so we're gonna check these two out before we start. Actually, completely forgot to mention that. Yeah, we're gonna do the anecdotes first. Are you gonna pull for Yehoda? Come on, bro. Yes, yes, I am. The best girl of Nod-Krai. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Guys, I've come a long way. It didn't take long either. What was it, like 3 months? And I'm already like cooked. I was singing such a different tune, bro. All of my old videos, everyone's like, oh, it's so funny too. Oh my god, it's so funny. Yeah, there were like some comments in my older videos where I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna skip this character, and then people are like, yeah, okay, Arnold. There's like, future Arnold did not skip this character. I'm like, damn, dude. Yeah. I think when we post, I think when like some of my later like Tenochtitlan Talk videos come out, where like we did know about the characters and I was like prefacing who I was pulling and skipping for, I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of those comments. It's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna skip Lauma, I'm gonna skip Yehoda, I'm gonna skip Nefer. and then I proceed to pull for every Nod-Krai character that releases. Nah, bro, Nod-Krai was just built different. I was cooked. Okay. Alright, really quick. We're gonna run a 30-second ad just because I'm yapping a little too much. And I also just remembered we're gonna do the anecdotes first. So we're gonna do Yehoda and We're gonna do Yehoda and Yanfei's anecdotes, and then we're gonna start lore reading. I also have the hiccups a little bit. So, that's fun. Yeah, and then I think I'm gonna go to like a different location for each lore reading bit. So when we do Lauma, I'm probably gonna go to... I'm gonna go to the Frostmoon Scion on the Frostmoon Enclave, and I'm just gonna sit in that fully furnished library area with the aminals. Actually, you know what? If there are birds there, I'm not gonna do it. And if there are birds there, I'll only do it if I can like scare them away, because I'm not gonna deal with that chirping. That chirping is so insufferable. I would, you know, I would Mondstadt bridge them, but you know, I kind of wanna. I don't want to go that far. So, you know, scaring them away is probably the next best thing. Don't tell Timmy. What birds? The little chirping birds that, like, chirp in, like, non-stop when Lauma's in your party. They're in that area. Like, they're near the Statue of the Seven, but I don't know if they're also in the little, like, library area of the Frostmoon. Yeah, the puffins, yeah. Guys, you know what I think of when I hear puffins? Some of you guys probably know what I'm gonna say. Well, let me give you guys a second. Anybody? Nobody? Is anyone like sharing the same brain cell right now? Okay, I don't think anyone's got it. Yes, Pokemon. Yes, someone said it. Yes, let's fucking go. We got some gamers in the chat. Yeah, it's the I forgot who made the video. I forgot. I don't know if is it Egoraptor. I actually don't know. But it was like the freaking Ash training his Pokemon. Yeah, it is Egoraptor. Okay, yeah, I was confused. I was just, it's been a while. But he's like, he's like, all you feed me is puffins. I need nourishment. Yeah, so every time I hear puffins, I think of that video. We do it for you, you fucking asshole. Oh, I love that video. Such a throwback. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't alone in that thought. I was like, okay, we got some gamers. Okay, oh my god. Oh, I wonder if I just realized, since we're overlooking, she's in the Clink Clank Krumkake craft shop area. I wonder if she's hanging out with Inefa and Aino. And then, honestly, Yanfei being in the Frostmoon Scions is kind of interesting, because she was in the city the last we saw her. I don't have all the anecdotes yet. I have one for Nefer. Flint has another one, bro. Flint has like 6 or 7 anecdotes, I swear to God. He might have the most, because he also had one at the domain over here, which was kind of like a hidden one. But I was not expecting Flint's to have so many. But yeah. Why say these exact number? Guys, it's not, I'm not even trying to. It's kind of like, it's kind of like you notice it because it's a meme now. But I've always, you know, we've always been using these numbers. It's just now we hate them. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna start recording now. And we're gonna do a brief recording for the anecdotes first, and then we're gonna reset, and then we're gonna go to the Frost. Well, actually, we'll be there after we talk to Yanfei, and so we'll reset there, and then we'll get into some lore reading. I have my list right here, and I hope I plan on streaming for a few hours, like maybe 3 to 4 hours. So I don't know. It really just depends on how my reading is today, if I'm not like struggling or anything like that. But I'm hoping to get through at least like half of the stuff that I have planned between today and tomorrow. So we'll see how far we get. But we're mostly we have Lauma's lore that we're at least starting with. So it's gonna be like half reading, and then the other half is gonna be her voice lines. All right, say hi to the VOD watchers, chat. We are starting.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, gamers, we're continuing on with some more Genshin anecdotes. I'm actually live right now. We're getting into Nod-Krai Lore Reading at the time of recording, so I just decided to get this captured on stream just because I am live with my chat on YouTube and Twitch. And so we have 2 anecdotes today. We have one for the Goda, and we have one for Yanfei in the Frost Moon Scions, which is interesting because we're going to go to the Frost Moon Scions to read some of Lauma's character lore after this recording. So we're going to start at the Clink Clank Krumkake craft shop. And chat, you know what I've kind of come around to? I don't know what the name of it is, but I actually really like the Yehoda and Inefa ship. I've been seeing so much like fan art of that ship on Twitter, and naturally, like when I've thought of like Inefa and Yehoda, I've like Yehoda's always just like talking shit about the robot. It's like, oh my gosh, you freaking bucket of bolts or whatever. And a part of me is also kind of like, huh, I can see the chemistry there. I can see how something can be born from that little back and forth. And so now I'm realizing as well how often these characters are interacting together, right? Yehoda was also lying down in Aino's bed in a previous interaction, and Inefa was like holding her hand and taking care of her, and I'm like, oh my gosh, the shippers are going crazy right now. So yeah, I just really like this interaction. Oh my gosh, and they got Krumkakes! Holy moly, guys. Okay, this is a perfect picture moment right here. Look at this, man. I stay winning. Look at me. Look at us. Just a couple of gamers with our Krumkakes. You'll love to see it. Yehoda's also like stealing the show no matter where she goes. It's kind of crazy. I'm like, I cannot believe this girl is still getting featured. Even like, it's an art conquest, events, other characters, anecdotes, it doesn't matter. She's always around. It's crazy. All right, let's chit chat. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Okay.
I was just passing through. Seriously? How many times do I have to say it to get it through your thick metal head?
Okay, first off, you sounded like you're coping. She's like, yeah, I was just passing through. I didn't want to see her or anything, Baka. You know? She's making it seem like she's not here for any other reason.
Drat. I felt bad when I spoke to her like that last time. And I really want to say sorry,
Aww.
but it's so hard to say it out loud.
Chef's kiss, chat. Chef's kiss. I'm living for this now.
Anyway, I'm dumping off some excess scrap I don't need. Got them during an, a commission. Yeah. And I even went out of my way to get these components.
Oh my god.
What am I doing? Come on, Yehoda. It's not that hard.
Hold on.
Just gotta apologize to Inefa.
Okay, hold on. This actually might be like genuine material right here. I'm like, wait a minute. She's trying so hard to just be nice to her. And like, she's like, man, I did something really nice and thoughtful, but I don't want to come off as like, I don't want to come on a little too strong, so let me just pretend like I didn't do that for her. I did it for some other reason.
Thanks a bunch.
lunch.
Look at these two.
Traveler, you're here too? Wow, today's a great day. Enough, get more crumb cakes ready.
Hey there, just dropped by to check on the thing. I'm sorry. Hey there. Yeah. Hey there, just dropped by to check on things.
How does he say this stuff so naturally? Come on, I gotta get it together.
Come on, Yehoda. I am a Yehoda's witness. I believe in you.
Nefa, about that time
Okay, guys. Yeah. They're cooking with this one. They're cooking with these two. Holy moly. She's an absolute mess.
called you a dumb metal face. That was on me. I'm sorry.
This is so wholesome.
As far as I am concerned, my face is indeed made of metal, so I agree with that aspect of your assessment. However, I disagree with the rest. The logic module that Aino created is not dumb.
Yeah, hey, you can't argue with that logic. She's like, I am made of metal, but I am not stupid.
Huh? So, do you accept my apology or not?
She's like, I accept half of it, because technically half of it was true.
You do not need to apologize to me, Yehoda. You should be apologizing to my logic module. It is not a dum-dum, and neither is the one who made it.
Hey, you can't argue with the facts. It's like, what's going on here? I know, have you been fuddling with Inefa's... I know, have you been fuddling with Inefa's humor parameters again?
Only because she asked me to.
Bruh.
She didn't want to disappoint Yehoda, so I raised it. Just a little bit.
So you're just making fun of me?
Bruh.
I am not. As a matter of fact, the aforementioned module truly is all Yehoda needs to apologize for.
Yeah, she's like, don't apologize to me, apologize to my brain.
A portion of said module's external monitoring port is located in my eye. Please make eye contact with me and apologize to it.
Oh my god, okay. She kind of is teasing her now. She's like, alright, give me that intimate eye contact.
Yikes. Okay. I'll just spit it out.
Oh god, I love Yehoda's design so much.
I'm sorry. Logic module that I know made for Nefa.
Alright, there you go.
Very well. My logic module and I forgive you, Yehoda. Have this Lockaberry Crumb-Kake as your reward. It's freshly made.
God, this is so sweet.
I know, Traveler. You two are welcome to have some as well.
Hell yeah. Guys, I'm just here. I just showed up and I get free food. This is awesome.
I finally managed to say it. Even though it turned out a little weird. That took more out of me than exploring a whole ruin.
It's alright. Anefa's not mad at you.
I know. Still, is it just me, or is she a bit chattier than usual today?
Chattier, not funnier?
Funny? Is she supposed to be funny? Wait, why are you bringing this up?
Ah, damn. I know you gotta get to work on that module. Oh!
And Nefa, don't take the Crumb-Kakes away. I haven't eaten mine.
Damn. She's like, no food for you, alright? Not until you laugh at my jokes.
No. After all, you now need to apologize for something else.
Oh my god, guys. She's... okay, first off, Anefa looks like really offended there. She's like, she takes her jokes very seriously. They go over your head. That's how smart they are. That's how, like, extra they are. And she's basically like, you now have to apologize to my humor parameters.
Huh?
I know. Please adjust my humor level back to its default value.
Oh god, this is so funny.
Yehoda, please take a seat.
What the? What is happening?
Don't point that vacuum cleaner at me! I know! What the heck's going on?
Excuse me? What is happening?
You will not leave until you are amused by my humor.
You're under arrest. Oh my god. Oh! Holy moly. I know. You want to go out and play? You want to go hang out? Leave these two lovebirds together? My god, what is happening here? This is crazy.
Are you amused now, Yehoda?
Are you not entertained?
Oh yeah, I'm busting a gut right now.
You are lying.
Oh!
You wouldn't even look me in the logic module port.
Oh, come on. How am I meant to laugh at your jokes when they suck this bad? Logic me that, you robot.
Oh god, we're back to square one.
All right, then we will continue.
Oh, we will not continue. I've had enough. So please stop holding me at vacuum cleaner point. I laughed, didn't I? Is that not good enough for you?
Yehoda, please take a seat. I will continue telling jokes.
Guys, this is worse than Sino. Holy moly. All right, well, guys, we have to agree that Anefa is funny and that her jokes are great. Otherwise, because she's like she can yeah, look at Aino. Poor Aino over here. She's like, what is happening?
Hoo-wee! Today's crumb cupcakes sure are yummy. Anefa's gotten a lot better at cooking, hasn't she?
Oh man, yeah, let her cook. Are we just gonna leave them be?
Nah, they'll be fine. They're just like that. Let them work things out. That just means we get to eat their share of the crumb cupcakes.
Hey, you know, I like the way you think, I know. Holy moly. Galaxy brainchild over here. Holy crap. This was so entertaining. Guys, Yehoda's goated, dude. She is so awesome. I love her so much. I cannot wait to pull for her. She comes out at the time of recording right now. Her and Durin are coming out in like less than a week, and I'm so impressed with her character, like her debut and everything. She's been such a pleasure to have in the patch ever since she was introduced during the Archon quest, and she's only continued to shine since. Oh, also we have Yanfei over here, so let's see what she's doing over here. Okay, you know what? We get a little picture with her over here too. I'm actually like really surprised that she's here, because the last anecdote we had with her, she was in the city actually. So, kind of interested to see what's up.
Miss, are those antlers on your head?
Oh my god, are these kids like, oh my gosh, are you our newest member of the Frost Moon Scions because of your antlers?
Wow, they look just like deer antlers.
I bet they are. Just like us Frost Moon Scions.
Aw, Ina.
Yeah, Our Lady Moonchanter, Miss Lauma, also has a pair of really pretty antlers.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense why they would assume that of her.
I don't fully understand what's going on, but I'm quite sure my horns and hers aren't the same thing.
Yeah, they're like, hey, close enough.
I know! Miss Lauma's horns go up and yours go down. Wow! Are you also a Moonchanter, miss?
If by Moonchanter you mean legal advisor, then yes, I am a Moonchanter.
Moonchanter? Well, I don't think I am. Moonchanter? That's a foreign term to me.
Oh!
I think Granny once mentioned an Adeptus who is related to the moon, but I don't think they were a Moonchanter.
Oh, shit! Is she talking about the Celadon Mare? That's the Celadon Mare from the Spring of Hidden Jade book. Holy cinema, chat. Lantern Right's right around the corner at the time of recording, so Hoyoverse might be foreshadowing right now. And it came from Granny, so it's probably just another Adepti that they know from Liyue. I mean, they were in the, you know, the bamboo forest, so Madam Ping told her about that. An Adeptus who is related to the moon. Which also might be connected to Istaroth, because that book implied that that Adeptus spirit was the daughter of time.
Oh, no, wait. Granny told me not to tell outsiders about Adepti.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So, what should I say to these kids?
Really? Don't tell outsiders about Adept, but like people know about Adepti in other nations, so like what's up with that?
But your horns are just as pretty as hers.
Miss, can you talk to animals like Miss Lauma can?
She's so lost.
Oh, hey, my savior's here.
Yeah, here I come.
Hey, traveler, over here.
I'm so happy she's here. Yanfei, what brings you here? I'm wondering what she's doing here, actually.
Let's skip that first. I need you to save me right now. If these kids keep asking me questions, I won't be able to hide my identity as an Adeptus for much longer.
Save you? Well, that's...
Ina, Kari, it's good to
Oh my God,
welcoming to
Lauma?
our guests, but if you ask too many questions, you may come off as impolite.
Dude, I love this. I love the Anecdote inclusion, man. It was like one of like the best things that they've done for the game. Just seeing characters interacting, even though it's not a part of like the main quest, it's just such a natural thing. This should be happening. Characters should be chit-chatting randomly during occasion.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
This is so cool. Ma'am?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Longhorn Miss. We asked too many questions.
What a great shot.
Sorry. It's just that we've never seen someone from outside the Scions with horns. So...
Okay. Well, I guess you're only ever here, so they don't know much about the world beyond Nod-Krai, so I guess that makes sense.
All right. Come, Ina, Kari. You two should go home. I saw your parents on the way here. They must be worried sick searching for you.
They're searching?
Ah!
Oh, no. It's way past dinner time.
I'm gonna get grounded!
We're dead meat. Daddy's going to scold me. Bye-bye, Miss Lauma. And bye-bye, Longhorned Miss.
Aww. Alright. Those kids are cooked.
Thanks for your help, Lauma. I don't know how I would have wriggled out of this otherwise. I should have stayed in the library to search for information like you advised. Didn't think I'd be ambushed the instant I stepped outside.
No need to blame yourself, Yanfei. The children are merely curious beyond their years and unaccustomed to seeing outsiders with horns. I apologize on their behalf for the discourtesy.
It's all good.
It's fortunate that the Finches came to tell me you were surrounded by Ina and Kari. It seems my arrival proved timely.
Dude, that is so cool. She's like at the right place at the right time because the animals are helping her out.
It's all right. I should have known better.
Hold on, you two are acquainted?
That we are. Yanfei came to visit us Frostmoon's Scions 2 days ago, saying that she wished to gather some reading materials. Since she came to study, I invited her to stay.
Okay.
Lauma's been a big help. I've gleaned lots of valuable information from the Scion's library. Maybe even stuff that'll give Shinobu a surprise.
Oh my god! Shinobu mentioned! That's so cool. God, I love that. God, we need to get Shinobu, we need to get Kuki, Heizo, and Yanfei together. I mean, Heizo was in Nod-Krai too, which was kind of cool.
You're too kind, Yanfei. You were merely browsing our archives and writing down some of our customs. Although, I do not understand these borders of law you mentioned.
Oh god.
As long as your time here has proven fruitful, then all is well.
That is so funny too, because there are no laws in Nod-Krai. It's kind of like the Wild West of Teyvat, actually.
The borders of law are essentially... On second thought, it's not the sort of thing where a short explanation will suffice. Once the book's done, we'll just send you a few copies. It should be clear once you read it.
Okay, I want a copy too.
It's a universal law book that should be concise, engaging, informative, and easy to understand.
Ooh.
We'll cover legal concepts, as well as the regulations present in many nations.
I hope that book actually becomes real in the end. That'd be really cool.
Is that so? Well, then I look forward to reading your work, Yanfei. I believe the children will be interested too.
Even if it's kind of like the official dictionary, where it's like a permanent anecdote edition, I think that'd be really cool.
I promise it'll be interesting. I guess I should head back to the library and continue my transcribing for now.
Okay.
See you both around.
I'm literally going there right now to read lore, so I'll see you in a bit.
I hope our Adeptus finds what she's looking for.
Yanfei's already revealed her identity to you?
She told me everything on her first visit. I must admit, seeing an Adeptus with horns fills me with a sense of familiarity.
I know, it's almost kind of like Lauma is like the Adepti of Nod-Krai.
I listened to her many stories of Liyue's Adepti, and in exchange I granted her access to our library.
Exchanging information. Sumeru would be proud.
In that, she has thus far proved most rule-abiding. A praiseworthy virtue, I must say.
Well, she does work in the she does work as a legal advisor. She's the best at following the rules.
Is that so? Well, that's wonderful. She did mention a certain white horse Adeptus while telling me of Liyue's legends.
Chat! Oh my god! I think they're confirming the Celadon mare for Lanternrite, maybe. Lanternrite's right around the corner. It's a couple months away. And you're telling me they just coincident... First off, they dropped this white horse Adepti last year, right? They teased it a little bit, like, in the, like, the decorations of Lanternrite, but also the Spring of Hidden Jade book that came out last year. And now, this year, we're getting Lanternrite pretty soon, and now they're talking about it again. And it connects to the moon, and we're in Nod-Krai, so that's really cool.
If memory serves, our books do chronicle a divine envoy who once dwelled on the moon.
Oh! Wait, divine envoy? That sounds like a Sealy or an angel. Was the white horse Adepti also an angel? A white horse Adepti. Is there such a person among the Adepti of Liyue? Come on, Aether. Come on, wake the fuck up. Remember.
Now. Do not concern yourself overly with a mere flight of fancy.
Oh, no. Okay, that's what we're here for, Lauma. We're here for that dank Genshin lore. I can't turn away.
But now that we have broached the subject, far apart though Liyue and Nod-Krai might be, both have always bathed in the moonlight.
Woo!
I pray that the people of Liyue may also be blessed by the moon and lead lives of peace and prosperity.
Sussy Baka Zhongli, you have some explaining to do, my boy. Doesn't, like, Liyue, like, translate to, like, the moon in some way? Mondstadt does too, actually, like Moon City. So, like, Mondstadt, Liyue, the two nations run by the original archons of the game, connected to the moon. I don't know, man. Seems pretty sus, if you ask me. Also, pretty intentional. Hoyoverse has been cooking for years, and we had no idea. That is so freaking cool. So they say that the Celadon mare is a divine envoy, and divine envoys are kind of like that term. Divine envoy is synonymous with the angels who were divine envoys of the world, right? Kind of like the Lord of the Night and some of the other angels that we've learned about over the course of the game. So the fact that they're an Adepti as well is interesting, right? Because I assume the Adepti were appointed or maybe even created by Zhongli. And so I'm just kind of curious, like, Zhongli knows everything. There's no fucking shot in a million years that bro does not know what is going on in this world. He knows everything. He's just being cheeky about it. He's like Venti. Where Venti's like, I'm just gonna be drunk and aloof and not really talk about stuff. Zhongli is just like, you want to talk about the lore of these rocks? I'll talk about that instead of the history of this world and the moons and the freaking and the dragons and everything. Like he'll just talk about the most random nonsense, and he'll talk your ear off about it too. Like, you know, that's his way of being aloof and pretending like he doesn't know everything when he actually does. But yeah, I am more confident now than ever that we're going, bro. And that's crazy too when you think about it, because the Lantern Rite's like 2 months away, and we're gonna get that Adepti spirit. I think they might even be playable, because there has to be a new Liyue character this year. So unless it's gonna be Madam Ping or another 4-star unit, unless Madam Ping is gonna be a 4-star, or maybe I can't imagine this Adepti being the Celadon Mare being a 4-star. But I think we get a 4-star every year. And in the years that we get a 5-star, we also get a 4-star. So unless they're gonna double up and they're gonna give us, right, because Luna 3 comes out this week and it's during Yehoda. So Luna 4, I thought, was gonna be Varka, Columbina, and a Liyue character. So I wonder if we're gonna get Varka, Columbina in the first half, and then the Celadon Mare and a 4-star in the second half, because they always give a selector too. Unless the Celadon Mare is a 4-star, which I will be absolutely shocked if that's the case. But or they might do a 5-star and a 4-star, but it's just crazy that they would do 2 5-stars in the first half and then a 5-star and a 4-star in the second half. It's been a while since they've done that. But yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. If we're getting a Divine Envoy Adepti that's connected to the moons during this year's Lantern Rite, Lord knows what the Lantern Rite theme is going to be, number 1. Number 2, I pray to God that Zhongli is featured during this Lantern Rite, especially if the Celadon Mare is going to be focused during it. Actually, you know what? The Celadon Mare... Wait, didn't we get... I don't remember did we get a Celadon Mare Mingzhou Lantern? I don't think so. We got the fish and the bird, and we got Monogia. So I wonder if the Celadon Mare is gonna be the Mingzhou Lantern for this year. Now that I think about it, because it's always an Adepti, right? We got the tree. We got Skybracer. Actually, I think it was Skybracer. I think I'm mixing Skybracer with the potential of a horse. So the Celadon Mare might be the Mingzhou Lantern for this year. And I think this upcoming year is going to be the year of the horse for the Chinese calendar, which is another like crazy goated realization. I think, wasn't Baiju released during the year of the snake as well? Hoyoverse is so in their bag, bro. They're goated, man. Holy shit. But yeah, crazy Anecdote reveal here. And I am so excited to see what they're gonna do moving forward. Ah, so good. Okay,
should not be exposed to such nonsensical stories.
All right, chat, give me a second. 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay, we're gonna run a 2-minute ad, and then we're gonna start the lore reading. I just wanted to get those 2 anecdotes out of the way. I also have to use the restroom. So I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we are gonna start. There's no other anecdotes, right? Okay, yeah, we're good. All right. God, these are such great sitting locations just to chit-chat. Unfortunately, this lady's gonna be like talking her ear off right next to me with her NPC quotes. So I think I'm gonna come and sit over here instead.
Now where in the world did I put that book?
Unfortunately, you can still hear her. Lady, this is a library. Keep quiet.
Now, where in the world did I put that book?
Okay. Oh, you know what's funny? She's like, oh, where did I put that book? I wonder if it's the Hymn of the Far North. Because I think that's where the book was when I first got it. It was like in that area. And I just yoink mine now. So I think that's kind of funny.
Now, where in the world did I put that book?
Turn NPC voices off? I can't because we're reading Lauma's lore, which includes her voice lines. Also, this is just for right now. When we read the lore, we're gonna go into the menu anyway, so it's not that big a deal.
Hello again.
Alright, I will be right back.
Now, where in the world did I put that book? Put that book. Now, where in the world did I put that book? Now, where in the world did I put that book? Now, where in the world did I put that book?
Right back.
Now, where in the world did I put that book?
Lady, I took your book. Shut up. Yeah, my bad. I should have at least paused it or something. Okay. Really quick, quality check. How does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. Also, if you guys are on YouTube, please be sure to thumbs up the video. It does help out with the algorithm, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys haven't already. But let's see. Okay, we are going to be starting. Okay. Actually, I'm already recording, so that's great. All right, say hi to the VOD watchers, chat. Someone really said, how many moons are there in the sky? God damn it. What's the first book you're reading? We're not reading a book right now. And also, there's only one book in Nod-Krai, and it's the Hymns of the Far North. But we're starting with Lauma's lore reading first. Alright. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. This is going to be my attempt at cleaning up the last bit of content in Genshin prior to the release of Luna version 3. We're at the tail end of Luna version 2 right now. I have finished all content in the game. I've 100%ed all areas. I've finished all 4 Archon quests. I've done all of the world quest content. We've done all of the limited events that have come out over the course of the patch. I've checked out Astral Wonderland, and prior to the Act 5 and 6 Archon quests, along with the Durin story quest and everything we're getting next patch, I'm finally sitting down, literally sitting my butt down in the Frostmoon Scions, because we are going to be going through a bunch of character lore, weapons, artifacts, and books for Nod-Krai Lore Reading. This is going to be the first instance of it. This is probably going to encompass the Lauma lore reading, potentially, like her lore as well as her voice lines. And then we're going to get into some of the flavor text, some of the artifacts, and like extended material, like the, I think, weapon ascension materials and stuff like that, the talent materials regarding the Frostmoon Scions. And we're going to be basically kind of going into this for the next couple of videos, featuring Lauma and Flynn's and the Frostmoon Scions and the Lightkeepers and this this pretty intensive lore book that we're going to be checking out as well. And just wrapping up all lore that we have so far for Nod-Krai before Luna 3. And then after that, I'll basically be caught up with everything because we don't have any other like region expansions or anything like that. So with all that said, gamers, we are going to just jump right in. I was planning on skipping Lauma when the game first came out, like when Nod-Krai first released. I even said, like, when they first showed the trailers, I was like, I'm gonna skip Lauma. I got her. I'm gonna skip Nefer. I was like, I'm gonna skip Nefer, I'm gonna skip Lauma, I'm gonna skip Yahoda, and things did not go according to plan, and that is because I am a fan of lore. And so I you know, it's much easier to have it on my account than to go looking for it. I do want to give a big shout out, and I'll give a shout out again when we get to that point. But before I forget, because I don't know if it's going to be mentioned or featured or anything, but I want to give a shout out to Jabril, as well as Hollygrammed, 2 people in my community. I don't know if they're in the chat right now, but these 2 people let me go on their accounts to take screenshots of weapons that I don't have on my account, so I can still kind of feature it in the same format that I usually do for weapons and artifacts and stuff like that, or weapons primarily. I didn't get Lauma's weapon, I didn't get Nefer's weapon, I didn't get any of the new 4-star weapons that they dropped, like the Frostmoon Scion weapons. I didn't get those, I only have the sword. So, so they kind of helped me out by letting me have the weapon lore and like screenshot stuff. So when we get to the new stuff that I don't have, we're going to change the format a little bit, but I'm going to make sure it's featured on screen so you guys can see it properly. But yeah, so I just want to give a shout out to them, and we have a special feature for when we do the Luna Arcana cards as well, so I hope you guys look forward to that. Anyways, with all that said, we're going to be checking out Lauma's lore as well as her voice lines, get a little bit more of an understanding of her position as a Frostmoon priestess or a Frostmoon Scion priestess, and maybe some deeper lore and history on the Frost Moon Scions. I'm also interested to learn a little bit more about her moon wheel specifically, because we got a lot of information on the moon wheels from Anefa, so I'm interested. Anyways, let us begin. We have Lauma, birthday March 1st, affiliated with the Frost Moon Scions with a Dendro moon wheel. A maiden blessed by moonlight and the grove alike. Hope born to the Frost Moon Scions. Alrighty, I have no idea how long these are going to be, but let us see. Character details. When night falls, the Frost Moon Scions dwell within a tower. At the top of this tower is a seemingly unchanging full moon, and at its base is the soil of Hisi Island. Its walls are made of white moonlight, allowing any to pass through. Oh, how gentle the moon goddess is. Even if not all should believe in her, even if not all should know of her, she spreads her grace without reserve. Thus spoke the old priestess of the Frost Moon Scions. As those words hung in the air, the sounds of lowered voices praying could be heard, but Lauma's was not among them. She gazed at the full moon in silence, her eyes fixed upon it alone, like the most devout of believers. She was undoubtedly in this tower as well, having grown up and lived here since birth. Sorry, let me read that again. She was undoubtedly in this tower as well, having grown up and lived here since birth in this spire built by the moon, its light, and the adherents of its deity. She continued gazing at the full moon in the sky, thinking that perhaps there was truth in the saying, humans could never build a tower to reach the heavens. I mean, if they tried, that shit would get shot down instantaneously, which is why they probably instead decided to build a city underground closer to the abyss than the heavenly principles, which is kind of crazy. So I wonder if that's a Tower of Babel reference. Very interesting character details there. Yeah, so that kind of lines up with like the religious ideology and mindset of like the Frost Moon Scions and their worship of the moon goddess and all that other stuff. So interesting. Oh my gosh, this is pretty lengthy. Okay, let's get it, gamers. Character story 1. She descended when late spring's first full moon hung in the sky. Trees and flowers grew in response to her first cry. Laugh now, dance now, as the newborn moon chanter weeps. For her horns and blood are bathed in moonlight, for beneath the moon goddess's gaze shall she sleep. Lauma closed the Frost Moon Scion's journal. She always found herself unconsciously turning the page that recorded her birth. Oh, interesting. Trying to feel the joy of the faithful through the yellowed pages. Through the yellowed notes. Just as geniuses often emerge from among common stock, Lauma, an extraordinary being, was born to an ordinary Frost Moon Scion couple. According to records, her eyes were like the moontide. Her antlered crown grew under the moonlight, and her silver blood flowed like the moon's reflection in water. A miracle bestowed upon the faithful by the moon goddess. At the fringe of the world, among the Frost Moon Scions, who had seemingly become forgotten by time itself, Lauma became a beacon of hope, timely yet untimely. The overjoyed followers took her as proof that their moon goddess had not abandoned them, and she became a living symbol. I see. Few are chosen at birth to succeed the title of Moon Chanter, and as a Frost Moon Scion herself, Lauma should have rejoiced regarding this responsibility as a supreme honor. Just as it was written in the next passage of the journal, yes, the very words Lauma had committed to memory. Sweetly shall she sleep beneath the moon goddess's gaze, and when the moon slumbers and the sun rises, she shall speak to the supreme Frost Moon goddess. Yeah. So she was destined for greatness. Her blood is, I guess, stronger, more pure. And, you know, that kind of reflects in her advanced antlers and like her potent, like the potency of her silver blood. And yeah, she was kind of like a blessing, like a miracle onto the Frost Moon Scions, especially with everything that happened with Hyperborea and like that threading, fading bloodline of theirs. So the fact that that bloodline kind of held strong and is found to be kind of found its strength in Lauma is pretty interesting, considering everything we know about that. All right, character story 2. If one was born early enough, lived long enough, and one's forbidden memories weren't erased by more transcendent beings, oh my god, they, excuse me, they would surely remember, oh, kind of like, okay, so basically, if your mind wasn't warped and destroyed by the heavenly principles like the Seelie, yeah, so they're talking about, like, if you've lived long enough and your memories weren't wiped, okay, if one was born early enough, lived long enough, and one's forbidden memories weren't erased by the heavenly principles, they would surely remember, and such beings do exist in Teyvat. Sheesh. That before the War of Funerary Flame, the 3 moon goddesses who served in Nibelung once coexisted harmoniously with the principles of Celestia for a time. Wow. Coexisted. Interesting. So this was obviously this was while Nibelung was gone, but I think after Fanes like overthrew and took over. Wow, this is so cool. The 3 moon goddesses, Arya, Sana, and Canon, who served Nibelung, once coexisted harmoniously with the principles of Celestia for a time. Oh my god, this is crazy, bro. This is ancient Teyvat lore. Of course, if one were to inquire about this matter with Celestia, the high heavens might respond with ambiguity. The 3 moons were once satellites that guarded Teyvat, and the Moon Sisters were executors of the planet's will. Bro, what is this passage? Celestia's principles were once quite tolerant, not necessarily required the exclusion of those divergent from itself. For the 3 moon goddesses, their sole duty was to maintain the planet's existence and operation. Yes, so Dragon King Nibelung created the 3 moons to govern the world in his stead and appointed the 3 moon sisters to watch over each moon while he was gone. So they were kind of like the admins of the system, and the system were the moons essentially. That is so crazy that we're getting this in Lauma's lore. The 3 moon goddesses, their sole duty was for the 3 moon goddesses, their sole duty was to maintain the planet's existence and operation. And so the moonlight continued to illuminate the land of Teyvat. Alas, even they, who kept to themselves, could not remain uninvolved. Inevitably, conflicts between those in power would affect some of those who were subordinate to them. If any survivors of bygone golden Hyperborea yet endured to the present day, they would surely have many tales to tell. But alas, the Frost Moon Scions do not understand their ancestors' grievances. They could now only pray to the bright moon in vain. Bro, what is this passage, bro? This shit's talking about the angels and the Moon Sisters and the 3 moons and actually dropping Dragon King Nibelung's name, which I don't think that's happened since Nahida's second story quest, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if they've ever verbally said written down like Nibelung's name before this. And it's funny that it's another Dendro character given all of that. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess the Sacred Mountain quest, but even then, the Sacred Mountain quest, I don't think they said Nibelung. I think they it was like a descriptor, but I don't think they ever said Nibelung. I could be wrong though. I'd have to, it's been a while. I have to double check. But I remember they would be like, oh, the winged one would be proud of you or something like that. I think that's the only time they ever really said that. But that, like, seeing Nibelung's name here is crazy. All right, let's see. In this, Lauma was relatively fortunate. Even among blind believers, she did not know anything of the above. And she could nonetheless sense keenly that the full moon in the sky was bright, yet lifeless. So she knew, she could feel it in her silver blood that the moon in the sky was a fake. And like, obviously that played into, you know, her role during the Archon quest as well, where she was like, I don't know, man, we've been kind of worshiping the wrong moon. And so things were amiss even for them. She did not know anything of the above, but she could sense nonetheless sense keenly that the full moon in the sky was bright yet lifeless. Rather, the tides that truly moved her heart and caused her antler crown to grow were somewhat further away, beyond her reach, beyond the firmament. This feeling had troubled her for a long time, and like how one might feel if made to pray to an apple painted on canvas, beseeching it to satisfy their hunger, she was ever restless. Fortunately, this question was now answered at last. Although the sky had suddenly become fake, she had confirmed the authenticity of her senses. She had never thought ignorance to be a good thing, even if the truth was more unsettling. Life could never be lived entirely for one as one wished. Indeed, life itself was born of contradictions, but at least it need not be tainted by lies and concealment. AKA, the truth will set you free. No matter how bad the truth is, it's better to accept the truth than accept lies and falsehoods. So that false sky has been lying to everybody. And despite its intentions, I just feel like the false sky, if the false sky gets destroyed, I really don't think that bodes well for the people of Teyvat. Especially when you think about the fact that, so this is a headcanon of mine, but I wonder if the Abyss is outer space. Like, any space outside of Teyvat is the Abyss. So the Abyss is like surrounding the planet, right? The dark space, the dark confines, the dark void of space, I think is the Abyss. And so the Abyss is like surrounding Teyvat. And what's really interesting about that is, so first off, Sertology, he's goated as fuck. He's like the strongest being in the world in like the freaking known lore of the game besides maybe the Heavenly Principles. He's one with the Abyss. He can live in that shit. He can like go out into space and, you know, do all of that nonsense. What's really interesting is that Skirk was able to travel to Teyvat from her world, but we do know that her people have the ability to adapt to any type of energy. So even if outer space is the Abyss, her being able to travel through it to Teyvat makes sense because she has a natural adaptability to like energy and stuff like that. So she wouldn't be like corrupted or tainted by it. And even then, she's also kind of one with the Abyss a little bit because of Sertology. So, and we're like, even the Conria lore talked about like there are like little rifts where like the Abyss are always trying to get through the false sky into Teyvat through like rifts and stuff like that. I don't know, man. Even if the false sky is fake, I feel like it's doing more good than harm in it being fake. Because I don't even know if you can survive outside of Teyvat. Based on the lore, it seems like everything in the universe is like crashing out and dying, and like Teyvat is the only like safe haven for humanity. And that's also going off of wherever the hell Fanes came from. You know, because Fanes came from somewhere, found refuge on this planet, and like kind of overtook it from the dragons, but like from what and why? Was he also running from the Abyss? You know, it's hard to tell. I have no idea. But I do think like it's so interesting. It's so interesting to think about the implications that everyone's like, oh, we got to destroy the false guy. And now we kind of have to for Columbina's sake. And so it might be like a double-edged sword. But I think it's really, really interesting. Yeah, and when you think about the travelers too, they came here on a spaceship. So they were like safeguarded from outer space as well, and like whatever's out there. You know, Nibelung knew about forbidden knowledge and the abyss because of the Voyager. And so I don't know. It's so fascinating. This is I love this lore. I'm so excited to see where it goes. But yeah, Lauma realized that shit was fake news. All right. Character story 3. Lauma once set some precepts for herself that might these might seem irrational to others, so for the longest time she never mentioned them to anyone. She believed that she must never lie. Silence too was an answer in the face of uncertainty, but one must never fabricate facts to fashion peace papered over. I love that. Holy shit, that was such a great... But one must never fabricate facts to fashion peace papered over. What a sick line. Holy shit. That is cinema. This was especially so for a moon chanter, one whose every word the believers all too easily took for truth. Thus, lying was an unforgivable sin. But was praying to a false moon in the sky a lie in itself? She could not be sure of that, and this again left her feeling restless. She resolved that she must never give herself to wrath. The maiden of the grove was to be gentle and loving, just as the frost moon's goddess was. The lake's light beneath the moon was free of ripples. Had the goddess's envoys any right to be angry? The tides of Kuvaki often disturbed her peace of mind, yes, but surely a leader worth their salt must learn to control their emotions. Yet some emotions did not arise from the tidal motions. She was not given to shouting or crying out in rage, but was giving her foes a wrathing anger? Yeah, but was giving her foes a thrashing anger. So basically so this is kind of like expressing how like she can't like give into her emotions and like crash the fuck out, right? But she can harness that energy and kind of direct it towards her foes. For example, how she basically pulled up to the Fatui and was like, "We will draw a line in the sand with your blood if you keep fucking around." So she can threaten her foes. Like that's like a controlled form of emotion, so that's allowed. So I like how that kind of was put into practice during the Archon quest. She rubbed her fingers together somewhat nervously. With whom could she consult on this matter? She told herself that she must never change. Over countless years of evolution, the Frostmoon Scions had drifted far from their golden era. Any fluctuations now could snap that precariously perched branch. This was especially so when the faithful viewed her, once born special, as their hope.
You call me friend.
Oh.
Am I really your friend?
Pearl, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for subbing with your one and only Twitch Prime. We appreciate it. Big W's in the chat. Let's see. I lost my place. Hold on. She maintained the okay. She had to maintain the image. She had to maintain an image befitting a moon chanter. Yet she had revealed the truth about the moon and the sky to everyone. Okay, so I assume some of these were locked during the Archon quest, right? Because, right, it's mentioning now how she like revealed the truth and she gave it out to everyone. Because some of these are obviously unlocked through friendship level, but I think some of these were probably locked during the Archon quest. Yet she had already revealed the truth about the moon and the sky to everyone. This time, she needed no consultation to know that change had begun. Sorry, let me read that again. This time, she needed no consultation to know that change had already begun. At this point, all three precepts now seemed meaningless. Thus, Lauma finally let her guard down, and one night, she confided these unspeakable matters to her animal friends. As she expected, the little animals warmly welcomed her, and as usual, they all chattered away about life, especially her life. True friends they proved indeed, first affirming her honesty and reliability, then praising her gentle and caring nature, and finally declaring that Lauma had always been this way, and had indeed remained unchanged. Hearing this made her quite happy, but she then grew increasingly embarrassed, and came to wish she had 2 extra legs to run away immediately. Finally, a little cat, Hoyoverse loves their cats, guys. Finally, a little cat who would often play in Nashatown concluded, it's Ashru. Okay, that makes sense. If I, Ashru, had to point out any problems, I'd say it, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Your issue is that you're too stubborn. Oh yes, her and Nefer butt heads a lot because of that, for better or for worse. But yeah, I love this passage. This is such a great like breakdown of Lauma's character. And when you think about it too, like these precepts she set for herself kind of reminded me of like the freaking holy doctrine of the Hyperboreans, where they were like, we can't marry outside of our race, we can't marry people that aren't of our bloodline, we can't procreate with people outside our bloodline, etc., etc. So like she's kind of like eased up a bit from like the strict harshness of like her ancestors and whatnot. But yeah, these precepts kind of reminded me of like personal versions of that for her, which is very in character with you know, the whole religious aspect of the Frostmoon Scions. All right, character story 4. Lauma once proceeded over an engagement ceremony. This ceremony boasted 3 attendees: a young adventurer whom sometimes helped out at the flagship tavern, a young woman of the Frostmoon Scions who had planned to leave Nod-Krai with him, and the Moon Chanter who had mysteriously appeared in their tavern room. There the 3 of them stood, staring at each other. Okay, was she like... don't you have to have somebody... I forgot what they're called, like what their official title is, but don't you need someone to like certify like the marriage? I forgot what they're called. I have never been to a wedding, so I actually don't know. Officiant? Is that what they're called? An officiate.
Hello.
Okay, I guess that's what she's standing in as, because yeah, I knew that there's somebody, they're in the middle, they're between them two, they're like, do you take this person? Like, I just don't know what they're called. So yeah. The 3 of them stood, staring at each other. For a time, no one spoke. The man pulled a handkerchief from his pocket with trembling hands, handing it to the nervous young woman to wipe the sweat from her brow. Lauma turned out to be the most composed one in this circumstance. She clearly understood what was happening, but a halting explanation still came spilling from the young woman's lips. I didn't mean to leave without saying goodbye. I left a note under my pillow for... well, not that I have family there anyway, so I might never have seen... so it might have never been seen, but... The young man also hurried to add one assurance. I'll take good care of her, and I'll bring her back often to visit her friends. I'm not some irresponsible Look, I'm even proposing to her. Lauma looked at their clasped hands and matching rings on their finger with furrowed brows. Oh gosh. The young woman started sweating again, seemingly ready to grab her fiancé and make a run for it. But Lauma stood at the doorway. Her impressive height, horns included, barred the doorway as well as any steel-wrought portcullis. Lauma thought for a while before finally speaking, just as the 2 of them had considered leaping through the window. Jesus Christ. Firstly, I know you 2 have been seeing each other for some time now. Secondly, I never said you could not leave. Thirdly, one must have a ceremony to go with an engagement, so please wait here. I will get things ready. Huh? Within half an hour, she had gathered everything needed for just such an engagement. This is so sweet. She's like, you can't just go off and get married. You got to do it the right way. And so I'm going to let you do it the right way, and I'm going to be a part of it. That is so awesome. Within half an hour, she had gathered everything needed for such an engagement ritual, including somehow obtaining nocturnal blossoms, which should only bloom at 3 in the morning, and in crammed guest rooms with half-packed luggage still scattered around, conducted a complete engagement ceremony with that fully adhered to the Frost Moon Scion's customs, with Lauma playing all of the relevant roles: master of ceremonies, bride's family member, and ecclesiast. I think that's how you say that. When all was said and done, the young woman heaved a sigh of relief. So you were concerned about the ritual, Lady Lauma. I must say, you're quite, that's literally what Asher said. Yeah, I must say, you're quite, stubborn in the most unexpected ways. Am I being stubborn? Lauma tilted her head, somewhat confused. This is something that must be done. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Sir, please, leave your name, family name, middle name, as well as your fixed address. I will need to send you our sacramental, victuals. Wow, this was so sweet. I really like this. Yeah, she is kind of stubborn. She's like, no, no, no. We gotta do it by the book. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right, I gotta keep things up to code. And it wasn't even for her. It was just for, you know, this Frost Moon Scion member and their to be. That is, I think that's very in character for her. She's like, no, it's gonna bother me. It's gonna keep me up at night if I know that they got married and they didn't do it officially. I have to do something. All right, character story 5. Lauma once presided over a funeral. Oh my god, man. Funerals, marriages, good lord. Lauma once presided over a funeral. The deceased was quite the long-lived elder, having spent 102 years on this harsh, cold land. Jesus. Smiling with wrinkles gathered at the corner of her eyes, seemingly never changing. Thus had Lauma always remembered her. In the days following her ascension to Moonchanter, Lauma had learned much knowledge from this elder. Oh, I wonder if this elder was the previous Moonchanter. I'm not sure. In the days following her ascension to Moonchanter, Lauma had learned much knowledge from this elder. In the final night before the old dame's departure, she had quietly kept vigil at the woman's bedside. According to the teachings of the Frost Moon Scions, death is not the end, as life is a constant flux. Friends and family simply return to nature when the time is right, and they shall surely reunite in the future. To fall asleep in peace under the pure moonlight was considered the highest blessing the Frost Moon Scions could bestow. It should have been just such a night of serenity, the moonlights shining overhead as it had for years unnumbered, the birds and beasts holding silent reverence, until the elderly matron softly spoke. Lady Moonchanter, the moon goddess doesn't... Oh shit. Was not expecting that. Lady Moonchanter, the moon goddess doesn't really exist, does she? There was no question in truth. This was no question in truth. From the elder's steady tone, she seemed to have already concluded this to be fact. For 102 years, the moon goddess had never once answered her prayers. Many thoughts crossed Lauma's mind at once. She thought of the giant statue in the light-bathed platform. She thought of that young woman who looked exactly like the statue. She wanted to say, "No, ma'am, the moon goddess truly exists, just not in the way everyone had imagined." The moon goddess appeared just to be a person. The moon goddess appears to be just... Sorry. The moon goddess appears to just be a person like you. And she spent these 102 years living through lonely, cold nights just as you have. It's all right. You need not answer. As Lauma hesitated, the elder gently shook her head. Whether the moon goddess is unwilling to appear or simply doesn't exist, the passage of time remains unaffected. We Frost Moon Scions can live just fine on our own, can't we? The elder held Lauma's hand ever so gently, as though she was the one who needed comfort. Aww. So unfurrow your brow and smile, Lady Moonchanter. You have done very well. There's no need to grieve over anyone's absence. Death may bring forth anger, but anger too is in vain. Lauma could not help but smile, even as she held the old woman's hand in turn. So she waited, waiting for the painless and peaceful slumber to carry the elder back to the warm sea of life, where at its center, 3 full moons must surely be reflected. I really, really liked this. It's so... It feels so real. Like, this is like a part of her life, and I don't know. I don't know how to put my finger on it. It's just a very it's such a genuine moment for her, or a genuine moment featuring Lauma. 07s to the elder. I think she did a lot in this moment. I feel like she was like sensing a lot of the stress that Lauma carries, and she was like, hey, you don't have to worry about the moon. You don't have to worry about the moon goddess not being around. We're doing just fine without her, and you're doing a great job too. You know, because she's always uneasy. She's like, oh man, I think about the moon. It keeps me up at night. I think about the false sky. It keeps me up at night. What do I tell the people? And so I like that. Even in her final moment, she was like, let me do something to ease your burden, you know? She was the one on her deathbed giving comfort to someone who's going to be living a lot longer after she's gone. So I really appreciated this this passage here. Oh, interesting. Okay, we have Paper Star. Lauma learned how to fold paper stars from the young children of the Frost Moon Scions, who had learned it from outside Hisi Island in turn. The children were particularly enthusiastic about teaching something to the powerful Moonchanter. They took the initiative to cut out colorful strips of paper and even bring out some large glass jars. The lady in town told us not to be the lady in town told us not to get greedy and make the stars too big, or they'll collapse inward super easy, 'cause there's nothing in the middle, the little girl said with a grin. Especially this lady with the oh, Yehoda. Especially that lady with the metal arm. She flattened those stars without even trying. Okay, so I wonder if the lady was Lauma. I'm sorry, Nefer and Yehoda. Lauma listened with exceptional attentiveness, working both quickly and well. She placed her own folded stars together with the children's in the same jar, and suddenly that dull glass jar came alive with activity. Given her current status and age, it might seem childish for her to be absorbed with such small arts and crafts. But then again, none had called her too mature when she read voluminously as a child either. And so she hurried peacefully with the children in the corner of the room, folding 3 whole jars worth of paper stars. Huh, that's cute. I like this. So she's great with the kids too. She's got some whimsy to her too. She's not like this hard-ass Moonchanter like the ones in the past that we've read about. So interesting. Paper stars. I'm not gonna lie, guys, this does remind me of Simulanka. I had to say it. Alright, they got the paper forest, the paper frogs, the paper everything, god damn it. So the paper star, I mean, the stars in the sky weren't made of paper, but I mean, if it was in the stars in the Forest of Blessing, the stars above the Forest of Blessing, wouldn't be surprised if they were made out of paper, just saying. Anyways, let us wrap this up. We have the Moon Wheel. Lauma, okay, so this is interesting too, because I assume a Moon Wheel is just based on, like, you got this because it's been around for as long as the original prototypes of Visions were around, right? Like the OG Visions. And so I wonder how she came about receiving hers or getting hers or it being granted to her or whatever. So, Moon Wheel. Let me get a sip of water. Actually, I've been yapping. All right. Moon Wheel. Lauma was very thankful for the existence of moon wheels and was delighted to have one. But in truth, it troubled her quite a bit that she couldn't remember. Yeah, guys, all that information that I was hoping that we'd get, apparently she doesn't remember. God damn it. All right. But in truth, it troubled her quite a bit that she couldn't remember how she had obtained hers. Awesome. Grandma Soraka said that her moon wheel had fallen out of her dwaddling clothes. Although her parents' memories were a bit hazy on the matter, being overwhelmed by the arrival of their newborn at the time, they confirmed this account. I wonder if her moon wheel was, like, bestowed at her birth, you know? I wonder if that was the case. If she were to tell others about her troubles, she could surely be, they would surely be confused. Wasn't having a moon wheel since birth a good thing? Oh, okay, so it was from birth. Okay, well, yeah, she did say it was in the swaddled cloth, so I guess, like, the cloth that they wrap the babies in. So I guess that makes sense. If she were to tell others about her troubles, they would surely be confused. Wasn't having a moon wheel since birth a good thing? Was that, what was there to worry about anyways? It seemed that besides her, no one found anything wrong with one appearing next to a baby. A miracle worked. That is interesting though, because, like, we don't necessarily know the criteria of being given a vision, and I assume it's the same for a moon wheel, maybe a little different, but, like, maybe it's because her connection to the moon and because she's got the silver blood, maybe that was like, okay, you are just the chosen one at this point. Wasn't having a moon... Okay, let's see. It seemed that besides her, no one found anything wrong with one appearing next to a baby. A miracle happened to a moonchanter. Isn't that just normal? Lauma found herself at a loss for words. How natural and human it was to want to know the origins of something, yet despite searching through the entire library's records, she could not find a satisfactory answer. She never let go of this question, so much so that when she later met the Moon Maiden, she couldn't help but ask about this. Kutar's response was exceedingly simple. Oh. That's my Bina. Therefore, the closest explanation still came from Hyperborea. The history of the Golden Realm was long indeed, and could even be traced back to the era when 3 moons rose in the skies. They learned to use the lunar tides to power their magics, but were in turn affected by those same ebbs and flows. And some of them thus had horns crowned akin to deer antlers growing from their heads. Yeah. So they were, like, imbued with the magic of the moonlight more directly, and I guess that's what caused their, like, transformations, if you will. However, had moon wheels even existed in the world back then? Wait, let me read that again. However, had moon wheels even existed in the world back then? No. This only came about after Fanes pulled up and, like, repurposed the moons, I guess. Lauma frowned in contemplation and indeed must have accidentally started talking to herself, prompting a passing child to say loudly, "Lady Lauma, did your horns grow so long because you have a moon wheel?" Her frown only deepened. Well, I suppose... I'm sorry. I don't know. Disappointing children was something she wished never to do if she could help it. But surprisingly, the little one did not seem discouraged by not getting an answer to his question. Oh, he said. Oh my god, just like Bina. Oh, he said, as if sudden realization had dawned. Could you have gotten the Moonwheel because you have the longest horns? Oh, how Lauma wanted to accept this answer from the bottom of her heart at that moment. How clever it was. This cycle of cause and effect had shuttled from front to back, then back to front, which seemed to explain, or rather, gloss over so many questions. Then, she suddenly stopped herself from falling into the trap of lies. Perhaps this, then, was the purpose of the Moonwheel. A symbol, to her, of vigilance, restraint, and responsibility. So she held that puzzling Moonwheel in her palms, silently reciting the 3 precepts in her heart once more. Holy shit, guys. That is such a cool connection to her, like, motivations and what kind of keeps her grounded as a moon chanter and as a person. She's like, oh man, this Moonwheel has so many unanswered questions. People are asking me for answers, and I kind of just want to give them an answer. But I realize that I have my precepts, my 3 truths that I must never break. And so I'm going to use this Moonwheel to remind me of myself and remind me of the things that I need to keep true and grounded. I love how, and in turn, that is a Samsara because her precepts are in play. The Moonwheel challenges those precepts, but also reinforces them, and it keeps her the same. I love that. That is so good. Wow, Lauma's a great character, man. I mean, that was already the case for the Archon Quest, but her lore really does give you like the true depth of her character. And yeah, I have so much more respect for her now that I've read these. Like, holy shit. All right, let's check this out.
Open your eyes. My name is Lauma, and here in the stillness of these woods, the light of the frost moon shines down generously on all. The gaze of the heavens will fall on you.
The gaze!
Now, close your eyes. You are no longer lost.
Yeah, whenever I hear the gaze, I automatically think of the meme.
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, still the moon shines its light upon you. If ever you find that the animals in Nod-Krai behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain.
I used to be terrified of the gaze. Yeah, that's Farina's line, right? Like, isn't that a line from Farina? The gaze of all of Natlan.
Have you decided where you will go from here?
Oh, hold on.
If ever you find that the animals in Nod-Krai behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain.
I don't know if I did that one already, but blame the gaze, okay? They distracted me.
Have you decided where you will go from here? If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while? The season of verdure draws near once again. Gone in a flash, a light harder to grasp even than that of the moon.
Ooh, I like that one. I don't think I've heard that one, actually. It very rarely rains in Nod-Krai. I mean, I guess you would only hear it if you're... Actually, you know what the reason is? I'm rarely... After I did the puzzles in that freaking area where it's always raining, I never go there. I fucking hate that spot. That spot is so annoying. But I guess that's why I rarely hear this quote, because I'm never in that area after I did the puzzles.
I heard that you're not supposed to stare at bright white surfaces for too long.
Oh!
Is that really true?
Oh, snow.
It's so beautiful. I can't look away.
Yeah. I didn't realize how blinding snow is when it's like, it literally is just like, it's working against you when it's on the ground and it's bright as hell out and it's sunny. Like, you're just constantly getting flashbanged.
When Nefer told me about this place, I could hardly imagine it. But here I am, seeing it with my own 2 eyes.
Oh my god. Yeah, Game Prodigy in the chat, a deer in the headlights. Yeah, that's actually so funny. That's so fucking funny. That's so clever, dude. Yeah, she's like, she's blinded by the white snow because she's a deer. Oh, that is so good.
Good morning. Come night or day, may the moonlight connect us. Oh, I must have drifted off. Sorry. If you need anything, please ask. The moonlight is so calm tonight. Join me for a walk in the woods.
Oh. Into the woods.
The stars above have bidden each other good night. Now it falls to us to do the same. A doctrine without laws is but a book of tricks. And a leader without conscience is a false god.
Oh!
Wherever communities of people gather, rules are needed. Even for the Frost Moon Scions, who share a common faith. Rules are indispensable to guide them.
Damn, bro. A leader without conscience is a false god. First off, low-key shade thrown at Scaramouche there. Mr. False God. But also, I'm wondering if that's like shots fired at like the Heavenly Principles, right? Like Fanes. I'm like, there's a lot going on in Teyvat, and it seems like they're just like, I don't mind. Just turn a blind eye. I don't know, man.
As the Moon Chanter, I am supposed to...
I mean, realistically, if you think about it, they're not really a god. They're just like an alien, right? Like what is a god when in that regard anyway? You know, like they're not even of this planet. They're just on like a different level than anyone here because of wherever they come from or whatever, however they were created or whatever the case. They're just like a super powerful alien. They're hardly a god.
As the Moon Chanter, I am supposed to listen while my flock shares their woes, then soothe their troubled minds. But I seem to spend most of my time listening to the chatter of the animals instead.
Aw. Yeah, someone in chat said gods are aliens, so maybe that's the case. Maybe gods are aliens.
Perhaps fate ordained that our paths would cross, just as it ensures that every stream in the forest finds its way to the sea. Trees send roots down deep into the earth, towards the unfathomable abyss, while their branches climb up towards the stars far beyond the sky. May our future, too, provide endless room to grow.
At Astra Abyssosk. Yeah, it's a little bit about Irminsul there, it seems like.
This is a sign of the god's mercy, which is allegedly a measure of human aspiration. Why allegedly? Well, because there's no way to verify it.
Allegedly, yeah. Guys, yeah, it's like, what's the price of these moon wheels and visions, you know? Allegedly, they're helping us out. Allegedly. Did I mention that word? Allegedly? That's the word of the day, by the way, guys.
Place a dish beneath the moon and fill it with water.
Bruh.
Then tell it all your joys and sorrows. If a reflection of the moon appears on the water's surface, you have the moonlight's blessing.
Oh, that's interesting. Wait, hold on. What?
Place a dish beneath the moon and fill it with water. Then tell it all your joys.
Oh, that's cool.
If a reflection of the moon appears on the water's surface, you have the moonlight's blessing.
But, like, hold on. Is that cope? Isn't that cope, though? Because, like, wouldn't there always be a reflection of the moon? Is she basically trying to say, like, hey, your woes are gone? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that seems like superstition. The moon is fake, though, so does that moon even reflect in the water? I have no idea. But that does sound like a little cope. At first, I was like, oh, that sounds cool. And then I was like, wait a minute. Isn't the moon always reflected in the water's surface? I don't know, man.
You want to know what the animals think of you?
Think positive.
That tale is one that would take many moons to tell.
Oh, damn, the animals are talking shit? Okay, I'm very interested about what she thinks of other characters.
It's not unusual to come across prosthetically augmented people in Nod-Krai, but a wholly mechanical person, from the inside out, is quite a different story. And yet, she has far more humanity than many of the errant souls out there.
Yeah.
She's gentle, kind, and full of curiosity. You could say she's as human as can be.
Guys, I would literally be the... I literally think that, like, if robots... If robots became like androids and became became self-aware and had sentience, I would literally treat them like anybody else. Like, I literally think that's what it all comes down to. Like, any form of life. Gentle, kind, curious, and I don't know. Like, I think I see the humanity in everything, even things that aren't human. And so I think that's why Anefa is such a, like, when you think about it, it's like I don't really care that she's not human, because she possesses those same qualities that I would want everyone to have. And the best part about it was that she was created by Aino, so I think that, you know, that just goes to show. I think Anefa is like a equally. I think Anefa equally just showcases Aino as a person, and like her heart and the goodness of her, and you know, and everything that we've known about them too. But yeah, I love Anefa for that. I love a lot of the characters. Like, I just uploaded my Men of Lythan book, and obviously now we know that was kind of like an allegory for you know, the city of Tallinn and the dragons and stuff. But like, that question of like, what does it mean to be human? I feel like that's like an overarching theme in Genshin when you think of humanity, when you think of like what it means to be human, and like all of these different aspects: the abyss, humanity, dragons, androids, right? Like synthetic people, like the Fatui and Sandrone and Aino, like, and Anefa and stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's just really cool to just treat everything the way you want to be treated. An animal, a person, a robot, doesn't matter. If they can think for themselves, if they can think and feel, I feel like it's important to, the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. So, yeah, I love this so much. All right, chat, really quick. We're going to run a 3-minute ad so you guys don't get any ads during the content. I have been going for a minute. I didn't realize this was good. Well, I mean, we also did the, we did a little bit of, we did a little bit of the anecdotes at the start, so. All right, sit tight. Has he done Flynn's yet? No, I haven't. I have not done Flynn's yet. He's on the list, though. We'll get to him eventually. Ugh. Yeah, I just realized they probably can't hear me. Yeah, it's the same thing with HSR, too. HSR, like, with Amphorius, like, same exact thing. I cried for data. You know? So. I mean, they humanized that data, so it was a little different, but you know what I mean. Like, deeply humanized. Like, I didn't realize what they were at the time. Watching this as I'm doing some writing for Flynn's, his lore is pretty intriguing because of the ambiguity of many of the details. Yeah. I feel like Flynn's is definitely going to have a very, like, how do I say? I don't know. I feel like his lore is definitely going to be a bit playful. Like, you can, like, with a lot of interpretations and whatnot. Compared to, like, Lauma seems very straightforward, very grounded and whatnot, so yeah. Watching this as I trouble a really quick chat. All right, YouTube, Twitch, let me know, what are you guys doing while you're watching or listening to this video or this stream? I might be crazy, guys. I'm the type of person, sometimes I'll just sit here and watch someone do this. Like, I'll just sit. Like, my girlfriend, Cal, says this all that Cal can't just do one thing. She's like, I gotta have something on the TV. I gotta be playing a game. I gotta be listening to this. I gotta, like, she can, like, and it's not even the fact that she's, like, actively doing all these things. It's just, like, she feels like she has to have, like, multiple things going on at once. And sometimes for me, I'm like, Cal, I want to watch a video. The video, it's a video. Especially if there's, like, editing and stuff. Like, I will literally sit there and watch do a singular task from start to finish. Sometimes I don't. Like, if it's more audio dependent, then I'm just like, whatever, I don't need to watch it. But, like, if I'm watching a video, like a game, like a video essay or something like that, like, I like the visuals as much as I like the audio. So some videos, I feel like if it's an opinion piece or something like that, I'll listen to it. But if it's like an essay or like a compilation or something that's like informative, I'll watch it. So yeah, I see a lot of people that were like some people, like someone else was like, hey, I'm watching this while I'm dealing with while I'm troubleshooting my phone with T-Mobile earlier, and I was like, huh. I wonder what everybody's doing right now while they're listening to this, because I've never really asked that before. I'm exactly you. Yeah, sometimes I just want to put on a video and just watch the video. I don't want to be, like, overly stimulated and become, like, numb to, like, what I'm doing in the first place. Oh, no, watching this while I'm sick. Oh, man, I hope you feel better. Ugh. Yeah, it definitely depends on the video. I certainly don't do that for everything. I don't sit there and just watch a video. I'm like, man, I got shit to do. Unfortunately, I've not mastered the art of editing and multitasking. I wish I could do that, but I'm such a stickler for, like, good, clear, like, high-quality audio that, like, I have to, like, listen to my audio when I edit, so I'm not able to, like... The only time that I ever listen to something is if I'm editing something that doesn't require audio. But, for me, I can't edit and do something else. I have to, like, be all in on the edit. But I know some people that are like, yeah, I can listen to music and edit. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. Like, they just split their attention. But yeah. I'm mostly known for being the background audio for many a viewer. Many a commenter has mentioned that, like, oh, I listen to you while I fold my laundry, or I listen to you while I'm cooking dinner, or I listen to you while I'm at work. So I think that's really cool. Some people listen to me when they go to bed, and I'm like, half the time, sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes I'm like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, is the content putting you to sleep? Or is the content putting you to sleep? You know what I mean? It's like, were you already tired and you needed something to listen to fall asleep? Or is the content so boring that you're falling asleep? But yeah, it's funny. It's funny to think about. All right, guys, let us continue. We're going to continue with Ino. Editor, you can cut back in right here. Let us continue.
She is a very precocious child.
I love her.
But fate has not given her an easy ride. Her inventions have helped many people. Nod-Krai should feel honored to count her as one of their own. If she ever wished to come and live among the Frost Moon Scions, I would make sure that all her nutritional needs are met, starting with plenty of fresh fruit, vegetables, and spring water.
Absolutely not. All right, where am I? That's why she would never live here. Are you kidding me? Where's the sugar intake? Where's the crumb cakes? Where's the sweets? Where's the cake and cookies and candy? Yeah, she would die here, guys. I'm calling Child Protective Services. What do you mean you're gonna give her fresh fruit and vegetables? What kind of sick joke is this? Not for my Aino. All right, Aino, get behind me. I'll keep you. I'll keep you safe.
He comes across as very polite and courteous.
Yeah, I know fruit is sweet, but like, Aino wants that. She's eating like a cake a day. All right, fruits aren't gonna get through to that. All right, she needs something more. Vegetable. I don't think I've heard Aino mention once a vegetable. Does she even know what that is? Does she know what that is? I don't know if she knows what that is.
He comes across as very polite and courteous, but for some reason the animals seem to fear him. I will keep my guard up around him.
Uh-oh.
But since I barely know him and have no evidence of wrongdoing, I will also reserve judgment.
Aww.
Whenever he passes by the Frost Moon Enclave, I will share some of the daily harvest with him. What? His name's too long, but otherwise he's fine? Are you sure?
Damn, Aether. Aether's like, yeah, we just call him Flins for short. That shit is his name is doing the most. Yeah, it's the Fae in him, right? It's the Fae, it's the brooding backstory and everything else that comes with that. Yeah, Flynn's got that aura to him, but he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Clearly, we are different people with different ways of doing things, but I have never taken that to mean that we cannot get along. No matter what, the light of the moon will always fall favorably upon her.
Yeah. I feel like Lauma's like, guys, I'm just gonna pick and choose who the moon favors. Nefer, you're favored. You're welcome.
I didn't know much about her before we partnered up to infiltrate the Experimental Design Bureau.
Yeah.
Only that she worked for the Curatorium of Secrets as Nefer's trusted assistant. It can't be easy, being caught between Nefer on the one hand and all manner of clients on the other. I've always wished I could show her some proper Frost Moon Scions hospitality one day.
Aw.
I'm also a little curious to know what Nefer has said to her about me.
Okay. Yehoda! Come on and hang out at the Frost Moon Scion so we can gossip. Tell me what she's been saying behind my back. That's so funny, though. Yeah. I wonder if we can get more anecdotes like that. I would love to see Yehoda hang out at the Frost Moon Scion. She's at the Clink Clank Krumkake craft shop. She's in Nod-Krai. I don't know how many, or she's in Nashatown, rather. I don't know how many anecdotes she has. I just did another one with her today. So, I'm not entirely sure. I have to double check my listings and see how much I have. But, yeah, it'd be cool to see her, like, just chill with Lauma.
As cosmopolitan as Nod-Krai may be, it's rare to see an outsider integrate as readily as he has. There is a natural warmth to the way he treats people.
Hell yeah.
Which I highly admire.
Hell yeah.
I remember the first time we met, he was full of praise for the Frost Moon Scion's delicious food. Oddly enough, I don't recall ever having shared any food with him. And yet I still believe he was being sincere.
Aw. Varka is so awesome, man. I love that man so much. I can't wait for the next patch just because I know he's gonna be in it, and I'm like, whenever he's around, I'm just so happy to be a Mondstatter. I love them. Kutar.
No one teaches a newborn god how to live in harmony with their followers. She must have had a very difficult past. In the hopes of achieving some sort of reconciliation, I made a request of her that must have seemed a little rude. She claims that she prefers living alone, but I still dream of a day that Kutar and the Frostmoon Scions, the moon, and her believers can come together and share a toast.
Maybe during Moon Prayer Night. That's gonna be in the next patch, but God, that would be such a goated finale. Like Columbina being reunited with the Frost Moon beyond the firmament, reinvigorating it, and having that light shine down on Nod-Krai, shine down on the Frost Moon Scions and protect them against whatever the hell's gonna happen with Dottore and Rerir and whatever else they're cooking for Nod-Krai. I think that would be so cinema. Especially if her going through the firmament allows her to, like, reclaim her power that's kind of been sapped from the world. Like, the world's kind of like, her power's getting sapped and it's not coming back to her because the moon is beyond the firmament, so she's not getting replenished. And so I feel like, I don't know, I really don't know what's gonna happen with Bina, but I think I wouldn't mind if she went back to the moon. I just don't want her to die. Like, but I also feel like the moon marrows, right? It's like a Chekhov's gun. They mentioned the 3 moon marrows and that you have to die in order for the moon marrow to be created. And 2 of them exist, and the 3rd one is through her. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but I hope nothing bad happens to her.
Look at the moon. It is always there, ever still and ever silent. In many places, a waning moon is seen as an omen of ill fortune. Perhaps people forget that the moons, too, are the victims of misfortune.
Oh, I like that.
Their destruction was not a fate that they wished upon themselves.
Oh, I love that. God, man, I love how complex this game is. Because, like, that's added... That right there is just added baggage to, like, the whole War of Vengeance and the dragons and the heavenly principles and Fanes and, like, the blame and... I don't know. I just think there's like a little bit of blame to go everywhere. Like everyone, no one's innocent, you know? No one's innocent in this. And I just love how empathetic she is even to the moons and the moon sisters for what happened. Because 2 of them got destroyed. All the sisters are dead. And 2 of the moons got destroyed. Thankfully, the Frost Moon existed to then birth Columbina in the future. You know, so we got Bina out of it. But like at the same time, like a lot of collateral damage.
Sometimes it feels...
Also, I love how they mention that the waning moon is a sense of ill fortune, because isn't that, like, part of, like, the Spiral Abyss's, like, buffs or debuffs? Right? Like, the different phases of the moon?
Sometimes it feels like people expect more godliness from me than the god I represent. Believers seem to have infinite tolerance for unruly or capricious behavior by their god, but not by that same god's emissaries.
Yeah. That is kind of crazy when you think about it. They're like, Lauma, you better be doing the most. Bina, don't worry, you don't have to do anything. You're precious, you're sweet, we love you so much. You want to eat bread and sleep all day? You can do that. Lauma, how dare you? All right? That's crazy.
Fruits start to give off an alcoholic smell when they've been left out for too long. I don't drink, but I always find that scent relaxes me.
Oh my god.
Probably a sign that I shouldn't take up drinking, don't you think?
Oh my god, guys. A part of me is like, man, what I wouldn't give to have Lauma at the Angel Share Tavern. with Kaya, Rosaria. Dude, can you imagine Lauma and Rosaria interacting? That would be hilarious. Drunk Lauma. I thought I'd never see drunk Kazuha, but that happened at one point. That was hilarious too. But yeah, like Lauma, Rosaria, Kaya, Varka, and Venti at the Angel Share Tavern. That would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Yeah, I feel like the little, like the fermented smell of the alcohol, she's getting like a freaking, she's getting like contact drunk or something.
Among the Frost Moon Scions, you'll often see kids running around holding a white sheet above their heads. The adults tell them that it protects them from bad luck, since being draped in white cloth looks a lot like being covered in moonlight. Of course, they get to a certain age and stop doing that. Instead, they start praying to the moon at nightfall. Me? Of course. It's a rite of passage. We were all children once.
Yeah. Ah, I love that.
I enjoy spending time in solitude, in the darkness of night. The birds and beasts quiet down, and the only sound I can hear is the wind blowing gently through the trees. Everything is so peaceful. My head. It's so heavy to carry around.
Oh my god. It's like my troubles are weighing down on me. Oh, her antlers? Oh. I thought she, it says, oh, okay, her troubles. I thought she meant like the troubles, the things that she thinks about that keeps her up at night. Oh, okay, I guess her antlers is kind of the same. Interesting.
Simple food with minimal seasoning. It has nothing to do with my beliefs or dietary restrictions. I just find that lighter food is what agrees with me.
Okay. I can respect that. I wholeheartedly disagree with the minimal seasonings, but, you know, to each his own.
Anything too greasy or too dry, it's just not for me.
Alright. Damn, man. 07s to some of the best. 07s to the sticky honey roast. We hardly knew ye. She'll never get to experience peak. But, you know, it is what it is. And then we have this last bit.
I seek not to tread the expedient path, nor do I yearn to wield great power. But if our goal in all of this is to find the truth, I shall offer my blood and tears as a truth seeker.
Oh, I love that. All of these sentences kind of follow each other. I like that. Nice, nice, nice. All right, gamers. That was Lauma's lore. That lore, like, first off, the fact that her lore has a bit of history with Dragon King Nibelung, the Heavenly Principles, the Moon Sisters, the Three Moons, even the Moon Wheels, I think that was so freaking cinema. A lot of stuff I wasn't even expecting to get any of that stuff. I thought we were going to learn a little bit more like about Hyperborea and, you know, the Frost Moon Scion, like the early Frost Moon Scions up to her, but I like that there was a blend of both. Like we got a little bit of Hyperborea, we got a little bit of, you know, the age of, you know, Nibelung and stuff like that, and a lot of her lore, which I'm glad that they kind of like solidified and kind of gave a better like understanding of her character outside of like what you get in the Archon quest, which I really appreciated. So, great stuff for Lauma, and really looking forward to getting her more in the story. Okay. That was the reading, gamers. Okay, give me 1 second. So, usually I pair the weapon with the character lore, but I'm actually not going to do that with Lauma. I don't know if I'm going to... I don't know if I'll attach it because this seemed like a pretty lengthy video. So that might be its own video. And all of the stuff we're going to read next might be a separate thing, but it'll follow from the lore that we did with Lauma. Just because there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to cover. And so, really quick, I have to look at the doc. Also, just to let you guys know really quick, Just to show you guys. This is the doc that I'm referencing. We've been using this doc for a couple of years now. I've gone through, like, all the Mondstadt lore, chronicled and organized, like Gunhildr clan, Sullivan Dagnir, Durin and Dvalin, Decarabian, etc. And it covers Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine, Natlan. And I don't read... I try to read everything that I can on stream, but I only feature, like, the really poignant lore-focused content on YouTube when these get edited and uploaded. So, yeah, so this is Lauma's weapon, and it's in the Frostmoon Scions and Arc Priestess category. So, with all of this stuff. So, basically, we're gonna read these out and see how this plays out. We also have the new weapons. No, okay. Oh, really? Okay, so the new catalyst is in the Reed Miller section. I wasn't aware of that. I thought that would be Frostmoon Scion. But I guess it kind of ties in because Isla and Aaliyah. That's probably why Reed Miller's featured with that. So yeah. Is this public or shared? My version, this is the mods version. This is the version that we edit, but I believe we do have a public one. I have to ask Ant if it's updated, but I'll try to, when these get uploaded to YouTube, I'm gonna try to put this doc in the description of any lore reading videos. So that way, no, this version is private. This version is my version and the mods version, but we have a duplicate version, which is a public version. I just don't know when I don't know if we update it at the same time that we update this one. So, yeah, there is a public version of this, and I'm going to try to update it to where we have this in the description of all of my lore reading videos, so that way people can, you know, source it or check it out themselves. But yeah. So we have, like, we got the Frost Moon, we have Reed Miller, we have the Treasure Hoarders, we have, this is some individual, some of these I already read, like, these artifact sets when they came out. So, oh yeah, the first Torch Forger, so Flynn's weapon as well. I think I'm gonna tag these to Flynn's, because these are pretty short, like, I don't think I can make a whole ass video out of Flynn's weapon and the lantern weapon materials, so we might put these two together with Flynn's for the Torch Forger lore. But we did go through a bit for Lauma, so these might actually be separate. We'll have to edit it and then see if we can put it together. But as of right now, Lauma might be separate, and then all of this might be separate too, because we're going to be reading the artifact set. But yeah. Alright, really quick, let's run an ad, 3 minutes, and then we're gonna get into the next bit of lore reading. Excuse me. How do you sort out the order of which to read? My mods do that for me. So they'll read it preemptively, and then they'll try to put it in the best order that's, like, ideal for content purposes. So yeah. I mean, it would be impossible for me to do that, because I would have to know what I'm reading to put it in a specific order. So, but yeah, that's the order the mods and the people in the Discord kind of come together. Like, it's not just the mods too. Like some people in the server will also go back and forth on like a particular order. So yeah. How do we access the public one? Like I said, I'm gonna update my description for my lore reading content on my Murder of Birds Impact channel, and I'll probably put it in the description of the VOD when the stream is done. If anybody wants to source that if anyone wants to source that doc in the future, we update it every time they add new weapons or artifacts or lore. So yeah, you'll just have to like remember to check the description of my videos. I do want to make like a public video about it, just so people know definitively, instead of just mentioning it one random time in a video or a stream. So we'll probably do something like that in like later, like sometime next year. What's your favorite lore in Genshin? Oh man, that's super hard. Favorite lore. Like, I guess you would say, like, all-encompassing? There's some shorter lore that I really like, actually. Like, I really like Rosalind's lore. But Rosalind's lore is, like, multifaceted. It's like, it's Rosalind, it's the... Right, it's Rosalind, it's Rostam, it's Arendolan. There's a lot to it. I really like Rosalind's lore. Obviously, Durin. I don't think I have a favorite. I would have to, like, have a favorite for every nation. I don't think I have, like, an overarching favorite. But, it also might be, like, recency bias, but I think my favorite world quest is like, the Natlan world quest with Bibu. Like, I think that beat out Kawarina of Good and Evil for me. Even though I loved it, I think Kawarina of Good and Evil is my second favorite, because Kawarina of Good and Evil was my favorite one ever since Sumeru came out until Natlan. But, like, I went through so much with Arsarian. And so yeah. I also want to say Conria lore, but I feel like we still don't know much about Conria. Like, I like Conria, but I can't really be like, oh, Conria has my favorite lore, because it's like, I feel like a lot about Conria we still don't really know. But yeah. Not gonna cap, though. I actually think it might be the dragons. I think I might be coming around more to, like, liking dragon lore. Like, favoring dragon lore a lot more with every passing year. Right? We got a Pep one year, and then the following year we got Nouvelette, and then we got Shilquatl, and Kukulkan, and Bibu. And like, we've gotten, like, Nibelung over the course of that time as well. And so I feel like that might be why. Like, we got so much of dragon lore last year with Natlan, to where now I'm just kind of like I'm kind of looking forward to, like, I mean, especially since the moons, and now we know the moons were created by Nibelung, and that's also dragon affiliated, so. Doit will not be happy. Hey, you know what? It is what it is, brother. I can't wait to see the shades in-game. Like, it's cool that we got the shades in, like, a cutscene, but Renova was a cool... Actually, technically, Renova was kind of introduced, which was such a cool reveal for her in the Archon quest. I just want more of it. But yeah. All right. Let's lock in, gamers. We got a bit of supplementary lore to get into next. Let me make sure I'm recording. Say hi to the VOD watchers chat. I hope everything looks good, sounds good. We're gonna be continuing now. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back, continuing on with our Nod-Krai Lore Reading set. Let me do that again. That was a rough introduction there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to our continuation Nod-Krai Lore Reading session. This is the second take, by the way. I just want to be honest with you guys. This was my second take. I made an absolute mockery of myself. I tried recording initially. You know what? I might just keep that all in there because I don't know. Who fucking cares, all right? I'm only human. Anyways, we're continuing on with our lore reading. We just finished going through Lauma's character lore and voice lines. I don't know if we're gonna attach this portion to the Lauma video or if it's gonna be a separate video because Lauma's reading was pretty extensive, pretty lengthy. It might have been like an hour long, and I don't want this lore reading to be like super long. It hasn't been uploaded yet, but Anefa's lore reading video is like 2 hours long, especially because of like all of the Moonwheel stuff that was talked about in that. So this might be a separate video, but it's continuing off of what we just read with Lauma. Also, want to give a shout out to my mods and members of my Discord who put together or updated the Google Doc that we've been working on. You'll probably see it on screen right now, but if you haven't, this is a Google Doc that we've been using ever since I started doing lore reading content, ever since I think like Inazuma and, or Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma. And we're basically going to be following through with reading some additional lore that contextualizes the Frost Moon Scions, the Arc Priestesses of the Frost Moon Scions, so basically Frost Moon Scion history. I don't know if this is going to tie in with Hyperborea at all. We also have a little bit of lore in regards to Lovia, Isla, and Aaliyah, the twin sisters from like the 500 years ago in the past of, you know, the Frost Moon Scions of that past that were reformed and killed off and reborn and restarted over after, I think, Isla. And I always get I hate that the two of them, their names are like so like common. Chat, really quick, just as a quick reminder, who was who? I know one of them reformed the Frost Moon Scions and took the burden of the place, and then the other one basically acted and pretended to be Reed Miller. I'm just confused as to like who was who because I like the names are confusing. Isla was the Moon Chanter, Aaliyah was the okay. I just need to write that down. I wrote it down when we did the world quest, but it's in my other notebook that I don't have right now, so give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. Isla Moon Chanter. Someone in chat actually gave a really cool way for me to remember at this point. Like Isla, Aaliyah, like so Aaliyah, basically someone who lies, pretended to be Reed Miller. So I kind of like that. All right, give me 1 second. Aaliyah is Reed Miller phony. Okay. Okay. All right, so All right, so yeah, so we have the Frost Moon Scion lore of Isla, the previous Frost Moon chanter from 500 years ago that took on the burden of their, I don't know if it's their mother, I don't know if Lovia, I don't know if they ever explained if Lovia was like their mother or just like their caretaker or whoever, but Lovia basically raising Isla and Aaliyah to basically become, they were both supposed to bear the burden of Moon Chanter, and then Aaliyah ran off and deserted her and basically was also kind of working together with Mr. Solove, aka the first Torch Forger, to stop Rotwang, basically some like crazy mad monk with connections to the Abyss. And so their whole family dynamic got really messed up. I think Isla killed Lovia, reformed the Frost Moon Scions to how they were in the past, like super strict and like damn near fanatic. And Aaliyah teamed up with Mr. Solove to take down Rotwang and was basically pretending to be Reed Miller in the past. A lot of dank lore for this area. It's just the names that I'm getting tied up on, like, because they sound the same and it's confusing naturally, even for me, especially since I have dyslexia. So half the time I'm saying one character's name when I meant the other character, and it's already like a struggle for me. But anyways, all of that aside, we're going to be reading through some talent materials, artifact sets, and weapons regarding the Frost Moon Scions. And I think it's also going to tie into the 500-year lore that we learned about from the from the world quest of this region. So let's see what we got here. So first off, we're going to start with the talent materials, I believe. We have the Vagrant, Moonlight, and Elysium. Okay, Vagrant. Okay, Vagrant, Moonlight, and Elysium. Okay, so we have Teachings of Vagrancy. Vagrancy is the living of the land beneath the moon. Enjoy a moment's respite, then depart before the sky turns black. Dawn is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. Guide of Vagrancy. To live, I'm not going to repeat the first line because it's basically the same every time. To live is to wander, for none of us can settle in this world. What is remembered is not the moment of arrival, but the footprints that we leave along the way. Philosophies of Vagrancy. Through thunder and storms, across mountains and snowfields, though scarred and weary, the wanderer does not stop, nor will they until they find a place to call home. Oh my gosh! Queen Coco VT, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're reading some dank Genshin Impact lore right now, actually. You caught me being a bit of a nerd. How's it going, guys? Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate the raid. Hope you guys had a fun stream. Hello, people. If you guys are joining in from the raid, my name is Arnold. I go by Murder-of-Birds. I am primarily a Hoyoverse streamer. As of the last 5 years, I've been playing Genshin since launch, Honkai Star Rail as well, and I'm very big into the lore of these games, the characters, the lore, and after 2 patches, we're finally getting through reading a bunch of weapons, artifacts, character lore, and books before Luna 3 drops. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Of course, hope you and your community have an amazing holiday. Thank you. Yeah, we just celebrated Thanksgiving in the States a couple of days ago. It was great. Yeah. Also, really quick, there are some people in YouTube in my in the YouTube chat. I just want to say this: please do not have like like, if you're only here for me to read the Hymns of the Far North, please just keep that to yourself. I don't need you guys constantly asking when I'm reading the book, I'm reading everything, and we're going to get to it eventually. I don't know when, because we have obviously a laundry list of information. Like, I have so much stuff to read, and, like, I'm not here just to read that book. So I just don't want to see that behavior in my chat. And if, like, the VODs will be here, you don't have to be here for it live if you don't want to wait, if you don't want to be patient. So I just want to just kind of nip that in the bud, because I'm seeing people say, oh, he's not reading it today. It's like, I'm reading what I'm reading. We're streaming today and tomorrow. So I already mentioned that at the start of the stream. But yeah. Anyways, let us continue. Okay, we're gonna cut back in right here. Okay, so we got the Moonlight next. Okay, next up we have Teachings of Moon. Also, I just want to say really quick, this vagrancy, talking about finding a place to call home and wandering and all of that stuff, that I can't help but think of Scaramouche. I can't help but think of Wanderer, right? Hat guy in all of this. He kind of went through the most during his journey, and, you know, like, he's kind of settling well enough in Sumeru, which I appreciate, especially being by Nahida's side. So I just thought of him in that. All right, so we have Teachings of Moonlight. Moonlight is a blessing of the land beneath the Moonlight is the blessing of the land beneath the moon. Things come in all sizes, and people come in all states of wisdom, yet under the moonlight all are equal. The cloud-veiled moonlight glows but faintly over the boundless dark wilds, yet its fragile glimmer is a guide through the endless night. And we have philosophies of moonlight. Praying to the new moon for guidance and fortune is a rite passed down from the days of the first people. Tonight's moonlight seems no different from any other night. Yet, where is the new moon that people once looked to? Well, you can take that up with the first and second Descender. All right, and lastly, for the talent materials, Teachings of Elysium. Elysium, aka Paradise, is the dream of the land beneath the moon. There are those who are desperate to get in, and those who are desperate to get out. Perhaps Elysium is not a place one can ever truly reach. I like that. Paradise isn't real, guys. To create a paradise without borders or distinctions upon a land overflowing with bitterness and sorrow. Though it might be but a childish delusion, it may yet be a foundation for the future. I like this too, because I like that passage at the end of a childish delusion, because if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that Nod-Krai is the Elysium that was born out of the wishes of Reed Miller and Solove when they were kids. So they dreamed of creating this Elysium, this paradise, this autonomous nation for themselves and for, you know, anyone else who kind of wanted to live that way. And I don't know if it was when they were kids or when they were just young, but I know that it was obviously Nod-Krai was founded by both of them. Like, its autonomy was founded by both of them, which I thought was really cool. Philosophies of Elysium. Seldom do we share the same dreams of paradise. For those who wish not to settle for the for those who wish not to settle for the present, there is no greater paradise than Nod-Krai. Yet for all the rest, the truth is quite the opposite. Damn. Basically, if you're not in Nod-Krai, rip bozo. Okay. So now we are going to get into some lore content with weapons and the artifact set. I was told to first start with the Sacrificer's Staff, which is the polearm that you get. And I do not have that weapon. So again, I want to give a shout out to Jabrilla, as well as Holy Grammed, who are 2 members of my community. I don't know if they're in the chat right. I know I see Holly in the chat, but these 2 individuals let me go on their account and get screenshots for the weapons that I do not have on my account. So, oh, actually, they're both in the chat. Yo, W's to both of them. Thank you guys so much. They let me go on their account and take screenshots of the weapons that I do not have. I do not have Lauma's weapon. I don't have Nefer's weapon, and I don't have the new 4-star weapons that were given in the first half of this patch, like the Frost Moon weapons, the staff, the catalyst. I do have the sword because everyone gets it from the world quest. So I really, really, really appreciate that. And the reason I appreciate it is because I have like a personal, actually, let me just go into the archive right here. I have like a personal way of how I want my content to be presented. I know most people are like, oh, you can just read the lore off of the wiki, and that is true, and I think that's incredibly valid, but at the same time, I want my content to look the same when I stream it. So for example, right here, granted, it's a still image. This is how I would do it if I had the weapon myself. I would go onto the page and I would read it as is, and then we would actually go into the reading of the lore this way as well. So I managed to go onto their account and get a screenshot of the weapons as well as all of the text. And so we're basically just going to try to read it as best as we can in this fashion. Like, and that's another reason why I went into the archive, so that way audio wise it sounds the same as if I was in the archives regardless. So yeah, anyways, we're gonna read this weapon first, then we're gonna pivot to the artifact set, and then we're gonna pivot to the rest of the weapons. So yeah, we're just gonna see what these entail. These are new weapons that were dropped this patch, or at least this weapon was. I haven't read the sword yet either, so we're gonna read all of this stuff in tandem in due time. Alright, so we have the Sacrificer's Staff, a silver white polearm, pure and completely without blemish. Legend has it that it was used by the Archpriestess of Hyperborea in ages past to guide their flock of Frostmoon Scions. Interesting. Okay, so it is the Archpriestess. So I wonder, so it's the Archpriestess of Hyperborea in ages past. I don't know how far back this is, but I wonder if this is Lovia before Isla and Aaliyah were appointed as the Moon Maidens. So I guess we'll see. Let us begin. Oh yeah, look, the first line, brother. Holy moly. Okay. So I think it is from Lovia's perspective here. All right, interesting. Oh, my kind child. Oh, what? Holy shit. Okay, so she's being appointed the staff. Oh, my kind child Lovia, the purest of them all, received this Archpriestess's staff. Once your mercy and compassion, only your mercy and compassion can open the eyes of the lost lambs and bless them with serene, gentle joy. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how much this tribe, not even tribe, but like this scion hood fell after this lady, or like changed after this lady. Holy moly. Only you can give them the happiness known. Only you can give the, yeah, I guess you should say the cult, really. Only you can give them the happiness known to the weak, the comfort of being led. For they were born with hearts that ache to belong. Only you can correct the twisted falsehoods that lurk in the shadows beneath the moon. For there is no other path but the way of truth. The mistress of the frost moon has already spun every path in the world with her silver thread, and all things now move in step with the thread's silent dance. I just want to see where okay, I guess I cut off at the end of this sentence. All right. The ancient blessings gradually flickered out like a dying candle in the cold night as the young handmaiden took over the staff of the former archpriestess. The girl was an orphan from another land? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? I thought they had to all be in the bloodline. The girl was an orphan from another land. Lovia was an orphan? All right, hold on. I don't think we knew this. We read that fucking doctrine that was like, you have to be within this bloodline. You cannot marry outside of it. You cannot, like, you can't do anything. You have to maintain, like, you have to maintain the purity of the bloodline. And now they're saying that Lovia was never a part of it? How the hell did that happen? The girl was an orphan from another land, though she was unaware of this fact. Wait, she didn't know? Bro, wait, what the fuck? We're cooked. How far back does this go? She should never have been chosen, for she had never been blessed. Chad, they were cooked. They were cooked in that. This is why they were cooked. Something happened that broke the cycle of purity. And they just started letting anybody in this bitch. Like, what? So she didn't know. So, like, who was the first one that told the lie that started letting anybody in? Also, wouldn't she not have silver blood? How did they not catch on to that? Her blood would have been, I assume, red. Unless she found a way to, like, to hide that. Bro, this is crazy. I literally said earlier, I was like, yeah, Lovia is the reason all of this shit happened in the first place. But now you're telling me she was never an actual blessed Frost Moon descendant. Which is ironic because this is what undid them. It was this entire bloodline and like it's kind of like the... Not to sound vulgar, but like the dirty blood of like not being a Frost Moon Scion silver-blooded being, but like mingling amongst them. So I wonder how that happened. She said she also didn't know, so this is like some brainwashing, like indoctrination going on here. She was an orphan from another land, though she was unaware of this fact. She should never have been chosen, for she had never been blessed. The pale white frost moon no longer gazed down at them, and even the purest of saints, born of the purest bloodlines, can no longer wield its radiant light. As the former faithful turned aside and whispers of doubt grew louder, the increasingly frail archpriestess had no choice but to place her adopted daughter upon the fragile throne. So this is Lovia's mother that placed her adopted daughter, being Lovia, right? I think that's what this is the perspective of. They're basically saying, oh, so the previous archpriestess was her mother, and so she took Lovia and was like, oh fuck, I don't know what to do. We need to make something work. Here you go. You know what's crazy too? I'm actually kind of thinking we just got the anecdote with Yanfei, and they were talking about how, like, oh, Yanfei, you have antlers, just kind of like how Lauma has antlers, and they kind of almost mistaken her from a Frost Moon Scion. Are the Adepti like the amalgamation of like the Frost Moon and like something else? I kind of wonder if it's like all in the family, because the Celadon mare is related to the moon, but the Adepti are connected to Zhongli, who might be a dragon. So I wonder if if Adepti is like dragon and moon combined, or I mean, technically it's also one and the same because the moon was made by Nibelung. Aren't they illuminated beasts? Yeah, but I'm wondering if like the origins of their their powers is rooted in the moon as well, or maybe the Celadon mare in general. But I'm thinking of that one thing, and I'm like, well, they're deers, but they're not deers. They're like illuminated beasts. But and I just got the Yanfei anecdote, which is the only reason why I'm thinking about that right now. And we're talking about like mixed bloodlines and all that stuff, and it's all in the family. I feel like all of this shit's connected. No, I don't think Lovia is an Adepti. This is a completely separate thought that I'm thinking of because of the silver blood and regular blood mixing and all of that stuff. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so Lovia's mother put her on the throne because of the spread of rumors and doubt. And this is why you don't lie. This is why you don't tell lies. Thank God for Lauma. This shit will never happen again with her. She hoped that her kindness might at least unite the divided followers, despite the clear, bright moonlight having never flowed through her veins. Yeah, because Columbina, like, left her post. And so, like, the moon... I mean, the moons were destroyed initially, and then even after Columbina was brought about, she ended up leaving. So there would have been no blessings to be had. So they're basically just talking out of their ass this whole time, I assume. And just as the archpriestess had hoped, the handmaiden, compassionate and ever tender towards the weak, held true to what she believed was right. Light and shadow, brightness and dark, good and evil, life and death. There is a right and wrong side to everything that exists in this moonlit world. As such, only by walking the path of absolute right can one hope to guide all beings towards true happiness. The arrogation of mankind, man. It's literally a fucking samsara. This shit undid Hyperborea, and I mean, it's gonna undo this, right? Isla, and Isla's gonna see to that in the end. To walk the path of righteousness is to give grain to the... Oh my gosh. To walk the path of righteousness is to give grain to the hungry and tend the sick through the long night. To mend the wounds of suspicion with serenity and understanding, and to soothe the troubled hearts of one's kin. The right kind of kindness will eventually become a gentle flame in the night, warming cold and indifferent hearts and devouring resentment and hate. This was the truth the girl named Lovia so stubbornly held on to, as she cast her eyes so full of compassion over her followers. Okay, so she wanted to believe as well. She wanted to believe as well, but it seemed like, I mean, it seemed like things got out of hand in due time. That is, until the maiden of the purest bloodline in all the far north, a sister by bond, not blood, fell beneath a traitor's blade. Wait a minute. Until the maiden of the purest bloodline? That is until the maiden of the purest bloodline in all the far north, a sister by bond, not blood, fell beneath a traitor's blade. She sacrificed herself to protect her elder sister, who was still struggling to convince her flock. Then and there, in that blinding silvery white, the girl who was unable to let go, even to let out even a single cry in anguish, finally came to a new realization. The path she had chosen to that day was not the right one at all, and the kindness of the weak was but an unforgivable delusion. Wait, who is this pure bloodline maiden that died by a traitor's blade? She sacrificed herself to protect her elder sister? Is that the... Are those... Is that talk... Is that... That's not talking about the twins, is it? Because I know... I think it was, Aaliyah that faked her... Like, died. Or, like, wait, one of them died, didn't they? But not quite. Like, I know she had, like, a lover... And because they died, she was like, I'm gonna take my own life, but then she ended up becoming Reed Miller. Lovia's sister? Wait, Lovia has a sister? Oh, okay, so this is from her perspective. I'm jumping the gun right now. So, Lovia's sister also died. But it's not her blood sister. It's like... I guess her sister in the cult. Okay. But she was the purest bloodline, so she was a pure blood. Okay, let me write this down, because this is all new information. Give me 1 second. Purest bloodline maiden. Parentheses, sister dies by a traitor's blade. I'm actually, I mean, I guess it's kind of all in the cult of this, but I'm surprised this pure bloodline maiden wasn't the actual, like, wasn't appointed to be the successor, you know, because it seems like they're the one with the pure bloodline. I'm surprised that it wasn't them, but it was Lovia instead. Yeah, I guess Lovia got adopted. Yeah, I guess that's true. So whoever adopted her, maybe they didn't have, like, a child of their own initially, and so they opted to adopt. But I don't know how that even came about, because that was obviously against the rules. But, you know, when you're this deep into the beliefs, like, people are just going to take your word for it, I guess. But, okay, so Lovia held true that she wanted true happiness and peace for everyone. And then her sister dies. And then she has, like, a new revelation. If the true moon were to withhold its gift of hope, then let lies be spun into a gentle dawn. Yeah. That would stir the long-awaited fervor of the weak and grant the suffering lambs a paradise where all may rest as equals. Should the ethereal new moon never rise again, then let absolute authority reign over the mortal dream, so that the straying flock might once more be more obedient and no longer grieve for gifts bestowed in vain. Indeed, that was the right kind of love, the only salvation left for the weeping masses, the right path of kindness, even for one who had never truly laid eyes on the moon's silvery threads. So basically, she's like, yeah, I'm just gonna lie. I'm just gonna do whatever it takes. Those who dared defy this truth would have been wicked. Those who dared defy this truth would have their wicked falsehoods washed away in blood. For the right path could suffer no defilement at the hands of the wicked until her late sister's orphan be born the sacred heir. Wait, hold on. For the right path would suffer no defilement at the hands of the wicked until her late sister's orphan be born the sacred heir? Wait, hold on. I'm like... Is that referring to Reed? Wasn't Reed the sacred heir? So, wait. Are they saying that... So this is her niece, right? The orphan would be... Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. So you know the eugenics? How they were like maintaining their pure bloodline this whole time? They maintained it up to this point where this orphan would be like the late sisters. It's so oh my god, I'm like my brain, I'm like I realized it, but I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Okay, so that whole eugenics line where like the Hyperboreans had their freaking bloodline completely wiped, and they were like, okay, we got to maintain our bloodline, we got to keep the silver blood because the prophecy dictates that we will have a sacred heir that will save us in the future, right? And so they maintained the bloodline, and they literally, I was like, that's why it kind of reminded me. It says that the sister, Lovia's sister, right, quote unquote sister, had the purest bloodline. So that bloodline would have followed through to basically give birth to the heir. I thought it was Reed Miller that was the end result of that, but it was the sister, and the sister had a baby, which I think this orphan is like her niece, right? So the late sister had a daughter, and that daughter will now give birth to the heir. And so I think the heir is Reed Miller, but he's not born yet, obviously. Holy, I think that's what this is implying. I know it's a lot, like I read that lore a few patches ago, but I think this is saying that Lovia's sister was pure of blood, and she had a daughter before she died. And now that daughter is an orphan, and this daughter has to basically stay pure and stay on the right path to give birth to the sacred heir, which is Reed Miller. Because then Reed Miller and Solove went on to create or found Nod-Krai. Holy shit. I think that's what this is implying. Another test subject, chat. I know there's no gender specified, but I'm inserting it. I mean, no gender specified, but the implication here is that the late sister's orphan be born the sacred heir. Implies that there's a birth, which implies a woman, right? So very interesting. Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, we're not going down that rabbit hole. Yeah, and they're arch priestesses, I guess. Either that, or they're saying that the orphan is Reed Miller. Actually, hold on. Okay, let me read this again. For the right path could suffer no defilement at the hands of the wicked until the late sister's orphan be born the sacred heir. It said the be born thing is what's tripping me up. I'm like, have they not been born yet? Or are they basically saying this orphan will grow up to become that sacred heir? So I wonder if the late sister already gave birth and this orphan will grow up to become the sacred heir in the future if everything goes accordingly. Yeah, the sister died, so the baby had to be born already. Yeah. Okay. I thought they were basically saying that the sister gave birth, and then that child will grow up to give birth, and then that baby that's born is the heir. Okay. Yeah, the be born the sacred heir. I don't know if that's a typo, if it's supposed to be born as the sacred heir. But it's that sentence that's tripping me up a little bit. But yeah, I'm hung up on this. I still have a lot more to go, but wow. Okay, so yeah, so I think this is implying Reed Miller, and that the late sister may have been Reed Miller's mother. So Reed is a byproduct of this eugenics experiment. So he is another test subject, right? That's literally what all the fucking treasure hoarders say, which is crazy. But yeah, so for the right path could no longer suffer defilement at the hands of the wicked until the late sister's orphan be born the sacred heir. So the orphan is already born since the sister is dead. So I think that's implying Reed. And this is how the handmaiden, compassionate and ever tender, and this is how the handmaiden, compassionate and ever tender towards the weak, who wept unceaselessly for all the world's suffering, came to don the antlered crown, pure, defiled, and illusory, as though wrapping herself in a cocoon. Damn, she fooled everybody. And also, like, sullied thousands of years of tradition at the same time. That's crazy. I'm really confused about this, though, because how did no one know? I don't know how you would verify that, but like if she's a fake, right? If she's an orphan that's not even meant to be in this faction, like wouldn't the fact that she doesn't have silver blood, wouldn't that like give it away? I don't know. I'm a little confused about how something like this happened for so long and no one called anything on it. Okay. So that's the weapon, guys. All right, so that is the weapon. Interesting backstory on Lovia. Obviously this talks about her early life, I think before. And you know what's fucking crazy? Like, she essentially does the same thing. Oh my God, it also kind of shows and I mean, she didn't know that it said that she didn't know that she was indoctrinated or whatever. But then she goes on and I think she goes on and does the same thing with, I don't know if those were her kids. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, did she have kids? And Lovia, like Isla and Aaliyah, I'm like, who are they to her? Because I thought they were also, I don't know if they were, I think the implication was that Lovia was their mother, but now that Lovia is not even like a part of this, weren't they silver-blooded though? I'm so confused right now. Hold on. Yeah, I'm a little confused, guys. Let's see. I think the artifact set will clear up some stuff. So we're getting into the Silken Moon Serenade artifact set next. All right, I don't know if this ties in. I think it does because it's, you know, it's all in the same track here. All right, so we are going to be starting with the, so we're going to do feather, circlet, sands, goblet, and, no, sorry, I always get this mixed up. It's, the F is for flower, not feather. The P is the plume. Okay, so we're going to do flower, circlet, sands, goblet, and plume. All right. All right, we're going to start with the Crystal Tear of the Wanderer, an immaculate flower whose beauty is said to have been preserved for eternity by the icy cold. All right. This is the time, that was a time when the gentle frost light still lingered, a silver mirror unbroken, even as the golden realm had already fallen. In a single night, the glorious golden tower fell like a fig tree across the frozen northern plain. From the holy citadel to the ancient capital, dark blue crystal nails. Oh, the celestial nail. Wow. Dark blue crystal nails annihilated every last city that with even the most minuscule sign of life. The once praised apostles and the gods' first messengers both vanished in the catastrophe. Those who survived by grace of those who survived by grace of being nowhere near the cities at the time could only cling to life amidst the freezing winds and snow. With no refuge left to them, they simply waited for destruction to find them in the hollow dark. I remember reading this. I think it was in one of the 5.5 artifact sets. I think it was the Long Night's Oath, or it was no. I think it was the finale of Deep Galleries. But it implied that the Hyperboreans created life using the remnants of giants and like silver moonlight and like their silver blood, I believe. So they created, I don't know if the bones of the giants were dragons. I don't know if they created life with the dragon bones or if it was something, I don't know what the giants that they used or the bones of beasts or whatever they said that they used. But I think whatever life they no, it was the Fae, I think. Yeah, it was the Snowland Fae. So the Hyperboreans created the Snowland Fae, and then I think that's why Celestia nailed them. It's equivalent to, you know, Egeria creating, creating the Oceanids using the Primordial Sea. And I think the Snowland Fae was a lot more severe because, like, they are really like otherworldly creatures, like supernatural even. Like the Oceanids were just people with water inside of them, you know, that is super inconsequential. They just wanted to be humans, so they would return back to the water. But like the Snowland Fae, I think that was a lot more severe in the Heavenly Principal's eyes, and that in turn, the response to that was also, I don't know if there was any abyssal contamination, because usually I gotta get a sip of water, because usually a frost snail, or not a frost snail, usually a celestial nail in the past was used to purify or like stabilize an area contaminated with the abyss, and sometimes 9 times out of 10 it was also collateral damage. But it seems like the divine nails were sent down as punishment specifically for this tribe, or for this, you know, this city, the Golden City, right? Like the nails were sent down deliberately to destroy this place. I don't know if it was because of, I don't know if there's more stuff that we don't know about yet, right? Because they tend to give us little information. I have a feeling we're going to go to Hyperborea in the future, and we're going to know for sure what was going on and how the Snowland Fae were created, and if there was abyss down there. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Celestia wouldn't just shoot the nails down there to kill them. I feel like the abyss had to also be a part of it. But, you know, maybe that's me giving Celestia the benefit of the doubt, because in other scenarios, in other situations, the Celestial Nails were in place to stop the Abyss, right? The Chasm, Solvin Dagnir, the Night Kingdom, you know, those were all places that were ravaged by the Abyss. And the people that were around when those nails fell got caught in the crossfire. So maybe this could be the first time that they ever just destroyed a city with the nails because of what they did. You know, instead of them giving them a prophecy of a flooding, they were just like, you know what, we'll take you out ourselves. But yeah, I think it was because of the Snowland Fae for that one. All right. This is the great extinction spoken of in later prayers. Sorry, let me read that again. This is the great extinction spoken of in later prayers. Halcyon prosperity turned to dust, and the gods remained silent, unmoved by cries, curses, or reproach. Yeah. The fact that they did that and the gods didn't respond to any of the aftermath kind of reminds me of how Lauma was like, you know, a leader without conscience is a false god. The fact that the people were crying and they were cursed and everything, and the gods just didn't respond is crazy. In the despair of that long night, only one celestial ruler shed tears for the mortal's pain. She was the mistress of the Frost Moon, queen of the celestial chariot and of light, a heavenly agent whose origins was one of that of the... Hold on, let me read... In the despair of that long night, only one celestial ruler shed tears for the mortal's pain. She was the mistress of the Frost Moon, queen of the celestial chariot and of light, a heavenly agent whose origin was one with that of the world. So this sounds like it's one of the Moon Sisters, maybe? Moved by pity and a deeper unspoken wish, she heeded the Savior's prayers. Oh, shit. According to legend, she spun gleaming threads from the silver glow. She spun gleaming threads from the silver glow to lead the displaced across the frozen plains. And where her tears fell, full of longing, fell upon the frost-covered soil of the far north. They blossomed into lilies that would stand eternal in the icy wind. Oh, and it's this flower. The proud descendants of Hyperborea call themselves... Wow. Holy shit, this is where they got their name. The proud descendants of Hyperborea call themselves the Frost Moon Scions for this reason. To honor the divinity who, whatever her original intent, gave them a new lease on life. Holy shit. Wow. So, I think this is implying that this is the first moon, the first Frost Moon goddess, the one before Columbina. And after Celestia fucked up their home and destroyed everything, the Frost Moon goddess, the first Frost Moon goddess, saw what happened, cried a river of tears to bring them to have them like pilgrimage from their destroyed home to where the Frost Moon Scions, I think, have a base of operation in Nod-Krai now. And they went from being Hyperboreans to Frost Moon Scions because of her. And that is why I think when the web event first came out, they were like, the Frost Moon Scions never once forsook their moon goddess. And it's because of what she did for them after their place was destroyed. And so that's why Columbine, like that's why they're so devout to Columbina, because of what the previous moon goddess did for them. Holy shit. That is so cool. And this flower is basically, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of it kind of reminds me a little bit of, what's her name? Nabu Malikata. You know, they say when she walked, flowers would bloom. And for this one, it said when the moon goddess cried, she would cry these flowers that would never wither, right? They would stand eternal. So it'd be cool if we see these flowers when we go to Hyperborea. I think that'd be really sick. But wow, that is really, really cool. I really love how they just gave us the origins of the Frost Moon Scions, how they transitioned out of being Hyperboreans into like believers and followers of the Frost Moon. That's really cool. All right, a really quick chat. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad. My ad timer's running low, so we're gonna run a quick edge, and then we're going to continue. Ugh. Wow, this is so cool, dude. So dope. It's a little unfortunate. Like I feel like I'm like, damn man, I'm getting to this now, and then they're gonna dump all of this extra lore on us when we. I mean, I don't know when this is gonna be relevant or prominent in the overarching content of the game, because you know they tend to be really good about. I mean, even now, I think even now with Nod-Krai, I'm like, I wonder if any of this lore that they're giving us now is gonna be relevant, but I'm really, really, really hoping we go to Hyperborea. And the crazy thing too now is there's definitely, without a doubt, the Celestial Nail in Nod-Krai is at Hyperborea. And I'm sure there's more than one. That place is probably littered with them. If that place and if that city and everyone in that city got destroyed by the Celestial Nails, I'm sure there's more than one there, and I expect there to be more than one there when we go there, if we go there. I'm assuming we will, because we've gone to Remoria, we've gone to Notlantia, right? The city of Tallinn is considered Notlantia, so I'm expecting Hyperborea to be like an expansive region that we get to go to in the future. Guys, has the reading begun? Yeah. I've read a couple. I've read Lauma's lore, I've read a weapon, and we're going through the artifact set right now. Wow. Alright guys, we're gonna continue right here. Alright, next up we're getting into the circlet, but yeah. I really like, so first and foremost, this is a really great, like, between what we just read from Lovia's lore to like now getting the origin point of the Frost Moon Scions and how they transitioned out of the era of Hyperborea, the Golden City, and all of that, it just shows how crazy and chaotic things were before Columbina came into the picture. And she was just plopped into the scenario. And like, there was so much history and so much baggage. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad that she got the fuck out of there when she did, instead of taking on all of that baggage, and who knows what kind of person she would have turned into had she kind of stayed or stuck around and dealt with all of this, you know, all of the turmoil and all of the, yeah, I guess like all of the baggage that followed, right? Especially like with Lovia and Isla and Aaliyah and, you know, Rotwang and all that other stuff. Nod-Krai was such a different environment 500 years ago. So I think it was like the best situation for her to leave and let time run its course and let this place be softened by time, right? Thank you, Istaroth. Let this place be softened by time and kind of go through its own natural process and change after everything that that Isla did, right? So yeah, I just wanted to shout that out. So next up we have the circlet, the Holy Crown of the Believer, an immaculate adornment created in imitation of the envoy of the Grove's antlers. Okay. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. The gods' ancient blessings, like a lone spark in a vast tundra, eventually flickered out. Yep. As the heavenly moons passed from the sky, the earth that could not wait. As the heavenly moon passed from the sky, the earth that could not become the moon began to wither. Okay. So at this point, the previous moon, like the previous frost moon goddess, is dead. The frost moon is beyond the firmament, but Columbina hasn't been born yet. So, so this is like what happened after they were saved, but then for a time, I guess, but then for a time they didn't have anyone to rely on. The great deeds miracle workers did in years past had faded into vaporous prayers, and those prayers are now the silent worries of the masses. In those crumbling, moonless nights, even a holy woman of the purest blood was hard-pressed to weave the flowing light into a song that could move the world as her ancestors once did. A holy woman of the purest blood. I wonder if this is the sister. I don't know. No matter how fervently the ancestors of the far north once vowed to follow their departed gods, their descendants, mortals of this sublunary sphere, lived lives as fleeting as a flickering flame. In days long gone, when one could still hold holy women and archpriestesses channeling the graces of the gods, people yet believed the new moon would one day rise from the shattering light. And so, when the last glimmer of grace had faded and miracles were no longer witnessed, the line between so-called faith and so-called lies in turn grew as thin and fragile as the morning mist. Legend has it that the antler crown of moonchanters today was a gift from the frost moon at the moment of its obliteration. Holy shit. The silver tree was splintered and bereft of white branches that might find they might find. The priesthood pleaded for new coronals. Out of pity, the mistress of the moon wove holy crowns for them out of the flawless moonlight, one's innate to their birth. That was why the last archpriestess chose to forge her circlet from cold pure iron. The young Lovia was just a priestess then, only who had never once witnessed a moonlit blessing, and she dreamed that such lies that deceived others and oneself alike could still bind the unfaithful believers together. Decades later, when the false antlers crown sank into the foul corrupt blood, that which reflected her own eyes was still not the flawless moonlight, but the frigid night swallowed whole by her own shadow. Damn, that last passage kind of went hard. Yeah, she chose to forge the circlet from cold, pure iron. Jesus. Yeah, so this is just showing the passage of time and how as more time went on and they went without blessings and went without, you know, basically things kind of changed from how things started, and they kind of devolved into where Lovia decided to take up the reins. But even in the end for her, you know, it didn't amount to much, and, you know, the rest is history. All right. Next up, we have the Sands. Frost's devotee's delirium. An immaculate timepiece that long ago ceased turning, along with the delusions of its former owner. Jesus, yo, Delulu Impact. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. It was then that the great plan, carried through countless generations since the time of extinction, was on the verge of culmination. The bloodline, purified for over 1,000 years, would at last give birth to the chosen one destined to reign over Elysium. I believe that's Reed Miller that they're foreshadowing. The false sevenfold radiance of the high heavens would fall at her feet, and the bones of the earth would rise to follow her. For from her would spring union with the world, and from her would the world let me read that again. For from her would spring union with the world, and from her would the first great cause be rebuilt. That was the sacrosanct duty that had been passed down to the daughters of the far north. So it should have been. So it should have been. But on a moonless, snowbound night, the girl chose to bear the sacred. Oh my God, this is the sister. But on a moonless, snowbound night, the girl chosen to bear the sacred air met the boy from the northern realm. Snezhnaya? So this pure-blooded sister met a Snezhnayan? Is that what they're saying? And in his eyes, as clear as the winter's day, she beheld a reflection of a self she had never known. This unfamiliar stirring was enough to make the holy woman turn her back on destiny for that young officer from afar. For this new feeling, this foolish... Oh, she fell in love with him. For this new feeling, this foolishness called love, she cut off her blood-stained antler crown and cast it down upon the snowy earth. Oh dear. So this lady this lady was supposed to be the bearer of a pure-blooded being that would go on to save Nod-Krai. And after a thousand years of steadfully following their doctrine, she broke one of the rules. She fell in love with an outlander from Snezhnaya. The fallen one, who had betrayed her own people, ultimately failed to fulfill her destined duty. Oh my god. I had a fucking feeling it was Rotwing was involved. The fallen one, who had betrayed her own people, ultimately failed to fulfill her destined duty. She was captured by a spy sent by the Mad Monk, and was soon to be returned to the homeland she was meant to love. Wait a minute. Was she... Wait, hold on. I thought the Mad Monk was, like, killed her. Right? In betrayal or whatever. This sounds like... the Frostmoon Scions hired the Mad Monk to get her back. She was captured by a spy sent by the Mad Monk and was soon to be returned to the homeland she was meant to love. But as she looked down at the officer at her feet, crimson pooling beneath him, she drew the dagger to her chest and with one fatal kiss. Oh, so he killed her lover and was gonna send her back home. So she was like, fuck that, I'ma die right here. And so the woman who failed to bear the sacred air was buried in haste, her death forestalling the prophecy. Oh my god. Fortunately, the leaders of every generation had long prepared for premature end to such a blessed lady. Lovia, the then archpriestess, swiftly turned to a lesser branch of the bloodline for spares, but the twin sisters born of this lineage were a pale shadow to the one they were meant to replace. Wait, so did she not have a kid? Wait, she must... Well, did she still have a kid? Wait, does that mean... Wait, that means if she had a kid with that guy before he died, it's just that she didn't fulfill the prophecy of producing a, like, pure-blooded heir. But they did say that there was an orphan. So I wonder if she still had a baby, but it wasn't... I guess Reed Miller isn't a pure blood anymore then. His mother was pure blood, but his father was Snezhnayan. And I think they could have had a kid and then they died afterwards. So he's half Snezhnayan, half Hyperborean, half Frostmoon Scion. And so he's an orphan right now. Holy fuck, dude. Reed Miller is him, bro. Reed Miller is so goated. His backstory, like, even before his birth, like, the freaking... So I thought Reed Miller was going to be that pure-blooded test subject experiment, like, perfect being of Nod-Krai that would save everybody. This throws a wrench in that. I was not expecting this, because I didn't read this before I did that quest, so... I was of the assumption that Reed was going to be that perfect being. But, yeah, love is stubborn. But, you know, she did what she wanted. She did what was right for her. And unfortunately, you're not allowed to. Okay, and so in the meantime, they accounted for that. Lovia is the archpriestess at this point, and she's like, fuck, we gotta make up for this. Our pure-blooded option is out of the way. Let's grab these lesser beings. But they were never meant to replace her. Hundreds of years might now have to pass before another child of sufficient purity was born. Seeing the glory of the great endeavor slip from her grasp like dispelling dew, the antler-crowned archpriestess, maddened by anguish and obsession, hatched a terrible scheme. Why wait for 1,000 winds to sweep through several generations if they were too impure? Their flesh and blood too weak to bear the radiance of true moonlight. Did the frost moon's boon Did the frost moon's boon not linger faintly in all redacted? Then let redacted purify their redacted. No idea what the fill in the blanks are. Thus, in the name of flawless moonlight, the priestess committed an act so profane that even the mistress of the frost moon would recoil in horror at the blasphemy. What the fuck did she do? What the hell? You're making the freaking frost moon cringe, the frost moon goddess cringe in horror? Hello? Hold on. I need to see what happens next. We got the goblet next. Joyous glory of the pure. An immaculate silver cup said to have been used by a bygone ritual of the Frost Moon Scions. Their modern rituals have no need for such a vessel. It was at a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. The descendants of the far north could no longer hear the divine teachings of the high heavens, and they were consumed by burning wrath. Just like, yeah, back to square one, just like in the days of old. No one knew how to forge anew the marvel of... No one knew how to forge anew the marvel the apostle of the Golden City had revealed to their ancestors. Yet the ambition of the exiled, the ambitions of mortals, were more unyielding than even those of the gods. Should one lose the requiry that... should one lose the requiry that can overturn... Let me read this again. I'm struggling today. Should one lose the requiry that can overnight until 10,000 acres of fertile land upon the dark, misty sea of ice? I don't even know if I read that right. Then pin wild oxes into the furrows so that one may conquer the tundra inch by inch with fire, hoe, and sickle. Should one lose the arrow that can strike down the gods and pierce even that false sky? Reliquary. Okay, yeah, I've never heard that word before. Then forge the plowshare into blade and into sword and blade, and the sickle and hoe into spear and halberd. Then let blood be the lantern that dispels the darkness. Did they... They didn't start killing, did they? What the fuck? They're talking about taking up your swords and blades and spears and... Let blood be the lantern that dispels darkness. And should the authority of creation gifted by the highest of angels be broken, then one must govern the proliferation of the countless generations that followed by the crudest primordial means remaining, that is, through law. So it must remain until blood thinned by disaster and exile is purified into holy seed. The mortal descendants are born as perfect beings, fully one with the world. Is this like her new doctrine? Like, what is going on here? The mortal descendants are born as perfect beings, fully one with the world. The perseverance and determination of all living creatures would eventually overcome all calamity, or at least that is what they firmly believed. After all, those who had planned the future of their people rarely have to suffer the slings and arrows of their contempt. Here, drink this pure moonlight, my beloved child, my most cherished child. Whoa. How did we get here, chat? How did this happen? How did we go from eugenics to genocide? She is killing purebloods and feeding their blood to Isla and Aaliyah? Is that even a thing? That's a thing? You can do that? Is that gonna make them, well, they're already of a lesser branch. So if they're drinking the blood, is that gonna make them purer at the cost of all of these lives? Holy, yeah, this lady, thank fucking God they killed her ass. Are you kidding me? I'm surprised Celestia didn't drop another nail for this. The arrogation of mankind, ladies and gentlemen, front and center. This is why the nation fell. We can't seem to get it right. Remoria, Notlantia, Hyperborea, they all fucked up. Here, drink this pure moonlight, my beloved child, my most cherished child. Let it weave into your flesh and blood so that you too may be worthy of the God's grace. Look to the apostle of the Golden City, how he drank bitter wine and fought for the freedom of his compatriots. Like him, you must embrace this joyous pain, for from it, perfection will one day be born. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, if the moon goddess was around, she's like, you're fucking killing my people. What are you doing? The two could no longer tell what filled the ancient silver goblet, but if the kind... Okay. Lovia is their grandmother. But if the kindly grandmother said so, then it must also be the will of the gods. Yes, yes. All to sculpt... yes, all to sculpting perfection, to fulfill a wish that had endured 1,000 years. For the sake of the prophesied Elysium and the king destined to descend upon the world, impurity and trial had first to be transcended. Impurity and trial had first to be transcended. This is actually insane behavior. And the worst part about it is Lovia isn't even one of them. Like, she really came in and screwed up everything sideways. And even when all they had to do was start all over again, she was like, I think my plan's better than y'all's 1,000-year plan. Because she wanted to take, it seemed like she wanted to take credit for it, right? She's like, oh, well, damn, man, we were so close and I fumbled the bag. So I should probably, I need to find a way to fix this. I can do it. Oh, God. Holy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the plume. Pristine plume of the blessed. An immaculate feathered accessory said to have been forged by the first Moonchanter herself. Yeah, a lot of things have changed since this one. That was the time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. This is the story of two sisters who, born defective products, were never meant to be blessed. In the moonlight, an undisturbed sanctuary for strangers, the fragile souls shared a single breath. In the brief moment between agonies, moments that should have been filled with joy, they huddled together, drawing what little warmth they could to each other. They had never seen their parents, and nor had they ever heard the wind whispering through the groves. The two of them had only their grandmother, and the only way they'd see the world was through the pages of a faded storybook. You can't spell Lovia without L, and that's what she deserves. Its brittle, yellow pages, torn and tattered, revealed to them a world they'd never seen. That was it. That was it. A single white bird, a streak of grace, gliding beneath the perfect moon. As they admired the free creature in the fairy tales, the two children made a promise to each other. Oh my god, chat, this is terrible. One day, the two of them would fly together like the white birds in the vast sky. And you know what happened? Aaliyah left her to deal with the brunt of, like, Aaliyah escaped and Isla was left behind to deal with all of the expectations and pressure and this fucking sick, twisted, like, fucking cult-like lifestyle under Lovia. And it wasn't... The thing, too, that sucks the most is I don't think she realized what her sister was truly trying to do until after they had already, like... Until they both kind of, like, went their separate ways and ended up dying and whatnot. But, like, it doesn't, it's not like, I know she found love in all of that, but, Isla was still working together with Mr. Solove to take down Rotwang, who was working with Lovia. So Lovia was working with this abyssal guy in the first place. So it's just such a fucked up, twisted, unfortunate circumstance that their broken family, their broken promise bore some fruit in the end, but not for them. It was for the people that came after them. So they had to eat shit and go through this. And it's such an unfortunate turn of events. Yeah, it's like a doomed sibling story, right? Because didn't Isla also have a lover that got killed? And I thought she went the same way as Reed Miller's mother. That's why for a second I was like, this is kind of like what happened in the future when you think about it, right? She was like, oh, my lover got killed, therefore I'm gonna kill myself. I think Isla did the same thing, but she faked it. And she went into hiding and disguised herself as Reed Miller after he was already dead. So, big brain strat on her. And in the end, they eventually took down Rotwang. I think, even if temporarily, but she died in the process of that. And Mr. Solove, shared that information to Isla after the fact. So she's harboring, so like as she's growing up with Lovia, she's dealing with all of this resentment, all of this betrayal, thinking her sister ran out on her and is living this life while she's suffering for everything, when in reality she was helping on the back end and died for it as well. And so she just had all of this pent-up resentment. Granted, she did the best she could. She killed Lovia, she reformed the Frost Moon Scions, and she did the best she could, but she just never had that she never got the story she wanted, you know? Is Rotwang still alive? I assume because Rotwang is of the Abyss, I'm expecting him to be, like, sealed up in Hyperborea or something. I don't think Rotwang is dead. Or maybe, like, an essence of him is still around, because she had to work with Mr. Solove, and as we know with the Abyss, you can never truly get rid of it. Every 500 years, it rears its ugly head, and I think they said that he would come back twice, right? So, like, there's like a prophecy saying that he would die twice. Like the snake's head would, like I think they were referring to a snake, and they were like, you have to, like, the snake will rear its head twice. So I think he technically died here, but I think he will come back in the future with the Traveler now. So, so yeah, didn't Jacob die indefinitely? Yeah, but Jacob was borrowing the Abyss. He wasn't, I don't know. I mean, Jacob is, like, this story with Rotwang seems more like he's a mad monk harnessing the Abyss, and there's a prophecy that says that he would come back. So I think him coming back is very different from Jacob just because they use the Abyss. But yeah, I don't know. Also, Jacob is Fontanian. I believe Rotwang, I don't know if they said where Rotwang is. I don't know if I know where Rotwang is from, and maybe I forgot. But I'm pretty sure Rotwang is, I want to say Conria? I don't know if that's true, though. Because I was going to say, if he's immortal like the Conrians, then maybe that's why, but I don't, he's a monk, so I'm like, why would he be from Conria? I mean, who knows? Maybe they had monks, I'm not sure. Hold on. Okay, let's see. All right, let me continue. One day, the two of them would fly together like the white birds in the vast sky. Since the day we were born, we have oh my god, this sucks. Since the day we were born, it's always been just the two of us. When the day comes for us to leave, let's live the rest of our lives together. Many years later, one of them broke their promise, leaving for a faraway place alone. But alas, this was no flight towards a brighter future, but a fall into a much darker night. Exactly. With her went half the dream, and half the pain meant for them both. Isla, later to become the first Isla, later to become the first Moonchanter, began to endure twice the torment from that day on. So you lied to me all along as well. My older sister, the only one I ever truly trusted. But I won't resent you. I have long lost hope for the sky beyond. Oh my god. What a tragic story, bro. Hyperborea, you are scuffed. You are so cursed, man. Thank God the Frost Moon Scions are living their best life these days. But I think I championed so much the people from 500 years ago. They were suffering everywhere in Teyvat. I'm surprised things are looking good these days when I look at how bad they were. Isla, Lovia, and Aaliyah. And Aaliyah was the older sister. So the younger sister was left behind to suffer twice as much. And she literally just gave up hope. Even though her sister was working on the back end. I wish she had... And it's hard too, because like, Rotwang was a factor. Mr. Solove got involved. You know, Reed Miller had just died. And Lovia was working with the Abyss, so like there was just so many like nothing. This was not going to be a happy ending, and I hate that it wasn't because I wish it was. Basically, I love this game so much, man. This is the kind of lore that makes me, like, care about the world, care about the characters, care about the history and the lore of the game. And so, you know, just seeing all of this come together was beautiful. We're not done yet. We have 2 more weapons, which I'm sure is going to give some additional context. We actually have, I do have the 4-star weapon because everybody gets it with finishing off the world quest. We have the Moonweaver's Dawn, an immaculate sharp sword, an immaculate sharp silver sword that can slice through armor like moonlight flowing through the empty night. According to legend, it is a divine blade blessed by the first moon chanter herself. Okay, so we still have a little bit more here. As you have always known, my Isla, my heart's child, my dearest, my most beloved. Okay. So this is Lovia probably talking to her. What a I'm so glad she's dead. I'm so glad she's dead in the way that she died. Let me go a step further in that. In our blood, you fucking liar. In our blood flows the purest silver light, and we alone are worthy to receive the grace of the frost moon. You shall not wed the... Yep, don't be like your sister. And don't fuck up this plan, because it already got fucked up once. You shall not wed the son of an outlander, for you are destined to bear the heir to Elysium for the people of the far north. The mistress of the frost moon has already spun each path in the world with her silver thread, and all things now move in step with the thread's silent dance. Those were the days before the pitch-black calamity swept through the borderlands, when the archpriestess of the far north repeated her blasphemous and misguided deeds in vain. Perhaps out of excessive devotion to the gods, or because she had never believed in dead gods who had never shed their light upon the worlds. There was, after all, no real difference between the two. Her grandmother, who had raised her, certainly never distinguished between them. The young handmaiden, with unwavering faithfulness, carried out every last one of the venerable archpriestess's commands. She never defied that kind and gentle old grandmother, no matter how dreadful the punishment cloaked by her soft words. Whether someone's thread was to be severed by a sharp silver blade, or another singing must be silenced in the dead of night, all sins were bore to purify the holy blood bestowed by the moon. It's such a freaking slap in the face to what happened to Hyperborea to do this shit. To realize that they were already dwindling in numbers and they maintained their bloodline through strict means, and then you start killing them all off again to shortcut your way to the prophecy. It's so ridiculous. All sins were born to purify the holy blood bestowed by the moon, for only by drinking crimson water could one hone absolute flawlessness. As you have always done, my Isla, my child's heart, my dearest, my most beloved. Since he has put his trust in you, use your wisdom to guide him. Set his heart on the right path and lead him to the sanctuary. Oh, fuck. Wow. Now she's using her granddaughter to gaslight, not even gaslight, but to like lure Solove into a trap. He's the fucking Lightkeeper. He's the one trying to save Nod-Krai, and she's working with the Abyss, so she's probably doing this as a favor to Rotwang, so they're... Oh, God. The man named Solove is nothing but a treacherous murderer, and yet he dares to speak... Yet he dares to seek our protection after all the wicked deeds he has committed. When he comes here, you will thrust your sword through his heart from behind to sever his venomous thread. The only response the Archpriestess got, and as ever and always, was silence, and those accustomed to silence from her following always wound up taking it for consent. The handmaiden's lengthy years of obedience had long... Sorry, the handmaiden's lengthy years of obedience had long convinced the archpriestess that all that suffering brought on by impurity had never once stirred resentment in her. But of course, she was the Blessed One, the one destined to bear the sacred heir. Of course, she understood that the sacrifices she offered up were in service of a decree 1,000 years in the making. So, even as the pure silver blade pierced her back, the last... Oh my god! Holy shit! I did not think we'd get a scene of seeing how she killed her. Oh my god, she was like, yeah, she'll do what I say. She's been listening to me for years. She would never turn her back on me. She knows what's at stake. She knows the plan. And then get fucking stabbed in the back like you deserve. So, even as the pure silver blade pierced her back, the last archpriestess of the far north could not comprehend the source of the betrayal. Bruh. Please tell me you're not this stupid. Why would she possibly do this? I've been so nice and kind to her. I've let her kill people in my name. I've let her slaughter her kinfolk. I've given her twice as much torturous punishments for her sister leaving. Why would she do this to me? Why would she kill me? Bruh. Mr. Solove was right. You were just lying to us, Grandmother Lovia. If that was not the case, why... Oh my god! Bro! Oh my... Oh my gosh, W-Isla, man. Holy fuck. What a badass line. If that were the case, why would you bleed dawn light crimson rather than moonlit silver when your thread was cut? Oh my god. Why do you bleed, grandmother? Holy fuck. That was so cathartic. Thank God I got to see. Thank God I got to read and bear witness to her downfall. Terrible grandmother. Not even her grandmother. Just like, you just fucking stole these children for yourself. Good lord. Dude, that was so fucking cool. Yeah, Mr. Solove was the homie. I really hope we get more lore on him. I actually think one of the artifact sets or one of the weapons and stuff is going to talk about him soon. I'm super excited to learn about him. You know, he's one half of Reed Miller, right? One half of Nod-Krai's founding. So, oh my god, this was so cool. W, Mr. Solove. So the letter that he sent her was like, hey, we got word that Rotwang's working with your grandmother, and your grandmother might not be who she says she is. She's like, all right, let me do some research. Let me confirm my findings by killing my grandmother. Holy moly. Cinema. Absolute cinema. I love that so much for her. And in the end, Nod-Krai was better off in the end after everything that they did. Unfortunately, her sister did die and she did suffer. But I'd like to think that there's a silver lining at the end of it all, you know? And lastly, oh, hold on, let me pull this up actually. All right. And lastly, guys, we have Lauma's signature 5-star weapon. And this is going to be the last bit of lore reading for this portion of my recording before we continue. So we have... Yeah, this is the last one for Lauma, or for the Frost Moon Scions. We have... so we have Night Weaver's Looking Glass. A mirror crafted from flawless silver that is said to have witnessed the birth of the Moon Maiden. It is seen as a relic of unrivaling provenance by the Frost Moon Scions. Alright, oh my god. Holy cinema, dude. That first line is crazy. When the eternal moon fell, the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos. When the iridescent moon shattered, the crimson shadow sank into the abyssal sea. When the frost moon ceased to turn... Wait, sorry. Let me read that again. Yeah, I'm just gonna read this again, just for clarity. When the eternal moon fell, the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos. When the iridescent moon shattered, the crimson shadow sank into the abyssal sea. When the frost moon ceased to turn, all nations faltered and fell into ruin. The world, no longer sheltered by eternity, marched towards its final breath until Elysium dawns and begins to turn the primordial wheel. Wasn't this what the wasn't this in the web event? Yeah, I was gonna say these lines were in the web event when they showed each of the moons, like when you go through each page. Like for the Eternal Moon, Iridescent Moon, Frost Moon, the Eternity, which showed like the little image of like a goddess or whatever. That was really cool. Yeah, so this was foreshadowed to us like months ago. That's so awesome. Following the ancient prophecy, the descendants of the Golden City erected a lonely temple on a desolate tundra. For 1,000 years, the moonlight had silently streamed through the frosty forest. The descendants of the North still upheld their ancient rituals and faith, forging pale ceremonial crowns from secret silver and choosing the purest archpriestess to guide their people. As in the days of old, they continued their prayers and chants, though their gods had long departed and the sky no longer answered. An outlander might regard these practices as the actions of a foolish... An outlander might regard these practices as the actions of the foolish, clinging to old, meaningless ways. Yet only those these prayers and sacrifice. Yet only these prayers and sacrifices passed down for 1,000 years could serve as emblems and signs for a people who have lost their homeland. Yeah, they went through a lot. The spindle wheel of fate has Wait, whoa, that sounds like a loom. The spindle wheel of fate had rusted, and the silver thread had grown dim. Prophetic visions alone could no longer bring true hope to the people. Who would worship a dead god or endure such hopeless suffering for an empty dream? Just as in ages and epochs past, now returned to the earth's depths through countless cycles, the ignorant continued to yearn for tangible guidance. Thus, those rituals had become their great isolation, a high wall keeping them unseen and unknown to the world beyond and its people. So it had been for 1,000 years, and so it would remain for 1,000 more, until the prophesied Elysium descended. Until the pure bloodline, refined through generations, produced the sacred air that would make the world fall to its knees. And when that time came, all lies and sins would be forgiven, even praised, for they all served the pure Elysium beneath the moonlight. What followed is a sacred journey of the Frost Moon Scions, who have long ceased to turn outsiders away. The first Moon Chanter, a saint graced by the divine, and one who witnessed the birth of a god, and was once the mortal Isla. Holy shit! Isla witnessed Columbina's birth? She was there? Chat, I'm gonna say something fucking crazy right now. I'm gonna say something... I might say something kind of crazy. What if Isla is Lunatar? Because I'm curious who Lunatar is still, even right now. They were with Columbina. Like, they're always around her. And when we did one of the anecdotes with Columbina, it was Malus that drew the picture and said that the Kuhenki were present during her birth. But I was like, how were they present during her birth if they only came about after she was born? But what if they turned into Kuhenki after she was born? Like, what if anyone that witnessed her birth became... I was also curious of that too. I'm like, how did the Kuhenki come into being? How were they born? It would make sense if the Kuhenki were present during her birth, if they weren't Kuhenki yet. If they were like humans and then they turned into Kuhenki, so technically they would have still been present. So I wonder if Isla witnessed the birth and then became like a Kuhenki, which then evolved to become Lunatar in the present. I'm gonna hold on to that. A part of me is like, I did not know that she was present for the birth of the god. So if she was there, then that means she's a part of that picture that Lunatar, that Malus was painting. So I'm gonna cook on this. I don't know, because obviously it said that she died. She sacrificed herself fighting Rotwang. But I mean, I don't know. They also said that she died, but then it turned out that she was pretending to be Reed Miller. So I have no idea. But I'm just curious who Lunatar is, and the fact that Isla was there for the birth of Columbina makes me wonder. Because she was there, and Bina was there, and the Kuhenki were born afterwards, or the Kuhenki started showing up after she was born, so I'm kind of curious. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, yeah, so it says here, the first moon chanter, a saint graced by the divine, and the one who... Wait. No, sorry. I just realized, I just made a mistake. See, I got the names mixed up. Aaliyah was the one that died for Rotwang. Isla killed Lovia. So, we actually don't know what happened to her after that, I don't think. Maybe she did go into old age. Or maybe she did become a Kuhenki, actually. When did they say Kuhenki only started appearing after Bina was born? It was during the Archon Quest, I think. They did say that. They said it. Trust me, I promise you. You're gonna have to go back and look for it, because I'm not gonna do that right now. But it's literally in the game. It's either in the quest, it's either during the Archon Quest, or it's during one of Columbina's interaction, like one of her hangouts. I promise you. I literally found the tweet. Actually, you know what? I might have the screenshot, because... Hold on. Let me see. Because I literally got the screenshot for somebody. I don't know what I would have titled it, though. Did I... Kuhenki, maybe? Yeah, there's no way that I'm gonna know. Hold on. That's another thing too. If I did a screenshot on my computer, then it's in my folder, and there's no way. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I promise you, they said that after Bina was born, that the Kuhenki started showing up. I don't know if they said that like none of them existed before, but they basically started. They said like the Kuhenki were like came about after Columbina. Okay, someone did find it. According to legend, Kutar's birth was accompanied by the sudden appearance of many Kuhenki, who wove the moonlight that bathed her in the silken vestments fit for a goddess, from Lauma in Act 1. Yeah. Yeah, I knew I wasn't lying. Yeah, Act 1. We all did Act 1, right, guys? Alright. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, let's continue. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, we're gonna cut back and resume here. The first moon chanter, a saint graced by the divine, and the one who witnessed the birth of a god, was once the mortal Isla. According to stories passed down by later generations, she foresaw the new moon's birth and, moved by divine revelation, chose to abandon the old rites. Okay, so I guess her witnessing Bina's birth caused her to reform, I think, the Frost Moon Scions. So at least that's what it sounds like. She was the chosen one, blessed from birth, a devout soul, untouched by the sublunary sphere's countless corruptions. She saw the spinning wheel's dead silence and the silver thread's despair. For a millennium of praise had become nothing more than a hollow echo. The faded glory never once had pity upon the desolate borderlands. Now, only the new moon, on the cusp of its birth, held the promise of new hope. Isla's devotion earned her the admiration of even the last archpriestess of the far north, who opened her heart to her without hesitation. She earnestly entrusted Isla with the authority to lead the people, and granted her the honor of sealing the ancient sanctuary with her own hands. Yep. Thus was the old glory buried, the hollow titles and meaningless past cast aside. Yeah, and so that's why they sealed up everything in that, like, in that tower, right? The one that we unlocked during the world quest, because it's like, that's like a disgusting, corrupted past that never needs to see the light of day. Now they would await the advent of the new god. Now they would await the advent of the new god. No one would again hold the title of Archpriestess of Hyperborea. Only the moon chanter remained standing amidst the pure light. Countless moons rose and fell. Those who dreamed of Elysium found only the shadow of the axe, while those who longed for salvation were swept into by the flowing light. The mad monk who reached for the heavens lost his mind. Good. The old master of the Pale Star throne is gone. The old master of the Pale Star throne? The White Emperor fell into the churning black waves of filth. Is that the Tsar? Because I think of Pale Star, I think of the Fatui. But I mean, the Fatui were also founded by the Tsaritsa, who is allegedly the daughter of the Tsar, so maybe that's why the Pale Star is named after that. It's like named after her father. Okay, so yeah, so the Master of the Pale, so the first Cryo Archon is gone. So obviously the Cataclysm had already happened. Yeah, Chernobog, the God of Darkness, fucked everybody up. The White Emperor fell into the churning black waves of filth. Chat, that sounds like the first Cryo Archon fell into the abyss. Which makes me wonder, are they really gone? In before, oh my god, guys, can you imagine in before the Cryo Archon has to fight an abyssal version of her father as the world boss, as like the weekly boss when we go to Snezhnaya? That would be absolute cinema. That would be fucking peak. If a former, imagine we had to fight a former Archon. An abyssal former Archon. I mean, we saw 2 Archons go head to head, like, right? Mawika and Xbalanque. That'd be sick as fuck. I mean, we technically already saw, like, an abyssal version of, like, a Sovereign with Shield Quaddle. But I think it'd be cool if we got to fight an abyssal version of a previous Archon. Especially if it says here that they fell into the black waves of filth, which is the abyss. Which makes me wonder, if anything falls into the abyss, they're not gone. They're chilling in there. They're waiting for their time to shine. And I think that'd be really cool for the Sarita Archon quest or something like that, or even the world quest. I'd prefer it to be the Archon quest with the Sarita involved, but I have no idea. All right, chat, really quick. 3 minutes. I also have to use the bathroom really badly. So we're gonna stop here. We're gonna run 3 minutes. And we are going to resume. Oh, man. Okay. This is gonna be straightforward. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just curious how much more I can get through for tonight. It's already 9 o'clock. We're definitely going to do one more set tonight, I think, before I call it. I've also been streaming for 5 hours. But yeah, we'll definitely finish up everything else tomorrow. But we're going to do a little bit more lore after we finish this. Thankfully, after today, everything else is pretty straightforward. It's like nowhere near as dense as the Frost Moon Scions. Like, this shit took a while. Ugh. All right, David. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Yep, I'll be live tomorrow. So I'll be live a lot earlier than when I went live today. I went live, arguably, I went live pretty late today. So tomorrow I'm gonna try to be live like around 11 a.m. So that way we can for sure finish everything tomorrow. I don't know if we knew this. Wait, I don't know if we know this, but did the Belyazar fight the Chernobog during the Cataclysm or during the Archon War? If I had to guess, I am gonna say the Cataclysm because he would have probably already been the Archon by that point. Right. I would assume that the Chernobog was a part of their Cataclysm. Right, it's an abyssal threat, right? I don't think there was really any abyssal threats during the Archon War. All right. All right. Let us continue, gamers. Ads are done. I had to use the restroom, but I'm almost done. I'm gonna use the restroom after I finish this last line. Okay. Okay. All right, we're gonna cut back in right here. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that so I think it'd be really cool if the Belyazar is like dead but not gone. Even if they're dead, I think reanimating them through the abyss would be kind of interesting. I just don't know how the Saritsa would feel about that. But the fact that they fell into the abyss makes me feel like we haven't seen the last of them. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, let's see. The mad monk who reached for the heavens lost his mind. The old master of the pale star throne is gone. The white emperor fell into the churning black waves of filth. At last, even the nightingales fell silent. Countless names faded from the world beneath the moon, becoming echoes that the living were left thereafter to judge. As promised to the torch forger, the new moon's maiden spun a prayer song and laid it to rest alongside the sanctuary. And until the white night erases the final witnesses of that era, only the moonlight shall remain, flowing quietly even as it did 1,000 years before. When the eternal moon fell, the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos. When the iridescent moon shattered, the crimson shadow sank into the abyssal sea. When the frost moon ceased to turn, nations faltered and fell into ruin. The world, no longer sheltered by eternity, marched towards its final breath. Yet, from the ashes, the new moon rises, its ascent spinning the wheels of fate anew. And those who follow the tides still sing their songs and offered their prayers, for the new moon shall come, precisely as the legends have foretold. So good. You know what's crazy? This is the music that was in the web event. Wait a minute, hold on. That's kind of... Hold on. Yo! Actually, not planned, not scripted. That's actually peak. This is the web event OST that they used, and we just finished off on that note. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the Frost Moon Scions have come such a long way. Columbina, I am gonna do everything in my power to make sure you get home because you deserve it. You are the hope of this you are the hope of this world. You're the hope of this nation. They went through the most, man. I swear to God. I think we're still gonna have to deal with Rotwang at some point in the future. I think the sample mill is still something to be questioned or to be considered or to be looked into. I think going to Hyperborea is definitely a possibility, especially if, you know, it's kind of similar to, if it's similar to Enkanomiya and like the same amount of lore. We're definitely gonna see a divine nail, right? A celestial nail there for sure. I feel like there are multiple. I think it'd be cool to see multiple of them. And that should also be where the Frost Moon Scions, or rather the Hyperboreans, created the Snowland Fae. And I'm hoping we get to see more Snowland Fae when we go up north, right, to Pyramida and all these other places. I'm assuming wherever Hyperborea is going to be somewhere in the north, which is super cool. But this was spectacular, guys. I like I say all the time, I love Genshin Impact lore. I have such a deep level of appreciation for Lauma, for Nod-Krai as a whole, for the Frostmoon Scions, seeing everything that they're kind of able to enjoy now with life and their ways, and even their new customs and the ways that they're kind of changing now with, you know, embracing Columbina and understanding that the moon in the sky isn't the one they should be worshiping. It was spectacular. It was great, and I think they left a lot of breadcrumbs for things for us to speculate on with Reed Miller and his treasure and, you know, everything else in between. But I think we're gonna leave it off here for this video, for this recording, since we got a lot of dank lore out of the way. And we're gonna be following through with Treasure Hoarder lore, Reed Miller lore, you know, Flynn's lore. We're gonna be getting into that as well, so sit tight. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, leave your thoughts in the comment section down below, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. All right, that is the recording. Don't worry, I'm not ending the stream. I'm not ending stream. That was just for the video. That was like my outro. I'm not going anywhere. One video down. No, that was two. That was two. Lauma was its own video. I'm definitely gonna make that second one like separate because that was pretty lengthy. We have... Oh yeah, we have a couple things to read next. We have the other artifact set. We have one weapon. We have 2 weapon materials. We have the Reed Miller book. Actually, there is another book, the Reed Miller book. I keep forgetting about that. And I'm gonna read the Proof of Cognoscenti again because I haven't read them collectively. I've read them when I got them in the World Quest, but we're gonna revisit the Proof of Cognoscenti as well. Yeah. All right. Really quick, we're gonna run a 60-second ad and then we're gonna start up again. All right, and again, big thank you to the big thank you to, oh, hold on, that was the wrong one. Big thank you again to Jabrilla and Holygrammed for letting me utilize y'all's screenshots for the weapons that I don't have. I tried going for the weapons, guys. I went to like 50 pity on the weapon banner and then I had to stop, so I didn't get any of the weapons that I wanted from the 4-star options that were available. Not that I needed them, I really just wanted it for lore. But I think this is a much better option. Like, I don't feel compelled to go for weapons if I don't want them at this point, because somebody out there is going to get the weapon for themselves, and then I'll just ask them to go on their account and screenshot it. I mean, I could probably ask like a content creator. I'm like, hey, can I go on your account and take a picture of the weapon for lore? Because I don't have it. It's like, I'm probably the only person that would ask somebody that. What about the early access server? So here's the thing. I did get info on that. I can only use the early access server if I'm gonna make content for it. So like, I would have to make content to get access to it. Which I don't know if lore counts. Like, early access would be like showcasing the new units and stuff, and I don't really do that. What are your Durin plans? I'm pulling for him. Yeah, I'm pulling for him on Tuesday night when he comes out. How's the reading going? We finished all the Frostmoon Scion stuff. We're about to start the we're starting the Reed Miller lore next. Yeah, see, the thing too is I wouldn't want to read the lore early because I only read the lore after I finish like quests. So to read the lore as soon as possible would probably like spoil stuff that a quest would tell me first. So it wouldn't work out. That's why I save reading for last, because it's like the quest will give me like my baseline understanding, like my foundation, and then reading stuff just gives me context. Also, I do want to say, Java, I know you're in chat. I know you were one of the people that were in conversations about it. I actually did like this reading order. I know that there was somebody in the Discord had like a different perspective on like the reading order of like the weapons or something. I don't really know what the context was for it, but I actually liked how the reading order was presented here. Like, even though like I would have read the sword first, I'm still glad that I read it the way I did. Like, the only reason I was able to read it this way is because I was delayed in my reading, but naturally everyone probably would have read the sword first. So I'm glad that I'm glad that things just worked out the way they did this time around. They said that reading Lovia's origin first would spoil the revelation that she had red blood in the sword. Well, I mean, at this point, they didn't tell me anything about Lovia. I mean, that is the revelation, though. Like, I think that that's okay. Because I actually think it sets up really good of how, like, this cycle of deception kind of continues. I don't really think that's that's not really a spoiler. I mean, is it a spoiler to read lore? You know, it's like I'm reading it. But, you know, I don't know. I understand where they were coming from too, because realistically, I would have read that already. Had I been on top of things during Luna 1, I would have read that in Luna 1, and then we would have read these other things now. But, like, you know, I guess holistically, you know, it is what it is. I don't have anything against them, like, voicing their opinion of the perspective, but I am glad. I'm happy with the reading. I'm happy with how I read it. Like, I don't feel like anything was taken away from me. Are we finishing every available lore in this stream? Probably not. I'm streaming today and tomorrow, so whatever we don't finish today, we're definitely finishing tomorrow. But the thing is, where should I go for the Reed Miller lore? I'm like, I don't know if is there any place here that's relevant enough? Isla's Room? No, honestly, I kind of want to get out of the Frostmoon Scions. Nasha Town? Ooh, you know what, actually? I want it to be... You know what? We're gonna go to the Eye of Krati. Only because it's one of the places where we got the proof of Cognoscenti, which is one of his, like, 5 pieces of Exodia. So I feel like it's appropriate. Ooh, and we got a nice tune. I like the music here. Oh man, that's so cool, dude. So, I wonder... I mean, I guess, was Reed just always, like, a man on the go? Did he not have a home? Was he a vagrant at all times? Because, like, he's technically Snezhnayan. Also, what do they call the Nod-Krai, people from Nod-Krai? Are they Nod-Kraians? I have no idea how we go about that. But obviously Nod-Krai is just an extension. I guess he's Snezhnayan then, because technically we're in Snezhnaya. I know Nod-Krai is like the home that he made his. Oh, it is Nod-Kraians? Okay, I was just curious. But yeah, that's really cool that we learned about that's really cool that we learned about Reed Miller a little bit more through all of that. People from Nod-Krai don't consider themselves Snezhnayan, do they? I guess, but like... I mean, Nod-Krai is also kind of like... I don't know, maybe. They're a northerner. Do we have a place to sit? Nope. We're just gonna enjoy the scenery. Alright, we're gonna start another recording now, though. Also, 30-second ad, just to get the timer back up. We're going through, like, everything Reed Miller focused next. Oh yeah, that's right, I can use the gadget to sit, but it's raining. I don't want to get my my cat cushion soaked. Ah, you know what, fuck it. Actually, you know what? You know what's funny, guys? I was literally saying earlier that it doesn't rain very often in Nod-Krai. Like, I don't hear Lauma's, rain voice line. And then I come here and it's pouring, bro. Jesus Christ, and it won't let up. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me try and co-op off. I was trying to do, Millie Astra yesterday, and I forgot to turn it off for the stream. Chat, how many primos do you guys have? What are we looking at? What's it looking like? I have 15,640 and 11 wishes left over. Also, happy to say, I have not used my top-up bonus yet, so the 9,000 that I have for crystals, I had that since, like, Natlan. Who was the last character I pulled for in Natlan? I'm trying to think. Was it Skirk? Was Skirk the last new character to come out? I don't remember. Yeah, I guess it was Skirk. Yeah, Skirk was the last character, so these were from the Skirk pulls. And so, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I can get... Chat. Fingers crossed that I get Durin, Yahoda, and Venti's weapon with all of this. Right? The 9,000 crystals, along with the 11 wishes and the 15k left over. Surely. I can get all of that without spending any money. Oh, and Durin's weapon. Sorry. Durin, his weapon, Yahoda, and Venti's weapon. Come on, Hoyo. Do me a solid. All of that in roughly 100 and something pulls. Surely it'll work out for me. Also, I do have another 156. So, if the going gets bad, I can break the glass. But I want to save those. I don't want to use those. You know, it'd be hilarious. What would be hilarious is if I do get all of those in that amount of pulls. I get 4 5 stars and 100 pulls. That'd be crazy, bro. I don't know, man. I might be manifesting right now. I better stop before I start losing viewers. Okay, let's, where's this couch? Damn it. Oh, I hate that. I hate that it pops out. I'm always expecting it to be in front of me. What the fuck? Bruh. Is it because I'm on a slope? Is that why? Alright, well, I wanted to look at the water, but I guess this is fine. Yeah, I guess it worked out. Alright, chat, say hi to the VOD watchers. We're starting. Thank God I'm not pulling an HSR until the next world at this point. Or at least the next world. I don't even know if I'm gonna pull. Depends who they're gonna have. Alright. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading video. We are out in the really nice scenic area of the Eye of Krati and Nod-Krai Celestial looking over us over there in the distance. They're definitely sniping us out. We just finished reading all of the lore regarding the Frost Moon Scions and Lauma. We got some much needed added context of lore regarding Reed Miller, Mr. Solove, aka the first Lightkeeper, the first Torch Forger, along with the lore and the pretty corrupt and disturbing history of Hyperborea, the Frost Moon Scions, Isla, Lovia, and Aaliyah, and the tragedy that befell all of them in different ways. Rotwang, the Mad Monk consumed by the Abyss, and some teases that I think we're gonna get regarding Hyperborea in the future. Future world boss, future weekly bosses. I hope you guys enjoyed the lore readings for those. And so for this video, I decided to come to the Eye of Krati because, not for any of the significance of this place specifically, but because we are going to be reading through all of the lore regarding Reed Miller, who is the, at least at this point, he is the half-blooded, I don't know if he has silver blood, right? Does he have like half silver, half red blood, right? He's basically the half-blooded Hyperborean birthed from a pure-blooded Frost Moon Scion and a soldier from Snezhnaya who was supposed to be the destined prophesized sacred heir that would save Nod-Krai and save the world and all of that. But things kind of went sideways and he became he became a pirate. He became like a, I don't know, he became like the One Piece protagonist of Nod-Krai, essentially. So, read so much about him, super hyped, super stoked to learn more about him, his 5 proofs of cognoscenti, right, his 5 pieces of Exodia, his great pirate treasure, and everything else in between. So we're going to be going through weapons, artifacts, flavor text, and we also have a Reed Miller book that we're going to be checking out, so I hope you guys look forward to it. Also, I need to get a sip of water. Hold on. But yeah, so we're going to be going through the artifact set, the new artifact, well, one of the new artifact sets of Nod-Krai. Shout out again to members of the Discord as well as my mods for putting together the Google Doc for me to be able to kind of orchestrate and plan out how I read, in what order I read for the best viewing experience, for me to read it in order, and for you guys to kind of digest it if you guys are enjoying these kind of videos. So we did actually read through the Frost Moon Scion artifact set recently, before this recording, and so now we're going to be checking out the Night of the Skies Unveiling. I'm curious how this is going to tie into Reed Miller. I thought this was going to tie into the Lightkeepers, but I mean, Reed Miller and Mr. Solove are like best friends, so I feel like, you know, whatever the Lightkeepers had going on, Reed was probably a part of that to some degree. So we're going to be doing this in order. We're going to be reading the Flower, the Plume, the Sands, the Goblet. Actually, we're going from left to right. Holy shit. I think that's like a first time ever for me, I think. We're going to be going from left to right. Okay. All right, gamers, it's time to read Miller. Anyways, Bloom of the Mind's Desire, a sacred relic carved in the shape of a flower. It seems to represent a terrifying presence that unfurls like a bloom. All right, gamers, let's lock in. Those were the, okay, so, oh god, does this one start the same way? Those were the days, they just did that with the other set. Those were the days when the sinners had yet to commit, oh god. Why are we talking about Conria? Those were the days when the sinners had yet to commit their unforgivable offense somewhere deep within the earthly subterranean kingdom. What the hell? Sinners mentioned? What the fuck? Conria mentioned in the artifact set. The people of the kingdom had never seen the sea, nor had they ever seen the real sun. But even in this dark, sunless place, some tried to reach for the secrets of the stars. However, they gazed not at the stars, but sought the truth in the mirror's false reflection. What in the world? I thought this was about Reed Miller being a goat. Perhaps because of the kingdom's unique location, strange phenomena often appeared in the star charts within its bounds. These phenomena were recorded by astrologers as signs of truth, reflecting their deep desire to uncover truth. Maybe, even if the mirror shows nothing but illusions, it is only by piercing through them that we can reach the truth. That sounds like Cope. This is the conclusion the astrologers reached over time as they pored over their voluminous star charts. But unbeknownst to the philosophers of their time, they had already glimpsed a tiny fragment of the infinity that was the eternal bedeviled sky. Many years passed, long enough for the earthly gods to fall, one by one, and from the Artrus sun, and for the Atrus sun to rise where the crimson moon once hung. Wow. Holy shit. The sun rises where the crimson moon once hung. Is that basically referencing the Eclipse dynasty as well? And the Crimson Moon dynasty falling? Even then, there were those who had already uncovered the secrets behind the great... Wait, hold on, let me read that again. Even then, there were those who had already uncovered the secret behind the great sin, and so the study of the stars became a forbidden pursuit. Only a select few within the kingdom were then granted the privilege of sidestepping the ban, so they might better serve their one-eyed ruler. Yep. Their Odin, their King Ermin, I believe. Holy moly. This is crazy, guys. I was not expecting Conria lore. What the fuck? Yet the unexpected always finds a way. Just like the moment when an Oh, shit. This is about Rotwang. Rotwang is from Conria. Yet the unexpected always finds a way. Just like the moment when an unwitting novice monk brushes away the dust that has concealed the sign of a Pausha, chat. That name! That's from the Kavarina of Good and Evil! What the hell? Just like the moment when an unwitting novice monk brushes away the dust that has concealed a Pausha's mirror, unveiling the wondrous light that encircles the distant horizon and fills that tiny stargazing chamber with brilliance once more. How beautiful the pitch black Elysium is. Bro, no. The Elysium was supposed to be Nod-Krai, not the Abyss, my dude. How beautiful the pitch black Elysium is. How dazzling, and yet how utterly profane. In the blink of an eye, it consumed young Rothvagnes every second and desire. Oh, is that his real name? Rothvagni? I don't know if I wrote that down last time. Rothvangi, not Vagni. Sorry, that's my dyslexia. Rothvangi. Yeah, so Rothvangi equals Rotwang. Holy moly. Okay, so Rotwang is from Conria and is obsessed with the Abyss. So are they a pureblood? Are they still alive now because they're technically immortal? What, he's a monk too? What the hell? Thus began the tale and transgression of the mad monk, who in later days would sing the praises of the Abyss beyond the heavens. You know what? The arrogation of mankind once again, chat. What the fuck is wrong with us, bro? Do we not know when to stop? What is happening, man? Another Conrian fucking around with the Abyss because he thinks he knows what he wants. I mean, granted, the Abyss, when the Abyss calls, you better pick up the phone, and they always do. All right? It's like, damn, bro, you're doing just like you're... I'm surprised he's not one of the sinners, honestly. Like he's like the preliminary sinner. He was doing it before the sinners actually got caught up with it, you know? So he's like he was like, I was a sinner before it was cool. Jesus. Feather of indelible sin. A feathered accessory once worn on a felt hat. It feels out of place among the nobles of Snezhnaya and their tastes for splendor. Oh, man. All right, let's get it, dude. Holy shit. Oh, my God. The Universitas? Oh, my God. Guys, we just got Act 3 and 4. To overstep the bounds of one station is already less majeste. And to delve into forbidden dark knowledge is an even graver offense. But Rothvangi never once defended himself, for in his heart, he held nothing but that light. Soon, the court ordered its verdict. The researcher that was expelled from the researcher was to be expelled from the Universitas Magistrorum and expelled. Damn, he's just like Dottore. That's crazy. For one of Outland stock like him, exile was even more terrifying than the punishment of death. Exile was, after all, an ancient curse. Oh. Oh, shit. Doesn't he, like, don't you get cursed if you leave? Right? Like, the curse of the wilderness, I think. Exile was, after all, an ancient curse for those who turned their backs on the gods, and once they returned above ground, the Malazan would catch up to them swiftly. Holy shit. A punishment like this was itself already a betrayal on the kingdom's noble ideals, a sign that the underground realm was in decline. But royal orders had to be obeyed. Besides, he who had glimpsed Elysium's depths knew all too well that he could no longer endure what lay ahead. Fade away, O meaningless life. At least you glimpsed truth, At least you glimpsed truth, if not but one moment. Rothvanji finally emerged from the cavern, stepping into real sunlight, yet nothing happened to him. Unlike the others beside him, who now shrieked in agony? Wait, what the hell? Did the abyss protect him? If that was, wait, it was as if the great existence of the cosmos had manifested before him in an instant, and chosen above all others to bestow upon him the grace of darkness. Fortunately, tragically, he finally came to realize his mission. Flames illuminate the world, and they are also what reduce it to ashes. And my fate is like that of a moth leaping into the flame. He's like, I'm gonna die for this abyss. I'm dying for this abyssal shit. Oh my god. Guys, the abyss is next level, man. This man just literally got one whiff and he was hooked. He's literally gone mad. Revelations toll. An exquisite chiming clock driven by a mysterious power. It does not seem that timekeeping is its purpose. It was a time before the dark disaster engulfed the nations. All right, the cataclysm hasn't happened yet. A time when people still savored those last golden years. It is said that there was an erudite and gifted researcher who wandered the nations for many years. He had already read every Watawahist chronicle, observed the libraries of the northern lands. However, even after searching in the oldest records, he could not find what he was looking for. That pitch black Elysium, miraculous and still not of this world. He had traveled to every corner of the known world, save for that barren, still underdeveloped land. Oh? Nod-Krai? I assume that's Nod-Krai they're referring to. Oh, okay, yeah, literally the next sentence. That was the northern borderland known as Nod-Krai. It has only been a few years that the Tsar of Snezhnaya ordered it to be explored and put to use. No famous... Oh, wow. So this is like the birth. This is like the moment of Nod-Krai's like inception and birth. The Tsar, the first Cryo Archon was like, hey, go explore that unexplorable, that untamed land. And, you know, that, and now Rotwang getting involved Rotwang probably motivated the Lightkeepers and, you know, Solovey and Reed Miller. I mean, this is very much like a Rotwang focused artifact set though, so that's interesting. All right, let's see. It was the northern borderland known as Nod-Krai, and it had only been a few years ago that the Tsar of Snezhnaya ordered it to be explored and put to use. No famous researchers dwelled there, nor did it seem to contain any traces of ancient civilization. Oh, futile life that I had led. This shall be my final post, he thought before setting off for Nod-Krai. Hope may be lost, but I cannot give up now. Once more, he glimpsed the truth he had long pursued. Perhaps because his wish had finally been heard and heeded. And at last, he uncovered the sinful path that opened into the pitch-black Elysium. Now, wow, really? Now, all that remained was for him to open the gate, one that had shone in countless dreams with his own 2 hands. No matter the means, no matter the price that had to be paid. That sounds like it could have been a moon gate. What does he mean, open the gate? Yeah, that sounds like it might have been a moon gate that he was trying to open. Or maybe, see, here's the thing too. The gate that the Lindis went through didn't look like the same gate that, or the gate Rerir went through didn't look like the same gate that Tholindis went through. So I wonder if Tholindis went through a moon gate, but Rerir went through an abyssal gate. And you know, he's trying to get to this pitch black Elysium, this pitch black paradise. What if Rotwang went through or was trying to go through an abyssal gate as well? I'm kind of curious if that's, you know, because Rerir did it with the Abyss as well, right? He used the Abyss to open the gate and go through it. I mean, granted, Dainsleif used the Abyss to hold the gate open when he was helping out with Columbina fighting against him. But, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, it says all that remains is for him to open the gate, one that had shone in countless dreams with his own 2 hands, no matter the means, no matter the cost. Holy moly. All right, let's see. Vessels of Plenty. A specially crafted goblet used for palace banquets. It was once employed to perform some kind of magic. Holy moly. In the rotating galleries of Zapoliarni Palace, the banquets and dances never seemed to stop. The Fey nobles, fond of luxury, considered attending banquets their most important duty. Even the hardest heart can be softened by the rich aroma of fine wine, and many important affairs of state, both great and small, were often decided by those in a slightly tipsy haze. Professor Rotwang, whom the nobles called the Mad Monk in private, had attended court rather frequently of late. It was not just because he had become the Tsar's favorite through his mastery of alchemy and astrology. Oh dear. Gamers, this ain't looking good. Nor simply because he constantly uttered profound aphorisms that inevitably sent everyone in the room into laughter. What truly made the nobles sit up and take notice was the legends surrounding him. It was said that the great Duke Photius, once out of envy, sought to get rid of this troublesome viper. He replaced He replaced the fine fire water with a deadly poison. But to his astonishment, the great professor appeared completely unaffected after drinking it. I assume he's immortal, then. In the end, the great duke himself took a knee to the monk, even becoming the latter's most devoted follower. Another tale had it that Filipov, the most adept of the Fae in the art of transformation, once publicly called the professor's research nothing more than an elaborate hoax. The mad monk responded to the accusations with naught but a calm smile. Then, before everyone's eyes, he summoned the soul of Filipov's late wife? Wait, who is this man? What the hell? He summoned the soul of Filipov's late wife, who had been appearing in the beheaved Fae's dreams. These tales became a favorite topic of chatter at banquets, but whenever someone tried to confirm their truth, the professor remained silent. Perhaps no one truly cared whether these stories were true. Maybe they only existed to entertain banquet guests between songs and dances. Or perhaps, to the nobles, the outlander with no local ties was more worthy of their trust. Of course, it would be even better if he could assist them with a few niggles. But I think that is that supposed to be giggles? I have no idea what that is. But how could mere actors in their drama ever foreseen the tragic denouncements coming? Brother, who is this guy? How does he have all, like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like the most sophisticated form of the Abyss being used that I think we've seen. Like, he's unkillable. He's able to drink poison. He can summon the souls of the dead. So is he technically sinner number 0? He was a novice when he started. Bro's doing the most right now. And everyone is like, obviously he's trying to get buddy with them to get research, to get close information, to get access to his, you know, to his research that he needs for this gate that he needs to open. He's gonna open, actually, you know what would be crazy? It'd be kind of crazy if Rotwang opened the gate to the Abyss to cause the cataclysm. Because we got like the massive surge of power in the Archon quest, but I assume that was around 500 years ago. So that was before, and that was like the initial catalyst for the cataclysm. Because I'm like, he's gonna open this gate, but the sinners haven't been born yet. The sinners haven't been created, and the cataclysm hasn't happened yet. So I think it'd be interesting if he opened the gate that, like, triggered. But I don't know, because we still have our sister and, you know, Ehrman, like, trying to use her as a vessel for the Abyss. So I don't know how that ties in with Rotwang, or if this is like a separate thing. Bro's in freaking Snezhnaya right now, so I don't know. All right. Next up, we have Crown of the Befallen. Yeah, who didn't see that one coming? A crown modeled on the circlet worn by a sinner. This is Rotwang's crown. Perhaps in someone's heart, love and sin flow from the same source. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This sounds so much like Rerir. Rotwang, Rerir, they both have R. Their names start with R. They're both from Conrir. They're both doing some crazy sinner type shit. And they're talking about perhaps in someone's heart, love and sin. That's literally Rerir's whole fucking shtick. Right? He's selfish, he cares about himself. He became a sinner just for his lover. You know? I don't know, man. It almost seems like Rerir is like the freaking... Rotwang walked so Rerir could run or something. I don't know. Obviously not a descendant or anything. Rerir's kind of basic, but... Alright, let's see. The northern winds brought new opportunities and the touch of civilization to the ancient borderlands. Where the great tree fell, cities, ports, and factories were built. But only the Tsar's favorite knew that the prosperity everyone saw was not as it seemed. It was the ruler of the Fae, and now the ruler of the... Oh, God. And that the ruler of the Fae now hatched a bold scheme. A revolt that the sublunary order could not tolerate. But if you ask me, His Majesty the Tsar could afford to think even bigger, surely. Bound by the shackles of benevolence to this world, he has never once looked up at the stars. Such great power, and yet he only seeks to be a ruler of all living things beneath the moon. Little does he know that the true eternal Elysium he seeks lies beyond the sky's veil. Yeah, and bro, this reminds me so much of, like, Rotwang deceiving the first Cryo Archon, and, like, the Abyss messing with King Ehrman and, like, changing his mind and his viewpoints on stuff. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of parallels here. The Mad Monk, serving as the Tsar's envoy, arrived in Nod-Krai on a secret mission. Whoever claimed the treasure hidden... Oh my god. Is he looking for Reed Miller's treasure? Is that how it ties back to Reed? The Mad Monk, serving as the Tsar's envoy, arrived in Nod-Krai on a secret mission. Whoever claimed the treasure hidden here would receive a power capable of turning the world upside down. Bro, he's looking for the One Piece. That's crazy. That's crazy that Reed's, like, legacy was already cemented by the time Rotwang got here. However, he sought this power not to save the world, but to use it as a means to serve his own ends. He's selfish, just like Rerir, just saying. I swear to God, if I didn't know any better, I'd say Rotwang and Rerir were, like, related at this point. Holy shit. Looking at these foolish, fleeting mortals, as hopeless as this rapidly fading world of wait, let me read that again. Look at these foolish, fleeting mortals, as hopeless as this rapidly fading world of illusion. Only those like me, who have been chosen by the supreme grace, are worthy of living on. Better to find liberation and sacrifice to the great endeavor than to remain lost in endless cycles of samsara. Okay, Rotwang knows a thing or two about the cycles. He's like, I'm not gonna be no hamster running on this wheel forever. I'm busting out of this joint. See, here's the thing too, guys. If Teyvat is a samsara, this is kind of giving Emperor Scepter, right? The recursion cycles of just living life, beginning and end, starting over constantly, just so better to live in a constant infinite loop than to possibly go out into the stars beyond and be killed by the abyss. So, like, I don't know, man. Honestly, Rotwang's kind of reminding me of Lygus in a sense. He's like, man, these people don't know what they don't know. They're just running on this freaking hamster wheel, thinking they're making progress. But I know that our true progress is beyond the sky and beyond the stars. I don't know. Reed Miller, cast your meaningless melancholy aside, for you and I have been chosen by fate. Come, follow me. Though the world is destined for destruction, we shall emerge from the celestial shell. Holy shit. Guys, Reed Miller is him, bro. Reed Miller is him. I am, like, and it's crazy, too, to think that despite everything that happened with this prophesized pure sacred air, who cares if Reed Miller isn't a pure-blooded Hyperborean? He still made a difference in this world. With his treasures, with his proofs, with his friendship with Solove. Like, even now, like, freaking Rotwang is calling him out on his name, realizing how important he is to fate. Holy shit, I'm so excited. Reed Miller is probably my favorite, like, lore. Like, it's probably like my most anticipated lore plot line right now. Because we have 3 of the proofs, we need 2 more left. Rotwang is definitely still around. If he died in the past, the prophecy said that he will rise again for 2 times. And I think the second time he comes back, he'll be like a world boss. And we're gonna have, the Traveler's gonna have to fight him with like a companion or something. Which is interesting too, to think about companionship. That'd be cool if it was, I don't know, like the spirit of Reed Miller or some shit. That'd be sick. But we always tend to have a companion when we go on these world quests, so maybe by the end that would be kind of cool. But yeah. Alright, so that artifact set was super exciting. We are going to get into... Actually, we're going to get into weapons now. We're gonna oh wait, hold on. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't have it. Okay. We're gonna pull up the give me 1 second. All right, gamers. So we are going to be continuing on. I don't have this weapon either, so I did manage to get screenshots to check it out and read it on stream. The 4-star Catalyst Dawning Frost. I thought this would be tied into the Frost Moon Scions, but I think now, because the plot line is converging with Reed Miller, Rotwang's involved, Mr. Solove is involved, Aaliyah is involved, so I think this might be from Aaliyah's perspective because it's from the Frost Moon Scions, but let's see. A silver-forged ritual vessel, pure and completely without blemish. It is said to be a sacred relic passed down for generations among the priestesses of the far north. All right, let's continue. Whoa! Always remember, Avrelian, my dear child, the one... Wait, who is that? Always remember, Avrelian, my dear child, the one precious gift that fate has granted me. Wait, is this his mom? Wait! Oh my god! That's why it's the Frost Moon Scions! Wait, is his name... Is that his real name? Wait, Reed Miller's not even his real name! That's like his alias! Or maybe it was his... Maybe Avrelian was his real name that his mother was gonna give him, but then she died and he became an orphan, so maybe when he got adopted or whatever, they gave him Reed Miller as like a new name for him. Oh my fucking god. That is crazy cool. Hold on. Avrelian. That's such a sick name too. Avrelian, Reed Miller's real name. Oh my god. That is crazy! So this is from his mother's perspective, because she's dead, obviously. So this is like her wish to her baby. Oh my god. Always remember, Avrelian, my dear child, the one precious gift that fate has granted me. 1,000-year-old curse runs through your veins. and my only wish is that you live a life of peace and joy. One piece and joy. No matter what happens, you must oh no. Well, that sucks. Yeah. I don't know, man. No matter what happens, you must never set foot in Nod-Krai. And you must never be taken in by that fool's dream of Elysium. No earthly paradise under the moon has ever been built for mortals. All that the Lord of the Sky has created... Wait. All that the Lord of the Sky has created has its boundaries. That is so cool. So, Rotwang is like, hey, I have a dream of a pitch black Elysium. Work with me, Reed Miller, and together we can see that dream realized. And then Reed, I know we just got his full name, I'm probably still gonna call him Reed. Reed then says, you know what? I'm gonna create my own Elysium in this place called Nod-Krai with my homie Solove, and we're gonna make a true paradise for people. Cinema. So cool. Unfortunately, at the, it goes against his mother's wishes, but I think it worked out in the end. All right. The V might be pronounced as... Wait, hold on. Oh, is it pronounced Aurelian? Is the name pronounced Aurelian? Like, some people in chat are saying that the V is pronounced as a U. So his name is pronounced Aurelian. Like Aurelian Soul from League of Legends. Hold on. Huh. Interesting. It comes from the Latin name Aurelius. Okay, I could see that. That's really cool. All right, let's lock the fuck in, gamers. On a snow... Well, I guess that would make sense, right? Hyperborea, I think, is the civilization that was around during, like, the unified civilization. So if it's Latin, Greek-inspired, then that kind of makes sense, because Enkanomiya had a lot... Or Byakuya Koku had a lot of those, similar, like, Adonis, you know, parallels and stuff like that. All right, let us continue. On a snowy evening, gently veiled in the aurora's light, the woman once worshipped as the maiden had another glimpse of a dream foretelling the fate of her homeland. It had been many years since she bade farewell to that place. Yet, like the creeping frost, those deliberately forgotten whispers always found their way into her warm, quiet dreams nonetheless. Perhaps it was the new life growing within her that stirred the long-dormant visions, and now those haunting, twisted phantoms grew ever clearer. Yeah, so this is Aurelian's mother having, like, visions on, like, the Frost Moon Scions and the family and the people and the life that she left. Maybe even Hyperborea, I'm not sure. I don't know if... Because, like, we already know Hyperborea was destroyed, but... It might have been the Frost Moon Scions for her. At first, they came to her as ceaseless nightmares, countless dreams that came and went endlessly in trifling, unyielding cycles. The seeds of life, born not of natural evolution, fell from silver branches into the ruins of a desolate city, where featherless creatures, walking upright, enjoyed untold wisdoms and the blessings it bestowed. That sounds like creations of Hyperborea. The seeds of life born not of natural evolution fell from silver branches into the ruins of a desolate city. So the Fae that were born from experimentation of the Hyperboreans fell into the desolate, destroyed Golden City, where featherless creatures walking upright enjoyed untold wisdom and the blessings it bestowed. So it seems like... That sounds like, to me, that the Snowland Fae currently occupy the now destroyed Hyperborea, which might be why we haven't seen them. Like, or we haven't seen, like, a lot of them. So, yeah, we might actually meet the Snowland Fae. I actually think we will. We'll meet the Snowland Fae when we go to Hyperborea, if they're there, or if there are any that are still there. Hell, we might even get some as enemies. Like, I don't know, that'd be cool if we have, like, Hyperborean, like, Snowland Fae mob types. I think that'd be interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Then came... Oh, hold on, let me see. Okay. Then came endless greed and selfish desire, masked behind noble-sounding names. And from these followed hatred, curses, betrayal, strife, plunder, slaughter, and kin turning against kin. The cities scattered across the land pursued their own paths of good and evil, while the divine envoys stood by in silence, watching all unfold. Until the king of the lands dared test the Okay, I see what I see now why what happened. Until the kings of the lands dared test the eternal heavens, and only then did the great towers fall in flame, burying the cries of the slaves. The arrogation of mankind, gamers, I swear. That's the moral of the story. Why did it happen? The arrogation of man. Bro. Yo, by the time the game started, no wonder Asmodee crashed out on the Travelers. She's like, I've seen this shit happen too many times. I've had enough. Like a fleeting shadow vanishing in a single breath, a dreamless dream scattered across 1,000 years and then 1,000 more. A mountain of crowns in a secret place beneath a withering tree, beneath a withered tree, forgotten by all. Whoa. Oh, wait. That's one of the tiaras. A mountain of crowns in a secret place beneath a withered tree forgotten by all. All right, I'm going to double check. When I finish reading this, I'm going to double back. I think it might be the cryo tiara, actually. But sometimes even the divine plans falter, and the golden city that rose from the earth could not satiate the hearts of mortals aflame with desire. Hearts swollen with ambition, drawn to the vacant thrones of the world, longing to shatter the boundaries between man and God. And like all tragedies illusioned, that boundless Elysium would crumble. The dragonic kings of flame plunged into the dark abyss, and the tide swallowed the white stone empire whole. Holy shit. The tide swallowed the white stone empire whole? I wonder if that's... Is that referring to... So the Dragonic King of Flame, I know that that's Xiuquaodo, you know, he faked his death, right? Fell into the abyss. The tide swallowed the white stone empire whole. For some reason, that reminds me of Byakuya Koku. You know, like how it fell into the abyss? But I don't know if that's what it's referring to. They said white stone empire. So I wonder if that's Enkanomiya. The dying world was moving towards its end, and only the shadows of the past lingering in its halls. Countless dreams steeped in blood, tears, and sin. Countless dreams countless dreams forever out of reach. Years of division and hatred carried across generations, cycling endlessly beneath the lightless night. And then a voice unheard, yet more familiar than any she had known, whispered to her on the bitter end of darkness, with compassion soft and luminous as light. I shall bring an end to the warriors of this land and raise a boundless Elysium in their place. I do this not to be king, but so that no one can ever claim that role. I wonder if she had a vision of her son. Like she had a dream of Reed in the future. Or Aurelian. Her dream would always shatter just before it reached the moment of promise, and she would be pulled back to the shores of reality, accompanied by the pale morning light and the faint stirrings of the life within her. Oh my god, he's not even born yet! The young mother let out a quiet sigh as her fingers brushed against the silvery white talisman resting against her chest. Gazing upon the face of the one she loved beside her, the woman gently placed her hand over her belly and asked, "My child, my dear child, why do you stir so? Is it because you sense your mother's heart? Are you afraid?" Oh, Reed, my goat. Aurelian, my homie. Wow, that was his mother having a prophetic vision of everything that was to come. These were the dreams she was having. She was having nightmares about Hyperborea falling, about the Frost Moon Scions falling into despair. I'm surprised. I mean, she foresaw a lot of things, everything but her death, which is so unfortunate. I mean, most people can never see their death, so, or see their death coming, so that makes sense, but in all of that chaos, she saw the destruction of the Fae, the destruction of Hyperborea, the death of the Sovereign. Crazy, man. All right. Oh my god. Dude, this is so crazy. Aurelian. I cannot believe we have bro's government name, like unofficial name. Like the name, she didn't even name him that. That's just, I mean, maybe his name is Aurelian, but he decided to go by like a pen name or like an alias as Reed Miller. Like, I'm gonna be like freaking the One Piece Reed Miller. That'd be so sick. That is so freaking cool. I thought Reed was his name. Reed Miller. I thought that was his name, but they gave us the okie doke. That is so sick, dude. That's such a dope name, too. I love that for him. All right, gamers. We have weapon ascension materials to check out. The lore of Aurelian, a.k.a. Reed Miller, is not over yet. We have a couple more things to check out. So we have the sundering glory of the far north Scions. Unfortunate. It is said that in the years before the country of gold and white stone sank. Okay, so that white stone empire might have been talking about Hyperborea instead. Because it says gold and white stone, but that one just said white stone, so I'm not sure. Anyways. It is said that in the years before the country of gold and white stone sank, the moon-worshipping ancestors were guided by the Star of Dawn to build a tower reaching to the heavens. Later on, the most transgressive of wild fantasies, one to unify life and the world into one. Wait, what? Oh, the Fae's creation. That's such a crazy fucking, like, way of describing it. Later on, the most transgressive of wild fantasies, one to unify life and the world into one. One that even the monarch who ruled all nations on earth failed to achieve, was toppled along with the city in the wrath of the high heavens. The homeless survivors fled to the south by the waning light of the frost moon, chanting in tears of a glory that belonged to them millennia ago. Okay. That is crazy. Yeah, is that like that's like a Tower of Babel story? That is interesting. I mean, it makes a lot of Hoyoverse, like they draw a lot of inspiration from like real life or like real world mythos and history, so all right, let's continue. Unyielding delusions of the far north Scions. The grand city of gold and white stone was no more. Following the moonlight's pale guidance, its exiled inhabitants wandered to a desolate foreign land. The glory and prowess of the past had dried up like morning dew. Yet the earlier delusions still flowed beneath the skin of the proud. unlike the Greaves now lost to time. Like farmers breeding their crops, the archpriestess who served the moonlight for generations after generations selected the purest bloodlines closest to their progenitor, no matter the cost. Until they fucked around and found out and actually, like, undid all of that work, which sucks. Oblation of the Far North Scions. A blade as pure as moonlight is the compassion of a... Sorry. A blade as pure as moonlight is the compassion of a benevolent hand. In the name of mercy, all beings offer hope to tomorrow. All beings offer hope for tomorrow. Even those looking to be made whole can feel the moonlight's pristine blessing flowing beneath their skin. Even the smallest blessing accumulated can guide the pious scions immersed in them closer to the coming Elysium. All sins and wicked thoughts are cleansed by the pristine moonlight. All tears and suffering are necessary sacrifices. At least that is what the people who worship the moon once firmly believed. And last but not least, Aureate radiance of the Far North Scions. With the unblemished birth of the with the unblessed birth of the prophesied son, a millennia-long plan ushered in the bleak twilight. A scheme born of cunning was shattered by foolish betrayal. The youth who was supposed to be king took the maid who was supposed to serve him and stole the secret treasure that was supposed to be his, only to reject the crowns that fate had ordained for him. In time, the king who was destined to rule Elysium went down in history as an unpardonable thief. And by the time the true new moon shone upon the land, the Far North's final wish for golden grandeur had already been buried by the priestess, who had never believed in any god, in the empty grave of her king. The youth who was supposed to be king took the maid. Well, yeah, no, Reed wasn't... I mean, people wanted him to be the ruler, but he said he didn't want to be. So technically, yeah, like, you know, the youth who was supposed to be king, Reed Miller, who was supposed to be king, took the maid who was supposed to serve him and stole the secret treasure that was supposed to be his, only to reject the crowns that fate had ordained to him. So what I think this is implying is that he stole the proofs and he hid them, and he became a thief. Like, those proofs were supposed to be his to become king and usher in the saving, like the salvation of whatever. So he stole the proof of cognoscenti. He stole the 5 proofs that were meant for him as to become king, and he hid them. And so he was like, hey, whoever can find these, you'll have the king power. You'll be able to change the world and have all this power you want. I never wanted that. I think that's what this is implying. I don't know who this maiden was, who this maid. That's what I was hung up on. I had to double read. It says, so I'm just going to read, like, I'm just going to fill in. It says, Reed Miller, who was supposed to be king, took the maid who was supposed to serve him and stole the secret treasure that was supposed to be his, only to reject the crowns that fate had ordained for him. In time, Reed Miller, who was destined to rule Elysium, went down in history as an unpardonable thief. And by the time the new moon, and by the time, you know, Columbina was born, the Far North's final wishes of the golden grandeur had been buried by the priestess. So I don't know who this maid is, unless it was Isla, who went on to, like, pretend to be him in the future, like after he died. So unless he was in on it, unless he was like, hey, when I die, just pretend to be me, you know, he hid his proofs away, but she used some of them to disguise herself. So I feel like that maid is Isla, who went on to go help Solove stop Rotwang after Reed died. Yeah, I was a little confused by it because I was like, I think back during the world quest, they mentioned that she was, I think they said that she was like, not, kidnapped or something? Or like abducted by someone? I thought that was Rotwang that she was abducted by, but it seems like Reed just like stole the treasure and stole the girl and ran off. And then she pretended to live out her life as him until Rotwang was stopped, and then she died. Rotwang did kidnap Aaliyah. Well, then it seems like then that this is just her agreeing. Because it said the king took the maiden that was supposed to serve him. I don't know if that was like, if that's perceived as like he kidnapped her. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like she left with him. And I don't know, like, again, it says stole the secret treasure that was supposed to be his. I assumed that was the proofs, right? You bring the 5 together, but it could also be the sample mill, because only the heir can use it. I didn't consider that either. And I mean, the sample mill, we could probably come across that. Actually, you know what? I wonder if the 5 proof of cognoscenti can be used to locate the sample mill. I think that would be, because like the sample mill is important, but that's not one of the 5 proofs. So like, what if the 5 proofs are just like the keys that you need to find it? And maybe it's back at Hyperborea. Maybe he put it there. Maybe he hid it away there. Because if this is like an ongoing world quest situation, you know, like all of the world quests expand with other like with other expansions and other areas and stuff. So I wonder if it's back where it belonged, or back where it started, right? With, it's back at Hyperborea, maybe. Yeah, literally, like I literally think the sample mill is the one piece of the world quest. Yeah, like at the time of recording right now, Luna 3 is about to drop, so we don't have any region expansion, so we won't know until we get more information on that. But Isla may have like continued on with that, you know, scenario after Reed died, because she pretended to be him after the fact. She used some of his proofs to mask her identity as well. And so maybe when everything was said and done, when she got older or whatever, maybe she actually like hid the rest of the proofs after he died, so that way no one could find, or only like someone worthy could find the proofs and locate the sample mill. God damn it, yeah, sorry, I'm getting the names mixed up. It's not my fault. Blame Hoyoverse. I don't know why they decided to do that. Yeah, this was super interesting. Really like this lore. We're not done yet, actually. We do have the artful devices next, and these are going to continue onward. So we have, oh, also, Yeah, okay. So next up we have, this looks like a freaking, oh, looks like some kind of weird contraption. Artful device fragment. An intricate device once known as the 7 tools of the great thief. Yeah, it looks like a freaking Swiss Army knife or something. Rumor claims that it was created by the legendary thief Reed Miller. Just as the first treasure hoarders came... Oh, actually, you know what? Let me run the ad right now. I just realized the ad timer. I should have done that beforehand. Hold on. Okay. All right, really quick chat. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to say Moonchanter Isla, and then Aaliyah will just be the sister that carried on, like the older sister that carried on. So I think Moonchanter Isla will be better to remember. All right, so just to make sure, it was Aaliyah that became Reed Miller, right? Okay. I just want to... I'm like, okay, Moonchanter Isla. Moonchanter Isla. Don't fuck this up, Arnold. I need some distinction between their names because, like, this is not helping me out personally. So... Yeah, we're probably going to finish today's stream after we read the Reed Miller book. And then tomorrow will be everything else. Just as a heads up, tomorrow will be Flynn's lore, Lightkeeper lore, Treasure Hoarder lore. We'll probably end up reading Hymns of the Far North at this point. Lunar Arcana cards and Octavia lore, and all of the lore from the Milliastra Wonderland. Yeah, I'm also going to stream super early. Not super early, but way earlier than today, so we can definitely finish everything tomorrow. Oh, yeah, and tomorrow's Sunday. We get to do our Columbina anecdote. Our hangout? Yeah, we got that tomorrow, too. And any other characters that we get tomorrow. So, that's good. That's a W. Yeah, Java, I'm probably gonna read that, but I don't know if I'm gonna read it on stream. I don't really know if it pairs well with anything. Yeah, like I read stuff. I don't only read when I'm on stream. How many hangouts did you get? So I'm at I think this is gonna be my 5th Columbina hangout for this for this Sunday, and so I'm gonna get the last one next week for the second phase. I'm 12 days behind, so I'm like a week. I'm barely 2 weeks behind, but they stop on Sunday, so I'm a week and 10 days. I'm a week and 7 days behind. No, not a week. I'm an idiot. I'm a week and 5 days behind. So yeah. But yeah, so I will have I'll have all of that. Yeah, I'm excited. All right, chat, let us continue. Make sure I'm recording. All right. All right, gamers, we're gonna check out the artful device fragment, looking like a Swiss Army knife over, a rusty Swiss Army knife over here. An intricate device once known as the 7 Tools of the Great Thief. Rumor claims it was created by the legendary thief Reed Miller. Someone in chat did mention it, and I was thinking it too. Because I'm a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot back in my youth, back in middle school. The 7 Tools of the Great Thief, there's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Called 7 Tools of the Bandit. And so, I'm not going to say it's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference. I'm sure there's like a lot of like, you know, bandits and thieves and stuff like that that utilize that as like a tool. But I think it's really cool. The 7 Tools of the Great Thief, right? The 7 Tools of the Bandit, Reed Miller. I think that's a really cool like comparison there, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's like even lightly mentioned, because there's a lot of callbacks to other games in this game as well. Just as the first treasure hoarders came from all walks of life, this combination of tools meant for different purposes was designed to break down artificial boundaries regardless of whether they were chains or borders. It should be noted that there are more than 7 tools. It's just that people are accustomed to using 7 to describe anything numerous. Perhaps that's actually true. Perhaps it is for the same reason that the world is believed to only form... Perhaps it is for that same reason that the world is believed to have only 7 forms of order. Interesting. Yeah, apparently there's only 7 colors because we're too lazy to count any higher than that. Right, that's what one of the other artifacts, one of the other name cards says. There's like, oh, light refracts into multiple colors, but we stop at 7 because we're kind of lazy. So obviously the seven archons. Well, I mean, they technically they're not wrong. We could have had way more archons because there was a ton of gods during the Archon War. It just so happens that, right, the heavenly principles landed at 7, so we could have had an archon of dust, an archon of the stove, an archon of whatever the hell else, you know what I mean? But they stopped at 7, and so we only got 7 orders of the world. I don't know what they would have been governance over, right? Like what, like, you know how like wind is freedom, earth is, or wind is freedom, or animo is freedom, geo is contracts. Like, what would dust be governance over? You know? Sneezing? Because there's dust everywhere and I can't freaking breathe? I don't know. That was a joke, obviously. Anyways, let's continue. Artful device replica. Just as the legendary thief's tool has been imitated by countless others, so has his name. In a sense, it was not the people who bro, they're thirsting for Reed Miller? That's crazy. In a sense, it was not the people who thirsted for something more who stole Reed Miller's name, but rather Reed Miller who stole the identity that was originally theirs alone. These viewpoints are just 2 sides of the same coin. Oh my gosh, that's way too dank. Artful device inheritance. Word on the street is that the legendary thief Reed Miller has been sentenced to death several times. Yet, he always managed to escape at the last minute with the help of his friends and his tools. In some versions of these stories, several of his followers willingly died in his place for their revered King of Elysium. Naturally, these versions cannot compete with the more popular drunken stories full of romance and bliss. Still, there has never been a shackle that could restrain the legendary thief. It is only natural to assume that no ending could do the same. Nice. Romantic story about the thief and glory. And lastly, artful device wish. The poor, the starving, the wretched, the oppressed. Oh my gosh, his freaking speech. Oh my god. That's how I knew. That's the moment when I was like, this is my GOAT. He is peak. I stand by Aurelian's side no matter what. When he started talking about taking down the oppressive establishment of Snezhnaya because while the royals get fat, the people are starving in the streets. He is so goated. He is literally the Robin Hood. The poor, the starving, the wretched, the oppressed. My exiled brothers and sisters, if you too have tasted indignities at the cruel hands of fate. This is literally ripped directly from what we read. If you too have tasted indignities at the cruel hands of fate, if you too have wept in the night at the plight of your neighbors, if you too have longed for a shelter from fear, if you too have dreamed of a world where no tears are shed, then join me, my brothers and sisters, in breaking the chains of slavery. Let the dead bury the dead. Let the dead bury the dead, for you will rise up, and with the treasures of the haughty, we will build an Elysium without boundaries. Hell yeah, brother. You know what that speech reminds me of? You know what that speech reminds me of Goku's speech to Frieza about how he is the hope of the universe. I'm like, damn, bro, he's kind of giving Goku energy with that speech. It's so peak. So good, man. Reed Miller, my goat. I mean, they say that he can never be caught. He can never die. I know it's been 500 years. You know, I have no idea. I might be coping. Maybe we'll get like the spirit of Reed Miller at some point, but I wish we could have met the GOAT, you know? We've met all these other people that should have, I mean, granted, we meet them and then they pass on. So like we've been through a lot of scenarios and situations with companions where they're around for such a long time and then we go on this one final quest with them and then they pass on. Maybe Reed will actually still be around in some way, shape, or form. I'm hoping. I don't know. I'm coping, obviously. I really, Reed's so cool, dude. He's so cool. I wish we got to meet him. It was 500 years ago, so. I don't know. I wish. But, lastly, gamers, for this recording, we're actually going to be checking out, some very interesting additional bits of lore here pertaining to Reed Miller themselves. Oh my god, this book is so long. Oh my god. This book is so long, chat. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. Holy fuck. Reed, why do you have to be doing all of this? Is it really that worth? Do you really have to do all of this? Holy moly. Alright, gamers. I mean, I've been reading lore for the last 7 hours. What's another hour? This is gonna take me a while. Alright, this is a Reed Miller reading stream. Alright, let's see. The legend of the legend of Reed Miller, thief extraordinaire. An anthology of pulp fiction. Are all these the same? Okay, they are. Okay. An anthology of pulp fiction stories based on the exploits of Reed Miller that is widely popular throughout Nod-Krai. Collated from various works and authors, the veracity of these stories within is as dubious as the quality of the paper that it's printed on. I love that. I remember laughing at that when I saw it in the original like shop that we got it for when we started Nod-Krai. All right, gamers. Okay. Volume 1. Your Dime Eerie Mystery. The Master Thief Reed Miller and the Sampo Mill. Deluxe Quarterly Edition. This inexpensive and entertaining story series, popular in Nashatown, costs only 10 mora per issue. Presumably, it's about the Master Thief Reed Miller's attempt to steal the Frost Moon relic, the Sampo Mill, from the Governor's Palace. However, in an attempt to boost However, in a seeming attempt to boost readership, the narrative is focused on the many young women vying for Miller's affection instead. I could have gotten lore on how Reed Miller stole from the Governor's Palace of Snezhnaya, potentially stealing from the Tsaritsa's father. And you're gonna give me this literati fan fiction about him having his own harem. Damn, someone said finally some good fucking lore. Oh my, yeah. Guys, do we have to? You know, it's not canon. It's not canon. It didn't happen. You know you're popular when you have your own fan fiction. Oh dear. No, that's true. That's facts. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. I ain't no bitch. All right. Chapter 4, Wagtail, a beauty as dangerous as a... Wagtail, a beauty as dangerous as a hunting falcon has appeared. She approached Master Thief Reed Miller under the moonlight, but to what end? Leaving your lovely female companions behind to come enjoy the night view here? What a cad you are, my dear. That soft voice is as smooth as the finest silk from Liyue, and yet beneath its surface lurks a subtle cruelty, sharp as the thorns of a Sumeru rose. Reed Miller did not turn around, for he knows that voice all too well. A graceful figure lands beside him with the poise of a cat. A young woman in her 20s, with long lavender hair cascading over her pale, bare shoulders and neck. She wore an elegant silver evening gown that clinged to her curves like liquid moonlight. Still, it cannot conceal the mockery in her brownish red eyes. Meet Wagtail, or A, as she is known to a privileged few like Miller. She is the only femme fatale in Nod-Krai whose skills and infamy rival those of the legendary thieves. Any treasure she sets her sights on is already hers. Once the thrill is over, she'll just as soon toss it to the poor on the street as she might cast it into the sea. Yeah. Countless men have vied for her affection, but she takes pleasure only in toying with their earnest feelings and has never returned the love of a suitor. The only treasure Wagtail has ever been unable to steal is the heart of master thief Reed Miller. Yo, what a fucking giga chad. Only one impossible feat drives her obsession with the handsome, enigmatic man, and she tried every trick and gambit imaginable to make his heart hers and hers alone. I smell expensive perfume and cheap ambitions, Wagtail. With a smile on her lips, she smoothly settles down beside the thief, now almost imperceptibly sidles next to him. It was a gift from another man. Jealous, she let a long gloved hand trail down his arm. As for me, I smell overconfidence, Reed. You've got your eye on the sample mill, I'm sure. But isn't that a bit obvious for you? You're right. I do want the mill, which was stolen from the Frostmoon Scions along with all the governor's other ill-gotten treasures. Miller finally met Wagtail's gaze, sending an involuntary shiver running through her and a blush rising to her cheeks, which forced her down with a glib smile. This is my stage tonight. You'd better find your own. Nonsense. She leaned in, her lips a mere breath from his. This stage is big enough for two. The spotlight, however, that only shines on one. I'll have my hand on the mill before you do, darling. And if you please me, I might even let you see it from afar. God damn. Holy fucking Riz, what is happening right now? Ding! The words were barely out of Wagtail's mouth before she whipped out a slender, sinister-looking dagger with lightning speed. She delights in the pointless and seemingly dangerous attacks, knowing full well Miller will block it. And indeed he does, by simply raising his arm and deflecting her blade with his gauntlet. The clash of metal on metal lasted but a brief moment. Reckless as always, Wagtail. It'll cost you one of these days. Ha! Recklessness is a privilege afforded to beautiful women, don't you know? If it's not to your liking, darling, come teach me a lesson. Like a moonlit breeze, she takes 2 steps back and blows him a playful kiss. Then she leaps into the darkness beneath the tower, leaving naught behind but a ghost of her expensive perfume in the cold night air. Honestly, that was kind of a fire chapter. I really liked that. The middle section of the volume has been ripped out, perhaps for a purpose other than reading. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, that's vandalism, by the way, but okay. You're telling me this I bought this book and there's ripped pages? What the fuck? Also, in my wholesome Christian gacha game, what is happening here? Huh? What are they not saying? What are they trying to tell us here? Anyways, chapter 17. Just as the governor is fuming over the theft of the sample mill, a group of detectives from Snezhnaya suddenly swarm in and clap him in irons. Just what is... Ha! Your Excellency, your fury must have overtaken you, such that you've forgotten who Reed Miller is. He is a despicable thief, yes, but he is not also a master of disguise, able to become any man, woman, or child with uncanny skill. That's impossible. This is absurd. If you were pretending to be Leonov, the Oprichniki would surely have... The man poses as Detective Leonov... Sorry, the man posing as Detective Leonov laughs. slowly circling the bound governor twice in a clear mockery of his pompous deductions. The Oprichniki, you mean the men who tied you up? You mean the men who tied you up and sealed off this palace? Those are my people. I have them pose as Oprichniki, and your men believe it without question. Surprised, Governor? Have you forgotten how blindly Snezhnayan soldiers follow orders, whether from real supervisors or clever imposters? As we speak, the Frostmoon Scion's treasure has been safely returned to their holy city, to their holy lady. Unless you plan to defy the Tsar's will and risk open war with the Frostmoon Scions, recovering the sample mill is no longer an option for you. You blasted crook! You accursed thief! I could have tolerated you stealing the mill, but you must have plundered my personal collection. But must you plunder my personal collection too? Does it matter? Those treasures you claimed are yours. Wait, those treasures you claim are yours. Those lands you claim you own. Aren't they stolen from the destitute who live there? Who live here? The man's demeanor the man's demeanor remains perfectly composed, a stark contrast to the agitation written all over the governor's crimson face. I sense no difference between a bandit who robs the people and a governor who oppresses them. We defend our freedoms in the ways we defend our freedom in the only way we can, because no one else will fight for it. But rest assured, I'm not keeping any of this. Every treasure will return to its rightful owner. I shall not keep but a single piece. Across the room, Wagtail, posing as a detective, lets out a soft sigh, inaudible to the governor. Oh dear, this man truly is beyond help. He speaks of laying no claim to treasure where he holds the Frostmoon's most prized gem in his hand. Wagtail's words stunned Shadow Weasel, momentarily leaving her attention away from her adoptive father, who was bound up in the center of the room. When Reed Miller should have given the sample mill to that holy woman. Wait, he didn't secretly swap it with a fake while we weren't looking, did he? Ah, you don't get it, do you? That's exactly how he deceived you, young ladies. The women sighed dramatically. What he has stolen for himself is the heart of the Frostmoon's daughter. Oh my god. Guys, he's not even trying. He's literally like, he's just living his life, and he's stealing hearts, and he's stealing hearts, man. Yeah, Riz Miller, guys. Orizian is his actual name, guys. Orizian, aka Riz Miller. All right, volume 2. All right, we're about we're like a fourth of the way there. Just who is this person who so swiftly captures the heart of a young lady who doesn't believe in love? Ooh. Damn, is he like rizzing up the Tsaritsa? This is a popular piece of fiction in Nod-Krai that chronicles the romance between the master thief, Reed Miller, and the governor's daughter. Oh my gosh, that is a long-ass name. Leonita Prokhorovna Trubetskaya. I butchered the hell out of that, I already know. And their first encounter on... Disclaimer. This story is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real persons, places, or events is purely coincidental. I'm just gonna call her by her first name. That's too much to keep up with. The young lady, Leonida. Yeah, the young lady, Leonida, the apple of the governor's eye, making her way to the dining room with her maid in tow. Though there's a current of anxiety running beneath her calm facade, her steps are poised and graceful. After all, a lady must always appear as such, no matter what. Her eyes are fixed on the morning paper, for she's almost certain today is the day the master thief Reed Miller shall publish his notice. She might be beginning to understand the mind of this elusive raven, she thinks, and the fact that her father's men haven't even caught a glimpse of him yet has sparked a flash of anger in her. I'll catch you for sure. Her father seemingly unusually absorbed in the paper today. Leonida swallowed her bite of toast and asked casually, "My dear father, any interesting news today?" Nothing that my dear little Leonida needs to worry her pretty little head about. Okay. Damn. Lord Chubetskoy puts down the paper, smiles at his daughter, and says, "Send the jeweler in." A red-haired footman standing next to the governor immediately leads someone in. The latter bows deeply, a treasure box in hand. The governor takes but a glance at it, then gestures for the box to be presented to his daughter. As a look of surprise flickering across Leonida's face, he says, "Come on, don't tell me you thought I forgot your birthday. At the ball 3 days from now, my dear little Nita will be the belle of Snezhnaya. No, of the whole of Teyvat. Now, put it on so I can take a look." Leonida obediently takes the necklace from the box and clamps it around her neck. Her father's choice is, as always, impeccable. The design and cut is unmistakably from Fontaine, and the central gemstone is so brilliant as it outshines the finest stones from Natlan. "I know it's a little bit early," he says, "but as your father, I should be the first to wish you a happy birthday, my dear." He casts a glance at the necklace and adds, "Make sure you wear it to the ball. A very important guest will be there, and I want you to meet him." I wonder if he's using the necklace on his daughter as bait to lure Reed Miller out or something. That's kind of giving me the energy. Her father is speaking in a serious tone, one that makes Leonida's grip the gift's true import immediately. She will be of age to be betrothed after this birthday. As the governor's daughter, she always has been expected to be married off to the son of a powerful Snezhnayan noble. This is why she never believed in love. It is, after all, completely meaningless. Her father has special affections for her intelligence and beauty, of course, but more importantly, her obedience and maturity are everything he expected from an adopted daughter. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. "I understand, dear father." He ruffles her hair with a final, affectionate gesture. The fatherly smile vanishes from his face as he returns to his formidable role as governor, his full attention now back on his duties. Leonida watches her father leave with a gentle pang in her heart. She composes herself after a soft exhale, and it's time to focus. She picks up the morning paper, and there on the front page, just as she expected, is a letter adorned with black feathers. It reads, "Dear Lord Chubetskoy, 3 nights from now, on the dark night of the new moon, your treasure will be mine. I thank you for your kind generosity. With the greatest regard, Reed Miller." Can you tell me which of us is which? The jeweler from Fontaine stared in surprise as 2 red-headed footmen emerged from the dressing room. Of course, only one of them ranks as a footman, second class from the governor's palace. Left. No, wait, right. No, that can't be. I mean, right. Yes, the right one is right. Are you just taking a guess? The man on the right seemed a tad displeased. Are you sure about that? If you're wrong, you'll get in trouble tonight. The footman on the left ceases. The footman on the left teases. Right is right. A firm reply, but one betrayed by the copiously sweating face. The footman on the right burst out laughing, then shoved his double towards the jeweler. "You're wrong," he says. "This one here is your sweetheart." "Ha! Our disguise is impeccable. I meant the one on the right is the fake. You two. Reed Miller, disguised as a footman, interjected, his laughter filling the room. Don't forget, our goal is to make the fake look real. If even a lover cannot recognize their beloved, tonight's operation is bound to go off without a hitch. But is it wise for you to do that alone? If anything goes wrong, you won't have anyone to fall back on. The real footman pointed out, his voice filled with concern. I won't lose any more of my treasure hoarders, Reed Miller says, the mirth gone from his face. You've already completed the most dangerous task, which is to infiltrate the governor's palace. So don't worry about me and go back to Fontaine. The people there need the treasure hoarders' help too. The footmen and the jewelers exchanged a glance. Then they swear solemnly to Reed Miller. We promise to steal... Oh my god. Guys, I love this so much. They solemnly swear to Reed Miller. We promise to steal all the misery from this world. I love that so much. So good. Oh, the Yehoda trailer dropped. Oh shit. We should watch. Oh man, it's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, well we're halfway done with this book. I will watch it after, which is hilarious. What perfect timing. Reading about the treasure hoarders, Yehoda's trailer drops. It was all according to plan. Oh man. All right, we're about halfway done. But let us continue. I love that though. He says we promise to steal all of the misery from this world, so they were really just the good guys after all. Miller watches the two leave, then turns towards the governor's palace, bathed in the setting sun. Trubetskoy has been successful against the treasure hoarders for one simple reason: his immense wealth. Even the world's greatest thieves have been powerless before his near-limitless resources. With enough treasure, he could hire the finest warriors, acquire the best weapons, and surround oneself with the shrewdest advisors. Wealth could even silence the law and bury all resistance beneath a grave of golden sand. The true extent of Trubetskoy's wealth has been a mystery to the world. More oddly, no one has ever seriously questioned its sources either. A chuckle escaped Miller's lips at that moment. But now he holds the answer. The legendary sample mill. A magical relic said to generate endless riches is within the governor's palace itself. For this discovery, he has the red-haired foot soldier's investigation, the jeweler's keen eye, and the governor's daughter, whose birthday is fast approaching, to thank. The newspaper with Reed's letter sells out almost instantly. On the day that follows, all of Nod-Krai is abuzz with anticipation for Leonida's birthday ball. Albeit not for the governor's daughter herself, but for the inevitable clash between the master thief and the governor. The governor's palace has been put on high alert, with every arriving guest subjected to intense scrutiny. This is a necessary precaution given the master thief's known skill for disguise. As Leonida scans the long list of names and titles, barons, sons of earls, rising stars in the royal court, clans favored by the Tsar, and so on, the necklace around her neck begins to feel heavy, less like a gift and more like a set of shackles. Some fresh air out of the courtyard would be good right now, she thinks. Mama, is this the Mama, is that the daughter of Lord Trubetskoy? Indeed she is. But why is she human? I mean, the Honorable Lord isn't. She's just the Lord's adoptive daughter. How utterly strange. Why would the noble Lord Trubetskoy adopt a human? Okay, so I guess these are like Fae, or she was expected to be Fae. A poised and elegant lady whom Leonita had never seen before is whispering to her child in a nearby hallway when she noticed Leonita looking. She turned away and leaves without a word. That's true. Why in the world would the noble Lord Trubetskoy adopt a human being? That's true. Why in the world would the noble Lord Trubetskoy adopt a human being? A whisper, speaking of the unhappiness creeping in her heart, startles Leonita. She looked around the courtyard, but she is alone. Is her imagination playing tricks on her? She sighs and turns towards the palace's innermost chamber for another round of treatment. These sessions leave her utterly drained, yet she endures them without a word of complaint, so determined that she never be the source of shame for her father. For some reason, she recalls the voice she had heard in the courtyard. It was a voice that, like a bonfire in winter, radiated warmth that could melt the snow. As the night falls, guests begin to appear one after another. Leonita feels her nervousness grow. All evening, she is approached by a stream of potential partners, each asking for a dance, but as they come and go, not a single name registers in her mind. 10, 9, 8. The countdown to midnight begins, and every eye in the room turns eagerly to her. Besides her father, the ambitious upstart for the royal court stand, his gaze fixed on her, or perhaps on the massive jewel gleaming from her neck. 6, 5, 4. She couldn't tell what everyone is anticipating. Is it her birthday or something else entirely? 3, 2. Huh? Since moments ago, Leonita has noticed that everyone around her seems enveloped in a silvery white glow, and that light has been growing brighter since. From time to time, her own body would emit the same silvery white light. Her father calls it a disease that requires constant treatment, a flaw in her very being. 1. The necklace on her neck suddenly breaks with a swoosh. The necklace on her neck suddenly drops with a swoosh. The world is engulfed in the silvery white light. Around Leonita, a silence as deep as the snowy night falls. She stands frozen. Her pulse beating in rhythm with the light, and her heartbeat filled by the invisible thread. There's a part of her that is screaming to run, but a gentle restraint holds her feet. What is this? Magic? Fate? Or is it the feeling she'd never believed in, flaring to life the moment it comes near? The crowd around her melted away as time seemed to stop, and from the stillness, a flash of warm red bolts towards her. Miss Leonita, you're in danger. The governor has instructed me to protect you. Please follow me. But father told me to. No, he didn't send you. Wait, yeah, so my father told me to. No, he didn't send you. You're Reed Miller. Please, miss, this is a last-minute order by... Everyone calls you clever, but in my opinion, you're nothing but a shameless liar. Well, isn't someone a sharp young miss? Father has set a tight net. You aren't getting out of here. But that tight net is centered on the sample mill in the secret chamber, isn't it? Ugh. I made it clear on the notice. Tonight, the governor's most prized treasure will be mine. And while the mill is valuable, it's hardly what I'd call a true treasure. Are you saying that your target is me? That's right, my clever and adorable young lady. Ha! I'm the daughter of Lord Trubetskoy, I shall not give my father's arch enemy the chance to take me hostage. Really? Are you really the governor's daughter? Then tell me, why would the noble Lord Trubetskoy adopt a human? Damn. Holy moly. Sheesh. She, like, gave her that question that, like, she was stressing out about. The silvery white power, the treatments, the sample mill, her father's endless wrath, and the word adopted. It all came together for Leonida in an instant. She is the source of her father's fortune. The treatments were not for healing. They were rituals. The key to making the they were rituals. The key to making the mill produce an endless stream of diamonds. Though a part of her has always known, she's never allowed herself to face the truth until now. Ah, I almost forgot. As Miller speaks, he sheds his disguise as the red-haired footman, revealing his true face. I triggered that little contrivance inside the gemstone at that very moment. A good thing I didn't miss it. He leaned in close and whispered into Leonida's ear. Happy birthday. The rest is history, yes? Reed Miller makes off with every treasure in the governor's place, and Leonida, having fallen in love with him the moment she saw his true face, forsakes her gilded cage to wander the world with the master thief. The legend of Reed Miller is often called fiction, but like a person who has never loved and thus insists love isn't real, those who find this story implausible only do so because they have never experienced such a moment themselves. Holy peak. Sheesh! God damn! Oh, man. Huh. Alright, and so now we have Volume 3. Little is known about Zima, who hailed from Snezhnaya, a land of perpetual winter. His name is found in no logbooks, no epics, no historic tales. Like a single snowflake, he briefly brushed against the surface of legend before disappearing without a trace. Zima came from a small town southeast of Snezhnograd, where villagers harvested ice beneath the snow-capped mountain peaks. On snowy nights, they called forth tales and skeins, like primeval airs sealed beneath the ice, of mischievous frost spirits who stole travelers' boots, and pale, melancholy snow maidens who, when betrayed, froze the lovers who once sought... Sorry, let me read that again. On snowy nights, they called forth tales and skeins like primeval airs sealed beneath the ice, of mischievous frost spirits who stole travelers' boots, and pale, melancholy snow maidens who, when betrayed, froze the lovers they had once sought into lifelike statues by ripping the very warmth from them. Zima had seen a strange, deranged smile on a companion who fell for a maiden before, and he found it a monotonous way to die. He harbored following a pattern, even the pattern of an uncertain death. Instead, oh my gosh. Instead, he longed for a unique fate and a life of adventure. And so he left the land of eternal white for the blue seas of the archipelago to the south. It was there that he first heard of the legendary Master Thief. The name Reed Miller was already well known across Nod-Krai. Stories claim he had been captured by the governor and taken to Snezhnograd for a hanging on the public square. But just as everyone believed the story would end up with the swaying corpse, the governor's vault was found emptied with a taunting message etched in golden dust on the wall. No one knew how he managed to escape the noose, but his miraculous... Hold on. No one knew how he escaped the noose, but his miraculous return turned him into a tavern legend and an idol to the youth. So when the master thief reappeared, buys a 3-masted ship, and starts recruiting sailors seeking adventure and fortune at the harbor, Zima offered his name without a second thought. Bro, he's assembling his pirate crew. This is crazy. All right, chat. Really quick, I just need to grab some water, and then we're gonna finish this up. Give me a second. Right back. All right. I am so cold right now. Actually, hold on. I'm freezing. It's cozy time. Ugh. I am so cold. How much longer are you gonna be streaming? I'll be done in the next 10 minutes or less. We're gonna watch the Yehoda trailer after this, apparently, and then I'm gonna call it. Actually, Actually, I'm gonna watch the Yehoda trailer, but I'm not gonna watch it on stream, so you guys watch the YouTube video. I gotta do it to you guys, I'm sorry. I've given you guys 7 hours of content already. Yeah, I've been yapping for 7 hours. I'm gonna be so, like, shot when this is done. Yeah, tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna try to go live around noon, actually. I think I said around 11 today. I might have to go live around noon, because it's super late now. But yeah. Alright, anyways, let's wrap this up. Let's clean this up. And then I'm gonna watch this Yehoda trailer. And then we'll call it for the night. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Actually, I'm on the last page. Okay. Alright. let us continue. Life aboard the ship, however, turned out to be far less heroic than the legends promised. Though famed for robbing the rich, Miller ran his operations with the meticulous care of a spice merchant. His nautical charts were cluttered only... Excuse me. His nautical charts were cluttered not only with marks of... Not only with markings for reefs and currents, but also red circled warnings for waters said to harbor sea monsters. He spent days skirting around those regions, avoiding the dark abysses where dangerous creatures lurk, as well as the serpent-infested Sea of Mist. Day-to-day life had been a grind of scrubbing decks, patching seas, and scurvy gums. For Zima, it feels all too familiar, too safe, too dull. At night, he prays to the inky sea for a real storm or for some monstrous kraken to rise from the depths. He longs to see the master thief drive a harpoon into the creature's eye, just like the heroes of old. More than anything, he craves an adventure that would truly stir his soul. His prayers were answered, albeit in a cruel and twisted way. Why would you want danger to... I mean, damn, bro, you must be... It's like, I'm so bored, I wish my life was at risk. Like, what the hell? His prayers were answered, albeit in a cruel and twisted way. Drifting into a calm azure sea, the ship was met with a strange inhuman song. Though it has no melody, its powers ensnared... Oh god, it's a siren song. Its powers ensnared even the most drunken sailors. The sails drop and the ship stalls. In the water, a pale, haunting, beautiful face emerges. It is a siren, and she demands a sacrifice in exchange for safe passage. Uh-oh. The ship is given a choice: make a sacrifice or be dragged to the depths. Reed Miller flatly refuses to make the sacrifice. Instead, he orders everyone aboard to plug their ears with beeswax and block out the siren's haunting song. But it is futile. Even reason and willpower bends beneath the weight of legends. Seized by panic and the deathly song, the sailors hurled the crates of Mora loot from the governor's palace overboard, thinking the gold would serve as payment. But the siren pays the shimmering discs that have scattered and sank into the azure deep no heed, for human wealth means nothing to her. Her covetous gaze remains only on the sailors themselves. The master thief, whose neck not even the hangman's noose could restrain, now has no choice but to acquiesce. Miller places his scimitar coldly at Zima's throat, but Zima does not hesitate. This is the moment he has traveled so far for. As the icy waves rise above his head, the face of his long-lost friend appears before him, frozen in sculptures, still wearing that faint, familiar, ecstatic smile sealed by the Snow Maiden's kiss. All his life, Zima had abhorred following a pattern, running from every known ending, only to realize that in this final moment that every escape has been a flight into another mirror. His adventure did not pen a new story. They were merely unnoticed footnotes in an existing one. That was a great read, honestly. It took me like 40 minutes to read through, which is a lot for me, but I did it! I read the whole goddamn thing because I am your relatable lore streamer. God, that was intense. 07s to Zima. Damn. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, this was cool. This was really cool. Obviously, no lore involved whatsoever. This doesn't really need to be included in the video. But I think at the very least, it's an intriguing read. It's definitely well thought out. Reed has unparalleled levels of Riz and like, and just the ability to like, he's super charismatic, super likable, has like such a carefree, almost like playful charm to him, you know, when he's just trying to, you know, trying to have a little tomfoolery and do the right thing for people. But that is everything. I was gonna read the Proof of Cognoscenti, but I did read those during the world quests, and they pretty much give context to Aaliyah and her whole purpose with becoming Reed Miller. So that context will be in the world quest if you guys ended up watching those. But that is everything for today. I will be streaming again tomorrow. We're going to be going through Lightkeeper lore tomorrow, General Treasure Hoarder lore tomorrow. We're going to be reading Hymns of the Far North, and we're also going to be checking out, if I can, if time permits, we're going to be checking out the Lunar Arcana cards for the Imaginarium Theater, and we're going to be reading and checking through all of the lore that has been given regarding Octavia, all of the lore that's in the Imaginarium, that's in the Miliastra Wonderland, and just kind of getting that out of the way before the new wave of Miliastra content starts coming out next patch. But I'm going to try to stream tomorrow around noontime. I'm probably going to stream for the same amount of time, maybe even less, because I don't think... I think the next book that I'm going to read is kind of lengthy, but I don't think... Like, we're not doing any more character lore. Like, it's literally just, you know, weapon lore a little bit, and that's about it. We're reading Flynn's lore. We're reading his signature weapon. We're reading the Lantern weapon artifact. I'm sorry, the weapon ascension materials. And then we're reading the 5 new craftable weapons. And then the Hymns of the Far North. And then that's literally everything else. So we'll be finishing everything else tomorrow. And then Luna 3 will be out, and, you know, the rest will be history. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I really loved Aurelian, man. That's so fucking cool that we got Reed Miller's real name, his real lore, his real backstory, Rotwang lore, Conria lore, pre-Sinner. Like, Rotwang is, like, the Sinner. He was, like, the OG Sinner of Conria, which is insane. So, and I'm assuming we're gonna get more Rotwang stuff when we go, if we go to Hyperborea, I should say. I expect that we will, and, you know, he's supposed to be, like, resurrected again for another time, so I hope we just get to go to Hyperborea, we get to see how it all kind of comes together with Nod-Krai, and I'm also kind of wondering if Reed Miller or, like, the Treasure Hoarders are going to be a bit more integral to the Nod-Krai Archon quest. I know Yehoda is a former Treasure Hoarder, and, like, her trailer just came out, we're gonna be watching that as well. And I'm gonna be reading her lore when she comes out because I'm very interested. If she's like the great, if Reed Miller had a kid, I'm gonna be so excited if Yehoda is like the great granddaughter, like the great granddaughter of Aurelian. That would be absolute cinema. Because then that would also mean that she's technically related to like the Frost Moon and Lauma because of the silver blood, but I'm not entirely sure. But with all that said, I really hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts, my theories, my reactions, my read-alongs, and everything else in between. Hopefully you guys learned a thing or two, and I hope the content was overall enjoyable and entertaining. We're going to be getting these edited and chiseled down for YouTube for the main channel, but I hope you guys look forward to it. I'll be live again tomorrow, and yeah, I'll see you guys then. Okay. That is the recording, gamers. Oh! Oh my god, I'm so tired. I streamed for 7.5 hours. Hashtag worth. No internet issues either, thank the Lord. But yeah, a lot of stuff. And we're also doing Columbina's Anecdote tomorrow, so I gotta remember to do that. How's the hunger? I'm hungering. I'm probably gonna order something because actually no, what am I saying? No, I have Thanksgiving leftovers. I'm gonna have that. My mom gave me some leftovers. Usually I just go to delivering something, but I realized I have leftover food so I don't have to cook. Thank God. It's too late for me to cook. I'm so tired. No, we're not going to read Nephra's lore. I'm going to read Nephra's lore on my own. But, yeah, Nephra's lore is... That's, like, Sumeru focused, so I'm just going to read that on my own. It's not Nod-Krai focused. Oh, man. How much earlier will you stream tomorrow? So I went live today around 4 o'clock. I'm going to try to go live around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock tomorrow. So I'll be live like 3 hours earlier than I was today. 3 to 4 hours earlier. That's if I don't get a second wind and stay up all night playing League of Legends Earth mode. But I'm going to try to go to sleep and get my sleep schedule fixed up. Ugh, thoughts of ARAM. Oh no, I just play... When Earth is out, I just no-life Earth. Earth is super fun. I prefer Earth. Okay, I'm just trying to see... Who do you play in Earth? Earth is random, so I play whoever they give me. This Earth mode, you're not allowed to pick your champions, so... If I was allowed to pick, I would just play Milio every game. Because that's already my main, and he's super fun. But yeah. Alright, guys. I don't mean to just, like, finish immediately and then leave. I usually like to chit-chat and lounge about after the fact, but I do want to get this Yehoda video recorded and uploaded as soon as possible. I also want to eat and turn off my goddamn lights and turn off my camera and, like, relax. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. So, I just want to say to people that are on YouTube, to people that are on Twitch, I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys really enjoyed the content that we went through for today. I know it was super, super lengthy, but, you know, tomorrow we're going to be basically picking up and finishing off whatever we didn't get through today. And yes, we didn't get through the Hymns of the Far North. I didn't get through everything today. I wasn't planning on it. And so tomorrow we will basically finish up everything, and I will be good for Luna 3 on Wednesday. And we will basically go from there. If you guys joined late, the VOD will be archived. It's gonna be chunky, so it's probably gonna take like an hour to process before it's available. But yeah, the VOD will be uploaded, so if you guys missed out, you guys can check it out at your leisure. But I am streaming again tomorrow afternoon, so there's gonna be a double stream, one today and one tomorrow. So you guys can basically follow up with that whenever you're able to. But yeah, tomorrow will be my last Genshin stream until Luna 3, which I'm probably gonna do Luna 3 on Thursday. So I'm gonna give you guys like a day ahead to start before I start Act 5, actually. What am I saying? Yeah, before I start Act 5. It comes out Tuesday. It comes out Tuesday night. It'll be out all day Wednesday. So then I'll stream it on... I'll start streaming the first Archon Quest. I'll probably do Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like, Archon Quest. If I can finish the Archon Quest in one sitting, I hope so. But, there's no, like, exploration or anything like that, so I can't imagine not doing that. You know, it'll probably be super lengthy, like an all-day thing. But I'm hoping I can. But yeah. Also, complete side tangent, but have you guys seen... I hate this, man. Have you guys seen the Millie Astra Wonderland skins that they previewed for the next patch? They look so fucking good. And I'm like, Hoyoverse, why are you doing this? Why? Why? Ugh, they look so good, man. I'll be honest, I don't really like the 5-star skins. I'm not really feeling the 5-star Halloween like holiday skins, honestly. It's the other ones that I like way more. But yeah. But knowing Hoyo, they're probably gonna attach 3 of the 4 stars that you have to get from the gacha to the new 5-star one, instead of just getting it directly from the shop. Which is annoying. But I'm probably gonna get a couple of them. I mean, I still have some leftover crystals or odes from the last stream. But yeah. Yeah, you also get a free 10 pull. Yeah, you get a free 10 pull on the banner too, so. Everyone will be able to get at least 1 4-star skin. Unfortunately, well, if you're pulling for the first time on the cosmetic banner, remember, you do not get the same skin for both. You don't get 1 skin for both mannequins. You either pull on the male banner or the female banner, and that's the skin you get for that respective mannequin. So just be mindful of that. So, which also, but then if you get enough residual currency, you can just buy the other ones that you don't have with the leftover money. Yeah. Alright, gamers, that is everything for me. Thank you so much for watching. The VOD will be uploaded in like an hour or so. Like, give it some time. It'll be uploaded eventually. And I'm going to, like, literally actually, you know what? I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm going to literally hit end stream, and then I'm going to hit the record button, and I'm just going to record immediately after this is over. So the Yehoda reaction video will be posted, like, within the next hour, give or take. The only reason I'm not doing it live is because I want you guys to watch the YouTube video and support it. So... hold on, Genshin Impact. Oh my god, that thumbnail! She's so cool. Yeah, so we're literally... look at me, guys. I'm fucking ready. I'm ready to go. Alright, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. Hold on, give me 1 second. I just gotta... okay. Goodbye, guys. Have a good night. Take care. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you to everyone that followed the stream on Twitch, that subbed, that resubbed, that followed, that liked the video on YouTube. I really, really, really... genuinely deadass appreciate you guys so much for supporting my videos and my streams. Thank you so much. There's gonna be another upload. I guess there's gonna be upload tomorrow night. I was supposed to post a Genshin video today, but I forgot. So I'm gonna post Yahoda at midnight, and then I think I'm gonna post another video. I forgot what it is. It's a lore video, I think. Actually, what was the last video that I posted? Oh, it's, I think it's my local legends. My 5.2 local legends. Yeah, it's gonna be that. We're in the 5.4 area of the playthrough series. But yeah. So, anyways, thank you guys for watching. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. See you later. Take care. Thank you for watching. Bye, you.